อยู่ในนี้เนี่ยความหลากหลายชีวภาพไม่มีแล้วครับหมดนะอันนี้ก็เป็นแฮบิเทตอันหนึ่งถ้าเรามองแฮบิเทตทางเวทแลนด์หรือว่าในทางของโลแลนด์เนี่ยเราจะเห็นว่าเรามีแฮบิเทตเยอะแยะนะเรามีกวานมากมายในประเทศไทยที่มีเรื่องของความหลากหลายชีวภาพทางเหนือกวานพะเยานะบึงสีไฟทางปากใต้ก็ทะเลสาบสงขลาอ่าวต่างๆนะครับเรามีเยอะแยะนะครับแม้แต่ในพื้นที่ที่เป็นนาข้าวเราก็มีความหลากหลายชีวภาพอันนี้นะครับเป็นแฮบิเทตที่ทำให้ประเทศไทยของเราเนี่ยมีความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพสูงไม่ว่าจะเป็นพืชสัตว์หรือจุลินทรีย์ต่างๆนะครับเชิญต่อฮะทีนี้เรามาดูนะครับความหลากหลายชีวภาพที่เป็นอีโคโนมีหรือเป็นเศรษฐกิจของเราเนี่ยเรายอมรับว่าในปัจจุบันเนี่ยถ้าเรามองในคอมมูนิตี้ต่างๆนะครับเราเห็นว่าเราเศรษฐกิจของเราเนี่ยยืนอยู่บนในคอมมูนิตี้หลายอย่างนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการเกษตรนะครับในเรื่องของการประมงไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของปศุสัตว์ในเรื่องของป่าไม้นะพวกไมโครออร์แกนิซึมต่างๆพวกจุลินทรีย์ต่างๆไม่ว่าจะเป็นเชื้อราแบคทีเรียต่างๆเนี่ยถ้าเราได้ศึกษาเราเห็นว่าณปัจจุบันนี้เนี่ยอาหารเสริมต่างๆปุ๋ยต่างๆก็ได้จากแบคทีเรียได้จากเชื้อราต่างๆนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นไม่แต่แบคทีเรียที่เราอ่านในโลกมาเมื่อสัก 4-5 เดือนที่แล้วพบว่าแบคทีเรียที่อยู่ในเซดิเมนต์หรือตะกอนของดินในทะเลเนี่ยนะเขาสามารถสกัดออกมาเนี่ยเพื่อที่จะรักษาโรคมะเร็งลำไส้ได้นะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นลึกลงไปนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการท่องเที่ยวทัวริซึมผมว่าการท่องเที่ยวก็ถือว่าเป็นอันหนึ่งของประเทศไทยที่สร้างแรงดึงดูด attraction from tourism นะครับในเรื่องของยาในเรื่องของสุขภาพในเรื่องของคอสเมติกต่างๆเราได้จากเรื่องของสมุนไพรเรื่องของพืชเรื่องของสัตว์ต่างๆนะครับมาเยอะแยะไปหมดนี่คือความหลากหลายชีวภาพที่สร้างเรื่องของอีโคโนมีให้กับประเทศไทยนะผมคงไม่ลงรายละเอียดนะแต่อยากให้เห็นว่าประเทศไทยเนี่ยเรามีสินทรัพย์ในเรื่องของทรัพยากรธรรมชาติโดยเฉพาะในเรื่องความหลากหลายชีวภาพสูงมากนะครับถ้าเราทำดีๆประเทศไทยเนี่ยสามารถที่จะฟื้นตัวแล้วก็สร้างเศรษฐกิจที่สูงได้นะครับต่อไปฮะทีนี้เรามาดูอันนี้เป็นตัวเลขนะฮะที่เราได้จากสภาพัฒน์ของเรานะครับก็ได้ดูนะฮะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของเศรษฐกิจทางด้านเกษตรเนี่ยนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นทางด้านความหลากหลายชีวภาพในเรื่องของพืชเรื่องของสัตว์เรื่องของประมงเรื่องของป่าไม้นะครับก็ในปี 2522 หรือว่า 2565 เนี่ยนะเราก็มีการค้าขายได้เศรษฐกิจอยู่ประมาณ 1.5 ล้านนะครับซึ่งมันก็เพิ่มขึ้นนะจากพศ 2521 หรือ 2564 อันนี้เป็นตัวเลขคร่าวๆนะครับผมก็ไม่ลงรายละเอียดเพราะเวลาน้อยนะอ่านแล้วกันเชิญนะ you please take a look I have no time to go to detail โอเคเชิญต่อแต่ยังไงก็ตามถ้าเรามองในภาพของ growth rate of agricultural products นะ sector ของทางด้านการเกษตรนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นภาคเกษตรภาคประมงภาคป่าไม้หรือว่า ในเรื่องของภาคlivestock เนี่ยเราเพิ่มขึ้นนะในปี 2015 จาก 2.2 เป็น 2.5 ก็ถือว่าดีขึ้นนะหลังจากเกิดสงครามอะไรขึ้นมาก็สถานการณ์เราดีขึ้นนะครับถ้าเราดูในที่ UN เคยพูดนะผมจำได้เมื่อสักหลายเดือนมาแล้วเนี่ยนะที่ UN บอกว่าในอีก2 ปีข้างหน้าเนี่ยโลกเราเนี่ยจะมีวิกฤตเรื่องอาหารเป็นอย่างมากนะครับแต่ว่าอย่างน้อยที่สุดเนี่ยเขาก็กล่าวทำให้เราก็ภาคภูมิใจนะเขาบอก2 ประเทศนะที่คิดว่าจะช่วยในเป็นครัวโลกที่จะสร้างอาหารให้กับโลกของประชาคมได้ของโลกได้ก็คือในอาเซียนของเราก็คือประเทศเวียดนามกับประเทศไทยนะครับอันนี้ก็คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นเรื่องจริงนะเพราะตอนนี้ไม่ว่าจะเป็นข้าวหรือว่าพวกอาหารทางด้านการเกษตรเราก็ส่งไปต่างประเทศมากมายนะครับเชิญต่อฮะทีนี้ถ้าเรามาดูนะฮะความหลากหลายชีวภาพของเราเหมือนที่เราได้เห็นจากวิดีโอกันแล้วนะฮะหลายท่านก็พูดนะผมคงไม่ต้องพูดซ้ำมากนะเพราะว่าอันนี้มันเป็นเบสิกนะครับที่ทำให้ความหลากหลายชีวภาพมันลดลงนะไม่ว่าจะเป็น natural resource depletion การลดลงของพื้นที่ป่าไม้ก็ดีนะครับพื้นที่ชุ่มน้ำก็ดีนะครับเราเห็นว่ามันมีการลดลงอย่างเยอะนะไฟป่านะตอนนี้เรื่องของอันที่2เนี่ยเป็นเรื่องที่สำคัญนะครับเรื่องของ environment pollution ต่างๆเรื่องน้ำเสียอากาศเสียพวกนี้ก็เป็นมิตรทำให้ความหลากหลายชีวภาพมันสูญพันธุ์ไปได้นะครับแม้แต่คนเนี่ย ก็เจอ pollution PM 2.5 แล้วก็อาการก็ไม่ค่อยดีนะอันที่3ที่สำคัญคือ climate change นะอันนี้เราถือว่าเป็นเรื่องใหญ่มากนะครับเพราะว่าเป็นเรื่องที่สำคัญนะโลกเราให้การกระตือรือร้นไม่ว่าจะเป็นการประชุมตั้งแต่ขอบ21จนถึงขอบ27นะครับก็พูดถึงเรื่องของ climate change กับความหลากหลายชีวภาพนะผมคิดว่านี่เป็นเรื่องใหญ่โดยเฉพาะประเทศไทยเนี่ยเพราะ climate change มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงอยู่3เรื่องใหญ่ๆเรื่องที่1ก็เรื่องของอุณหภูมินะครับถ้าอุณหภูมิมันสูงขึ้นผลผลิตทางด้านการเกษตรเราก็ลดลงไม่ว่าจะเป็นข้าวก็ดีพืชอื่นๆก็ดีหรือว่าการเลี้ยงสัตว์ก็ดีนะครับอันที่2ก็น้ำทะเลมันเพิ่มขึ้นเมื่อน้ำทะเลเพิ่มขึ้นเรามีทรัพยากรชายฝั่งทะเลนะซึ่งเราก็ติดทะเลนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นให้การเปลี่ยนแปลงของทรัพยากรในเรื่องกุ้งหอยปูปลาอะไรก็ลดลงด้วยนะครับอันที่3ก็เป็นเรื่องของการฝนตกนะครับเรื่องความชื้นต่างๆนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นผมคิดว่าในเรื่องของ climate change เนี่ยเป็นเรื่องสำคัญเกิดผลกระทบกับประเทศไทยความหลากหลายชีวภาพสูงสุดท้ายก็เรื่องของการค้าการขายเช่นเดียวกันนะครับก็ทำให้เรามีปัญหาไม่ว่าจะเป็นขายเรื่องของงาช้างก็ดีเรื่องสัตว์เรื่องสัตว์ป่าอะไรเราก็เห็นในทีวีเยอะแยะนะครับค้าขายกันอันนี้ก็ทำให้ความหลากหลายชีวภาพมันลดลงนะครับเชิญต่อไปทีนี้ถ้าเรามองดูในเรื่องของนโยบายของประเทศนะครับเรามองได้3 level of national plan นะครับในการที่จะอนุรักษ์เรื่องของ biodiversity ถ้าเรามองที่ยอดเราเรียกว่า national strategic plan 20 ปีนะครับซึ่งอันนี้ก็เห็นได้ชัดว่าในยุทธศาสตร์ทั้ง6ยุทธศาสตร์นั้นเนี่ยมียุทธศาสตร์ที่5เนี่ยเป็นยุทธศาสตร์ที่เราจะต้องอนุรักษ์ทรัพยากรธรรมชาติต้องอนุรักษ์เรื่องความหลากหลายชีวภาพจะต้องให้สามารถที่จะใช้ในเรื่องของความหลากหลายเนี่ยให้สามารถมันยั่งยืนได้นะครับในเลเวลที่2ก็13 National Economics and Social Development Plan 5 years อันนี้ก็ชัดเจนนะฮะเรามีทั้งหมดเนี่ย total 13 milestone นะแล้วก็มี number 10 number 11นะครับซึ่งพูดถึงเรื่องของความหลากหลายชีวภาพนะครับพูดถึงเรื่องความการเปลี่ยนแปลงของสภาพโลกร้อนกับความสูญเสียของความหลากหลายชีวภาพนะครับแล้วก็มีอีกหลายหมุดหมายเนี่ยที่พูดถึงเรื่องความหลากหลายชีวภาพนะครับแล้วก็สุดท้ายในเรื่องของเลเวลที่อยู่ข้างล่างก็คือของ Annual Action Plan ของ Government ของ Non-Government ต่างๆนะครับซึ่งอันนี้เป็น one year plan นะครับที่จะพูดถึงเรื่องของว่าจะทำอะไรใน1 ปีนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นโครงการในเรื่องของกระทรวงเกษตรเรื่องกระทรวงทรัพยากรหรือกระทรวงอื่นๆที่เกี่ยวข้องนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นทั้ง3ระดับนี้เนี่ยมันสามารถจะสนับสนุนให้เกิดขึ้นในการความหลากหลายชีวภาพให้เร็วและก็ให้สามารถที่จะใช้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพนะเชิญต่อครับอันนี้เราจะเห็นว่าในประเทศไทยเนี่ยถ้าเราจะใช้ให้ความหลากหลายชีวภาพให้เกิดการยั่งยืนและมีประสิทธิภาพนะครับสิ่งที่เราทำมาแรกก็คือเรื่องของเศรษฐกิจพอเพียง sufficiency economy philosophy ของคิงรามาเดนัยนะครับซึ่งเป็นหลักปรัชญาเศรษฐกิจพอเพียงของพระเจ้าอยู่หัวรัชกาลที่9อันนี้ก็เป็นนโยบายอันหนึ่งที่เราจะขับเคลื่อนในเรื่องความหลากหลายชีวภาพให้สู่การพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนได้นะครับก็คือความสายกลางความมีเหตุผลต้องมีแรงคุ้มกันนะครับอันที่2ที่เราคิดว่าเป็นเรื่องสำคัญและประเทศไทยให้ความสำคัญอย่างมากนะครับโดยเฉพาะในเอเปกเองซึ่งการประชุมไปไม่กี่เดือนครั้งที่แล้วเนี่ยเราก็ได้รับรองไว้ว่าในการที่จะใช้ทรัพยากรความหลากหลายชีวภาพให้เกิดความยั่งยืนนั้นเนี่ยเราต้องแอพพลายในเรื่องของ BCG Economy นะครับหรือว่า Bioeconomy นะครับก็คือความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพ Circular Economy นะความหมุนเวียนแล้วก็ Green Economy นะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นเรื่องใหญ่ที่เราจะขับเคลื่อนโดยเฉพาะสภาพัฒน์เองเนี่ยก็ได้ตั้งคณะกรรมการขึ้นหลายชุดนะไม่ว่าคณะกรรมการกับภาคเอกชนคณะกรรมการกับทางยุวชนก็ตามเนี่ยที่จะขับเคลื่อน BCG ผมลงไปในพื้นที่หลายแห่งในประเทศไทยไปดูที่ชุมชนต่างๆณวันนี้เนี่ยชุมชนของประเทศไทยที่ใช้ความหลากหลายชีวภาพไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องอาหารเป็นเรื่องยาเป็นเรื่องสมุนไพรต่างๆเนี่ยเขาก็พยายามที่จะขับเคลื่อนโดยใช้ BCG Economy เนี่ยครับเป็นเรื่องใหญ่นะครับอันสุดท้ายที่ทางสภาพัฒน์เองทางรัฐบาลนโยบายของเราที่จะขับเคลื่อนก็คือเรื่องของความพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืน Sustainable Development เราจะเห็นว่าไม่ว่าจะเป็นในเรื่องของ Target 10 หรือ 11 หรือ13 14 15เนี่ยเป็นเรื่องของทรัพยากรธรรมชาตินะครับแล้วก็เรื่องของทรัพยากรบนดินทรัพยากรใต้ทะเลใต้น้ำอะไรพวกนี้เพราะฉะนั้น3เรื่องนี้เนี่ยเป็นเรื่องที่ประเทศไทยให้ความสำคัญโดยเฉพาะเซตเรื่องของนโยบายเป็นเรื่องใหญ่เป็นเรื่องของวาระแห่งชาตินะเป็นเรื่องของอาเจนดาของประเทศนะครับต่อไปครับเพราะฉะนั้นอันนี้ก็เป็นตัวอย่างนะผมคิดว่าในประเทศไทยเนี่ยนะครับถ้าเราสามารถที่จะประยุกต์ในเรื่องของหลักปรัชญาเศรษฐกิจของพระเจ้าอยู่หัวเนี่ยเราจะเห็นว่าทรัพยากรทุกอย่างเนี่ยมันต้องพึ่งพาอาศัยถึงกันและกันการใช้ต้องใช้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพนะครับแล้วก็ใช้ทุกๆอย่างให้มันสมดุลกันเกิดขึ้นนะครับนี่ก็คือหลักพระเจ้าอยู่หัวนะครับผมคิดว่าถ้าใครสนใจ so please you take a look at we have many books about the sufficiency economy for the King Ramanai. Okay, this is some example for the on the screen นะโอเคต่อไปครับอันนี้ก็เป็นเรื่องของ sufficiency เรื่องของ BCG economy เราจะเห็นว่าในประเทศไทยเนี่ยในเรื่องของ bioeconomy เนี่ยเราสามารถที่จะใช้เยอะนะไม่ว่าจะทางเรื่องของ agriculture, fishery, livestock, forestryในเรื่องของป่าไม้ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราคิดว่ารัฐบาลเองก็มีนโยบายนะในการที่จะสนับสนุนในเรื่องการป่าไม้นะเรามีโครงการเรียกว่าป่าชุมชนไม้มีค่านะครับชุมชนไม้มีค่าคือพยายามที่จะให้ชุมชนเนี่ยได้ปลูกไม้มีค่าขึ้นมาเป็นการสร้างป่าไม้อีกอย่างหนึ่งเพื่อจะให้มีรายได้และในที่สุดเราก็สามารถที่จะใช้พื้นที่เหล่านี้เป็นป่าแล้วก็เก็บกักคาร์บอนแล้วก็ต่อไปประชาชนก็อาจจะได้เรื่องของการค้าขายเบโดเองเนี่ยเป็นส่วนหนึ่งนะสำนักงานที่เขาขยายในเรื่องนี้มากไปสู่ทางชุมชนนะครับและทางธกส.เองก็ให้เงินนะครับในการที่จะช่วยในการปลูกป่าขณะเดียวกันธกส.เองเนี่ยก็ถือว่าเป็นหน่วยงานหนึ่งนะธนาคารที่สำคัญในการที่จะซื้อคาร์บอนเครดิตจากชุมชนเนี่ยผมทราบว่านะที่เป็นลูกค้าเนี่ยเขาซื้อคาร์บอนเครดิตเนี่ย1 ตันเนี่ยก็ประมาณ 3,000 บาทแต่ว่าองค์การอุตสาหกรรมป่าไม้เขาค้าขายกันอยู่ประมาณ300 บาทต่อตันคาร์บอนนะครับในเรื่องของ circular economy เราเห็นว่าเดี๋ยวนี้เราพยายามใช้เศษเหลือจากการเกษตรของเราเนี่ยมาทำให้เกิดผลิตภัณฑ์ขึ้นมาที่เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมนะ AIT เนี่ยก็เคยประเมินนะครับว่าเศษต่างๆเหลือใช้จากการเกษตรเราปีหนึ่งประมาณ134 ล้านตันต่อปีนะครับที่เราทิ้งไปไม่ว่าจะเป็นเศษจากแคนอ้อยปาล์มเปิมอะไรพวกนี้ฉะนั้นถ้าเราใช้ circular economy เนี่ยทำให้มันเกิดเศรษฐกิจขึ้นมานะครับผมคิดว่าสิ่งเหล่านี้นี่ทำให้การใช้ประโยชน์ของเรื่องของความหลากหลายชีวภาพเนี่ยมันยั่งยืนนะครับเพราะว่าเราใช้ทุกอย่างนะครับต่อไปในเรื่องของ green economy อันนี้ก็เช่นเดียวกันนะผมคิดว่าเป็นเรื่องสำคัญนะต่อไปเนี่ยถ้าเราจะไม่ทำผลิตภัณฑ์อะไรต่างๆที่ไม่เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมแล้วเนี่ยผมคิดว่าการกิจการทางการค้าอะไรก็ตามเนี่ยหรือผลิตภัณฑ์อะไรที่ไปทำลายป่าเนี่ยเขาก็ไม่ซื้อยุโรปเองก็เริ่มแล้วนะไม่ว่าจะประเทศอื่นเนี่ยเขาก็มีเรื่องของ CBAM นะในการที่จะกีดกันถ้าเราไม่ทำในเรื่องของ Green Economy ต่อไปก็ลำบากนะครับต่อไปครับเพราะฉะนั้นในเรื่องของ Sustainable Development Goal เนี่ยเราคิดว่าเป็นเรื่องใหญ่เป็นเรื่องสำคัญที่ทุกประเทศจะต้องขับเคลื่อนนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นผมคิดว่าในเรื่องความหลากหลายชีวภาพเนี่ยไม่ว่าจะเป็นเป้าหมายที่13 14 15แล้วก็เป้าหมายที่17ซึ่งเป็นเป้าหมายที่เราต้องทำงานร่วมกันในเรื่องการขับเคลื่อนในเรื่องของ Biodiversity ในอนาคตข้างหน้านะครับผมคิดว่าเวลาของผมก็คงจะใกล้หมดเต็มทีนะครับ ในสุดท้ายนะเชิญต่อครับเพราะฉะนั้นเราเห็นว่าในการที่เราจะ integrating biodiversity conservation เพื่อให้สู่ success หรือว่าประสบผลสำเร็จได้นั้นเนี่ยมันต้องมีภาคีนะครับภาคีร่วมมือนะครับภาคีแรกก็เป็นเรื่องของ technical sector ก็คือเรื่องของวิชาการนะอันนี้เป็นเรื่องสำคัญนะผมว่าถ้าเราขาดในเรื่องของการวิจัยเรื่องของเทคโนโลยีในเรื่องของนวัตกรรมเนี่ยผมว่าการขับเคลื่อนของเรื่องของ biodiversity ไม่ว่าจะเป็น BCG ก็ดีอะไรก็ตามเนี่ยมันขับเคลื่อนไม่ได้นะครับถ้าเราไม่มีในเรื่องของงานวิจัยเนี่ยงานวิจัยเหล่านี้จะต้องไปสู่เรื่องของประชาคมนะต้องให้ government ต้องให้ private sector แต่นี้ private sector เนี่ยเขาตื่นตัวมากนะครับในเรื่องของความหลากหลายชีวภาพในเรื่องการสร้างผลิตภัณฑ์ที่เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมแ แต่ปัญหามันมีอยู่นิดเดียวแล้วก็คือว่าถ้าเราสร้างผลิตภัณฑ์ที่เป็นมิตรสิ่งแวดล้อมขึ้นมาเมื่อไหร่แล้วเนี่ยสิ่งที่เป็นแบรียร์หรือเป็นตัวกีดกันนิดหน่อยที่เป็นปัญหาก็คือคอน sumer คือผู้บริโภคเนี่ยบางทีไม่สามารถที่จะซื้อได้นะเพราะมันค่อนข้างแพงแต่ยังไงก็ตามเนี่ยในเรื่องเทคโนโลยีต่างๆเรื่องงานวิจัยอินโนเวชันต่างๆก็สามารถที่จะผลิตภัณฑ์ที่เป็นมิตรสิ่งแวดล้อมให้ราคาถูกได้ให้เหมาะกับรายได้ของผู้ที่จะบริโภคต่อไปนะครับนั้นก็ว่าเบนจะไม่ว่าจะเป็น TI หลายๆแห่งนะครับของBBอะไรพวกนี้BBของพวกนี้เราก็สามารถทำต่อไปได้นะครับต่อไปสุดท้ายครับสิ่งสำคัญที่สุดก็เป็นเรื่องของ international collaboration นะครับก็คือความร่วมมือระต่างประเทศนะครับผมว่าเรื่องความหลากหลายชีวภาพเนี่ยมันเป็นเรื่องของทุกคนเพราะว่าทุกคนเนี่ยมันต้องกินมันต้องใช้อย่างที่ผมพูดอย่างเดียวเนี่ยเราจะมีอากาศหายใจอย่างเดียวมันไม่พอมีน้ำดื่มอย่างเดียวมันไม่พอมันต้องมีอาหารการกินนะก็เรียกก็4ความต้องการเนี่ยมีอาหารการกินมีที่อยู่มีเสื้อผ้ามียารักษาโรคอันนี้ก็ได้มาจากความหลากหลายชีวภาพเพราะฉะนั้นผมคิดว่าความต้องการร่วมมือระหว่างของทุกประเทศเนี่ยสามารถที่จะขับเคลื่อนไปด้วยกันประเทศใหญ่ก็ต้องช่วยเหลือประเทศเล็กนะครับบางครั้งประเทศเล็กก็มีความหลากหลายชีวภาพอยู่สูงแต่ว่าไม่มีกำลังในการที่จะมาทำวิจัยถ้าเรามีกองทุนถึงแวดล้อมอย่างที่ท่านคุณวีพูดเนี่ยผมคิดว่าประเทศเล็กๆเนี่ยสามารถที่จะคุ้มครองอนุรักษ์รักษาความหลากหลายชีวภาพไว้ได้เพราะฉะนั้นความร่วมมือกันทุกฝ่ายเนี่ยทั้งในประเทศต่างประเทศเป็นเรื่องสำคัญที่จะขับเคลื่อนให้เกิดความสำเร็จในการที่จะใช้ทรัพยากรธรรมชาติความหลากหลายชีวภาพไปสู่ความยั่งยืนได้สุดท้ายครับผมคิดว่าเรื่องพวกนี้เป็นเรื่องสำคัญเท่าที่ผมพูดมาก็ใช้เวลาก็ประมาณสัก15 นาทีก็อยากจะเห็นว่าความสำคัญของความหลากหลายชีวภาพเป็นเรื่องสำคัญแต่ว่าความหลากหลายชีวภาพทำไมเราต้องมาจัดการต้องมา management ไปสู่การพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนเพราะความหลากหลายชีวภาพเนี่ยเราจะใช้ในรุ่นของเราเนี่ยไม่ได้เราต้องใช้โดยประหยัดเราต้องสร้างความหลากหลายชีวภาพให้สมบูรณ์เพื่อจะส่งต่อไปสู่ลูกหลานของเราถ้าเราไม่สร้างความสมบูรณ์ความหลากหลายชีวภาพไปให้ลูกหลานของเราถ้าเราส่งแต่สิ่งเลวร้ายความหลากหลายชีวภาพเสื่อมโทรมไปให้ลูกหลานของเราแล้วเนี่ยเขาจะทำยังไงเขาจะคิดยังไงความก้าวหน้าคงยังยากเพราะฉะนั้นผมก็คิดว่าพวกเราท่านที่นั่งอยู่ในห้องนี้ก็ตามหรือที่ฟังอยู่ทางบ้านก็ตามถ้าเราจะรักษาความหลากหลายชีวภาพให้ดีในตอนนี้แล้วเราไปส่งให้ลูกหลานของเราเขาก็จะมีความสุขแล้วเขาก็จะเทิดทูนพวกเราว่าส่งในสิ่งที่ดีไปให้พวกเขาขอบคุณมากครับสวัสดีครับ
ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้อีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะเป็นการบรรยายที่ยอดเยี่ยมมากนะคะเพราะว่าทำให้เรานะคะเข้าใจถึงคำว่าความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพได้อย่างมากและลึกและเข้าใจในหลากหลายมิตินะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเกี่ยวกับว่าเราจะใช้ประโยชน์ความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพอะไรนะคะและเราจะใช้ความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพอย่างไรและมีกลไกของภาครัฐที่วางแผนในเชิงนโยบายอย่างไรบ้างนะคะซึ่งในมิติต่างๆแล้วเนี่ยนะคะล้วนแล้วแต่น่าสนใจเป็นอย่างยิ่งนะคะนอกจากนี้นะคะก็ยังมีการยกตัวในตัวอย่างว่าประเทศไทยเราใช้เศรษฐกิจพอเพียงนะคะหรือการใช้ BCG นะคะในการขับเคลื่อนเศรษฐกิจและมากไปกว่านั้นก็คือว่าเราจะส่งต่อสิ่งที่เรามีอยู่ให้กับคนรุ่นต่อไปได้อย่างไรค่ะนี่เป็นแค่เพียงหนึ่งในการบรรยายอันแรกนะคะแค่นี้จิตใจก็ลุกชดช่วงแล้วนะคะอันถัดไปค่ะอันนี้ก็ยิ่งน่าสนใจนะคะเพราะในหัวข้อก็คือว่าการบูรณาการความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพสู่เศรษฐกิจที่ยั่งยืนจากนโยบายสู่การปฏิบัติการในมุมมองของภาคธุรกิจเมื่อกี้มองของภาครัฐไปแล้วนะคะซึ่งเราได้รับเกียรติค่ะจากดร.เนติธรนะคะประดิษฐานเลขาธิการสมาคมเครือข่าย Global Complex แห่งประเทศไทยขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับท่านด้วยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ Bonjour. I should begin by thanking the Ambassador France en Thailand, Agence Française de Développement, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Kun Jerawat, TEI อาจารย์วิจารณ์ Dr. วิจารณ์ and อาจารย์สนิทนะครับ So I have the honor to speak on behalf of the UN Global Compact Network of Thailand, which is a business association comprising of over 136 members. It was founded in 2018 with 15 founding companies, and we have the honor of many founding members here. The network focuses on 4 areas: anti-corruption, human rights, labor, the environment, one of which is certainly related to the topic of biodiversity we are discussing today. I just want to begin by giving you a global kind of big picture of how we are related to the biodiversity. At the World Economic Forum in 2024, which I had the honor to attend, biodiversity loss and climate change were identified as significant global risk with profound implications for social and economic sustainability. Global leaders have recognized biodiversity and ecosystem collapses as long-term global risk and climate change as a short-term risk. Biodiversity loss unveils a hidden economic cost for businesses, especially those in nature-dependent sectors, with potential economic losses amounting around $44 trillion in economic value generation. To address biodiversity loss and climate change, a concerted effort is needed to tackle both issues for the transition to an equitable, nature-positive, and net-zero global economy. And I have the honor to reflect the views from the business sector, which comprises both the big businesses, the medium sizes, and the small sizes, and also other stakeholders as well. So from the perspective of Thailand, UN Global Compact Network, Thailand is one of the most biodiversity-rich countries in Southeast Asia, as Ajahn Sanit just mentioned. Key economic sectors such as agriculture, fishing, infrastructure, building, energy, and tourism are highly dependent on biodiversity. The alarming loss of biodiversity has put Thailand in a vulnerable situation, making biodiversity restoration and conservation a top agenda, that's for sure. Since 2021, UN Global Compact Network members, along with key stakeholders, including UN agencies, the Thai government, and civil society organizations, have joined forces to tackle climate change. The members have committed to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 or no later than 2070. This is from the business sector. And in response, this is on biodiversity. In response to the 30 by 30 commitment adopted at COP15 Biodiversity Convention, UN Global Compact Network Thailand has taken a joined-up approach since 2022 for climate and biodiversity actions to protect at least 30% of land and marine areas in Thailand by 2030. And why am I mentioning both climate change and biodiversity at the same time? I think it's important from us business community, the development community, not to work in silos. We need to develop a connected, comprehensive, and integrated value proposition that offers a narrative for the investment and financial community. Now in the market, you see SDG goals, you see climate change goals, net zero, you see biodiversity goals, you see corporate goals, you see national goals, you see local goals. How are they related together? Can we have a common language to talk to our SMEs, our suppliers, even our customers? How biodiversity fits in the broader SDGs agenda. And already we're talking about Summit of the Future. So what's beyond 2030 now? So the acronyms keep popping up every year. We from the development sector, we know they're all connected. But can we take that conversation and dialogue beyond this room to all the communities involved if we really want collective action? That's the question. If we really want green financing and financing for green, have we had a really deep, meaningful dialogue connecting these dots with the investment community? That's the question from the business sector. I just want to report a quick progress from the G20 commitments and point of view. 92 members in Thailand have already announced net zero commitments, and members are encouraged to expedite their actions to reduce GHG emissions by at least 5% yearly. And we have had the honor to work with the Office of Natural Resources, Environmental Policy and Planning, and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment to develop the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, NBSAP, drafting the Biodiversity Bill, and measuring biodiversity. I'll come back to the topic of measurement later. UN Global Compact Network Thailand has been actively involved with members and other stakeholders to drive the biodiversity and climate change agenda through various activities such as capacity building, workshops, and sharing best practices among members. But as I said, this workshop and best practices sharing are meaningless unless we can connect the dots for them and give them an understandable and simple narrative. We, however, plan to integrate biodiversity and climate change into business strategies and to work with members and partners to accelerate the progress of these pledges through measurable implementations. I've emphasized on this as well. The importance of transparency promoted through reporting, but yet we need to report a common collective, the same story. Not working in silos, not 5 different reports, one single report, telling all the stories of our development and sustainability efforts so that we can connect with all the relevant communities that we try to connect with. We have examples of members of Global Compact Network Thailand. CP Group aims to achieve net positive impact to halt and reverse the loss of nature by 2030, aligning with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and UN SDGs 14 and 15. The group has set targets for protecting, restoring, and sustainably managing forest ecosystems in its operations and throughout the supply chain. Going to Thai Union. Thai Union announces Sea Change 2030 to reshape the seafood industry with unified solutions for people and planet that better sustain a reciprocal relationship for all, with over 250 million Thai baht investment to amplify the impacts on net zero emissions, responsible aquaculture, and responsible wild-caught seafood program. In addition, Thai Union announces its greenhouse gas commitment to net zero goal across the value chain by 2050. Lastly, PTT Global Chemicals demonstrates commitment to achieve no net loss or NNL of biodiversity values, no net deforestation, and has launched flagship programs for forest restoration and marine conservation. Now let's call for actions. From our perspectives, I'd like to offer the following observations. Businesses can certainly help lead the transition to an equitable, nature-positive, and net zero economy by making ambitious but achievable commitments, embedding climate change and biodiversity in their corporate strategies and business plans, conducting continuous and systemic assessments, transforming business to embrace biodiversity as a strategic element, and ensuring transparency, reporting, and monitoring. This is a list of big words and terms. Key is certainly implementation, implementation, and implementation. How do we actually engage not just big businesses, but our small and medium enterprises in our supply chain, in our value chain, our customers, to actually implement the joint recommendations, all the business plan and declarations? How to actually engage and arouse the stakeholders, customers, and even shareholders, so that they don't complain in our next shareholders meeting that why do you invest $5 million in biodiversity project? We need to let them know this is an investment for the future. The loss or the shortage of income this year is going for the net positive biodiversity. What I'm trying to portray to you is that that understanding and the value of understanding of the value chain goes way deep, way beyond this room, way beyond this building, but down to the supermarket next to your apartment building. That's the key. We also need to overcome politics. Let's work together so that we don't politicize our efforts. These elements don't turn into geopolitical or regulatory excuses that could come in the way. That's important. Going to the societal level, strengthening financing and market mechanisms, promoting active collaboration with all stakeholders, strengthening awareness and lifelong education on biodiversity, and developing global and national standards, including Fin4Bio recommendations. Dr. Felipe's comments come in handy. We need to engage youth, but do we have a way to engage with the youth? Does our education, curriculum reflect ways to teach them, to upskill, reskill them, to understand, and to take biodiversity lessons into actions? We need to promote action-based learning. We need to promote them to be explorers. We need them not just to understand biodiversity as a chemistry class, a biology class, but it's a technical class that could take advantage of AI, that could take advantage of new technology and even social media, TikTok, to promote biodiversity and understanding and appreciation of the importance of biodiversity for the next generations. In closing, UN Global Compact Network Thailand is ready to support Fin4Bio, of course, Ambassade de France in Thailand, Agence Française de Développement for sure, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, TEI, and all the stakeholders to push forward the initiatives and recommendations to turn Thailand, the region, and the world to a net positive impact on biodiversity. ขอบคุณครับ Merci beaucoup.
ขอบพระคุณมากๆค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะในการที่เราได้ฟังในเรื่องนี้นะคะมิมคิดว่าเป็นประเด็นที่น่าสนใจมากเพราะเราได้ฟังในมุมของภาคธุรกิจนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการลดคาร์บอนนะคะการเข้าร่วมประเด็นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของ30 by 30นะคะและการวางแผนนโยบายเศรษฐกิจของตัวเองรวมถึงในเรื่องของการทำมาร์เก็ตติ้งให้สอดคล้องเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการอนุรักษ์ความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพและอีกประเด็นที่น่าสนใจที่ฝากทิ้งไว้ก็คือว่าแล้วตอนนี้ในส่วนของเรื่องเรามีหลักสูตรอย่างไรที่จะส่งเสริมให้เยาวชนของเรามีความเข้าใจเรื่องพวกนี้มากขึ้นนะคะซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยเป็นประเด็นที่เราจะสามารถกลับเอาไปคิดต่อในภาคธุรกิจได้มองถึงในเชิงของการทำให้เกิดแอคชั่นที่ชัดเจนมีความโปร่งใสมีการติดตามตรวจสอบได้และที่สำคัญไม่ได้ทำแค่เพียงของภาคธุรกิจขนาดใหญ่เท่านั้นภาคธุรกิจในระดับเล็กๆก็สามารถทำได้ด้วยเช่นเดียวกันค่ะดังนั้นดิฉันขอเสียงปรบมืออีกครั้งหนึ่งให้กับดร.เนติธรอีกครั้งหนึ่งค่ะเพราะว่าเป็นประเด็นที่น่าสนใจและสำคัญมากๆค่ะและในช่วงก่อนที่เราจะพักเบรกนะคะยังมีอีกหัวข้อหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจเช่นเดียวกันค่ะหัวข้อนี้นะคะคือเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการพัฒนาความร่วมมือระหว่างประเทศในประเด็นความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพดิฉันขอเรียนเชิญคุณอรุณีโฮมส์นะคะรองอธิบดีกรมความร่วมมือระหว่างประเทศขึ้นสู่เวทีค่ะเรียนเชิญค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือให้ด้วยค่ะ
Excellency, Mr. Jiravat Ratisunthorn, Deputy Secretary General, Office of Natural Resources and Environment Policy and Planning, Ministry of National Resource and Environment, distinguished speakers, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to sincere thanks for our host, French Development Agency, AFD, the Office of the Natural Resources and Environment Policy and Planning, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand Environment Institute, and the Blue Renaissance for their joint efforts in making this event possible and for the invitation extended to Thailand International Cooperation Agency, or TICA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. I am very honored to join all of you here today. This Finance for Biodiversity Forum is a timely opportunity for us to share our ideas and thoughts on the new business model for sustainability, since biodiversity is a vital component of the economy. Unfortunately, threats to biodiversity are mounting. Therefore, we need to understand the dangers and the opportunities for action. Business and biodiversity depend on each other. Businesses need functioning, diverse ecosystem for their operation and supply chain. At the same time, the way that businesses operate and obtain those supplies affect whether the ecosystem will stay healthy. Knowing what the threats are and how they work can help us identify way forward for new business practices that ensure sustainability. For example, the overexploitation of land and waters, unsustainable activities such as logging, farming, and fishing, climate change with other temperatures, warmer oceans, and increased pollution of air, soil, water, to name a few. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from recognizing the role of financial support in conserving biodiversity, enhancing global partnerships is also of great importance in order to find innovative and collaborative ways to conserve and restore biodiversity. TICA has played a significant role in advancing global partnership through international development cooperation between Thailand and other countries, as well as in promoting the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our development policy seeks to enhance global partnership for business and biodiversity by fostering security in 4 areas, namely food security, job security, health security, and energy and environmental security. These 4 security aspects are viewed as interconnected and interdependent into our pursuit of more balanced, inclusive, and sustainable development. These aspects are also complexly linked to the preservation of biodiversity, as it is crucial for ensuring food, job, health, and energy and environment security. Through TICA's policy of connecting Thailand to the world and connecting the world to Thailand, TICA serves as a bridge in sharing Thailand's unique knowledge, experience, and know-how with the global community, aiming at narrowing development gaps, while also bringing the world's expertise, transfer technology, and innovative solutions to enhance Thailand's capacity to foster the biodiversity-friendly and sustainable economy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to echo Dr. Sanit's one of Thailand's successful journeys towards sustainable development and environmental conservation, the Sufficiency Economics Philosophy, or SEP, our homegrown development approach. With its emphasis on moderation, self-reliance, and resilience, SEP advocates for responsible and balanced use of natural resources to minimize the impact on biodiversity, while also ensuring the long-term health and resilience of ecosystems. In addition, our biocircular green economy model also encourages the sustainable use and management of biological resources and promote the adoption of green technologies and innovation to optimize available resources while minimizing waste to reduce impact on the environment. Since 2015, TICA has implemented development projects based on the application of the SEP, or SEP for SDGs in 17 developing countries in Asia, Africa, and South Pacific. In 2018, TICA's project on establishment of the Learning Center for the Development of Sustainable Agriculture based on the application of the Sufficiency Economy Philosophy project at the Dong Kam Chang Agricultural Technical College in Vientiane, Laos, PDR, was selected by the United Nations Office of the South-South Cooperation, or UNOS, as a good example of Thailand Development Cooperation project, and the lessons learned were published in the Journal of Good Practices in South-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development. Other highlight of our collective efforts to further promote food, job, and energy include bilateral cooperation project on promoting climate resilience in farming communities in Cambodia, the joint research project of fish breeding in indigenous species in Laos PDR, and the artificial reef building project in Vietnam, as well as the Thai Rice, a nationally appropriate mitigation action project in Thailand. We also encourage our youth in having a role in international cooperation under the Friends from Thailand. We dispatch our Thai volunteers to work in overseas in many sectors, in, for example, agriculture, rural development, and tourism, also community development. We also offer postgraduate and training scholarship for participants from development countries, as human development is a key to the sustainability. Our areas of focus includes SEP, sustainable agriculture, climate change, and environmental issues. Ladies and gentlemen, TICA stands ready to enhance the role of international development cooperation in advancing global partnerships, to collaborate with the potential partner, youth, and organizations, as well as stakeholders in public, private, and academic sector, to accelerate action and collaboration at scale, to implement joint recommendations to create better business in the way to address our common challenges and to achieve our common goal of sustainability. As we embark on this journey, let's nurture our collaborative efforts to drive the success of this forum, and will contribute to the achievements of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and its vision of living in harmony with nature. Thank you very much.
ขอบพระคุณมากค่ะ ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะ ในส่วนของเรื่องนี้นะคะมีประเด็นหลากหลายที่น่าสนใจนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นการร่วมมือระหว่างประเทศทั้งในระดับของบริษัทเครือข่ายเอกชนนะคะหรือการให้การสนับสนุนกับกลุ่มเยาวชนคนรุ่นใหม่นะคะที่จะทำให้ได้เรียนรู้เกี่ยวกับเรื่องความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพผ่านการให้ทุนหรือว่าการเรียนรู้จากบทเรียนต่างๆจากประเทศไทยแชร์ให้กับประเทศเพื่อนบ้านนะคะซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยก็เป็นประเด็นที่น่าสนใจที่ว่าเราจะมาเรียนรู้ด้วยกันว่าไทก้าเนี่ยทำความร่วมมือเหล่านี้เพื่อทำให้เกิดการใช้ประโยชน์ถึงความยั่งยืนของการบริการจากระบบนิเวศและสิ่งที่เราจะได้รับในระยะยาวในการใช้ประโยชน์และ less impact ในการใช้นะคะขอเสียงปรบมืออีกครั้งหนึ่งให้กับคุณอรุณีโฮมส์ค่ะในเวลานี้นะคะดิฉันเชื่อว่าทุกท่านได้ฟังมาหลากหลายประเด็นแล้วนะคะและต้องการเวลาที่จะย่อยข้อมูลสักนิดนึงนะคะเราจะมีการพักเบรกกันในประมาณ10นาทีค่ะตอนนี้อาหารว่างนะคะและกาแฟรอท่านอยู่นะคะ so now we would like to take a break for 10 minutes please and please come back to the room on time we can make sure like we can start on time and finish on time as well thank you so muchและอยากขอย้ำอีกนิดนึงนะคะเนื่องจากว่าในห้องประชุมนี้ไม่สามารถนำอาหารและเครื่องดื่มเข้ามาได้นะคะดังนั้นขอรบกวนทุกท่านรับประทานอาหารและเครื่องดื่มข้างนอกนะคะแล้วก็เมื่อเสร็จแล้วถึงกลับเข้ามาค่ะ so ladies and gentlemen I would like to ask you a favor please don't bring any food or drink come back to this auditorium room and so you can enjoy food and drink and more chit chat outside the room thank you so much see you in 10 minutes เป็นยังไงกันบ้างคะทานกาแฟแล้วรู้สึกสดชื่นกันขึ้นบ้างไหมคะถ้าใครเข้ามาในห้องนี้แล้วนะคะได้ยินเสียงมีมช่วยยกไม้ยกมือทำให้ตัวเองรู้สึกสดชื่นขึ้นนิดนึงนะคะยังเข้าใจนะคะว่าเซกชันวันนี้มันยาวนะคะและเนื้อหามันแน่นมากนะคะแล้วก็มีคำศัพท์ใหม่ๆเยอะมากนะคะแต่ว่าเราจะเรียนรู้ไปด้วยกันเพราะนี่คือครั้งแรกนะคะและประเทศไทยเราก็เป็นลีดเดอร์ในเรื่องนี้นะคะมิมคิดว่ามันเป็นความหนึ่งในความน่าภาคภูมิใจที่ทำให้เกิดกิจกรรมในวันนี้ขึ้นค่ะนี่เป็นอีกหนึ่งครั้งนะคะที่มิมได้เห็นภาคเอกชน NGO และภาครัฐได้เข้ามาอยู่ในห้องประชุมร่วมกันและวางแผนนโยบายต่อไปในอนาคตด้วยกันนะคะนี่คือกลไกที่จะเกิดขึ้นเป็นแค่เพียงครั้งแรกเท่านั้นแต่แน่นอนว่าจะยังมีครั้งต่อๆไปค่ะ So ladies and gentlemen, once you're ready, please come back to the auditory room, please. I know it's going to be a long day and have too many new terms, but I'm sure like we will learn more and explore together. I can say this is such a grateful situation that I saw more NGOs, government sectors and the private section around in the same room together. We sure this is not just the first time we continue develop this kind of the mechanism together. That's why today we are more focused on the finance for biodiversity. ย้ำอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะเพื่อแน่ใจเพราะว่าอาจจะมีห้องประชุมหลายห้องนะคะบางท่านอาจจะเผลอเข้ามานะคะห้องประชุมนี้นะคะเป็นเวทีสัมมนาเวทีการเงินเพื่อความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพในประเทศไทยค่ะถ้าพร้อมแล้วขอเชิญนั่งได้เลยนะคะย้ำอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะมิมขอโทษที่ต้องย้ำเรื่องนี้นะคะห้องนี้ไม่สามารถนำอาหารและเครื่องดื่มเข้ามาได้นะคะหากท่านมีอาหารและเครื่องดื่มในมือขออนุญาตเอากลับออกไปไว้ข้างนอกนะคะ In the same way นะคะถ้าเกิดเป็นขวดน้ำและปิดฝาไว้ไม่เป็นไรค่ะค่ะขวดน้ำได้ค่ะ So ladies and gentlemen I just So sorry that I keep repeat this too many times because the rule and the regulation for this room is like it's prohibited for the food and drink. But anyway, if you have some water bottle, you also can bring it if you cover it well. And for the coffee cup and some snack, please try to finish before you join us. Thank you.ขอต้อนรับเข้าสู่ในช่วงหลังเบรกเช้าอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะตอนนี้ค่ะในส่วนช่วงที่3นะคะเป็นเกี่ยวกับประเด็นเรื่องโอกาสและความเสี่ยงจากธรรมชาติผลกระทบที่ภาคธุรกิจไม่ควรมองข้ามนะคะหรือในประเด็นที่เรากำลังจะพูดเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของ nature risk and opportunity for economy นะคะ so ในส่วนนี้นะคะดิฉันก็มีผู้ดำเนินรายการพิเศษนะคะก็คือคุณแมทธิลดานะคะโบลอง I would like to invite Miss Matilda on the stage, please. Please give her a big hand. Thank you so much. Moreover, I also have a few guests to join us. I will start from one by one, please. เริ่มต้นนะคะจากคุณจิรวัฒน์ รัตติสุนทรนะคะรองเลขาธิการสำนักงานนโยบายแผนทรัพยากรธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมค่ะขอเสียงปรบมืออีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะวันนี้ขอรบกวนท่านหลายรอบนิดนึงนะคะ ลำดับถัดไปนะคะดิฉันขอเรียนเชิญคุณคามิล มาแคร์นะคะผู้แทนประจำภูมิภาคเอเชียแปซิฟิกธนาคารแห่งฝรั่งเศสค่ะ Now I would like to invite Miss Camille Macquer on the stage please Give her the big hand as well และสุดท้ายนะคะจริงๆยังมีผู้ร่วมอีกท่านหนึ่งแต่จะเข้าผ่านทางออนไลน์นะคะคุณเอมิลี่ แมคเคนซี่นะคะผู้อำนวยการฝ่ายเทคนิคนะคะจาก Task Force on Nature Related Financial Disclosure Give her a big hand even he's not here but he still join the Zoom online Yay Alright now all the stage is yours Thank you so much
Thank you very much. It's working perfectly. Thank you. I will be your moderator for this first panel session in the morning. We will have to catch up a little bit with time because I believe we are 45 minutes late, which will be a challenge knowing that we have 3 panelists to manage this session. As I was introduced earlier, I'm Mathilde Borlorence, heading the Climate and Nature team of the French Development Agency. Lot this morning, and the keynote speakers were very clear and vibrant into their call to be able to come out of this session today and come out outside of the world and speak with the business communities and the investment community on how to have a common language and how to invest together on biodiversity. We do believe to allow this we need public policies and we need also regulations, and therefore it's very important to have this session today, starting with the Thai perspective, which will be developed by my first speaker, Mr. Jiravat Ratizunthorn, who already presented a first speak this morning. Mr. Jiravat has a long experience of high-level responsibilities in natural resources, environment and water resources. Camille Macquer will then take the floor as a representative for Asia Pacific at the Banque de France regional office in Singapore. We worked with Camille Macquer on a study about the dependencies of the French system on the economic dependency on the French system to the biodiversity topic, and she will elaborate on that. And online, virtually due to the time lag, Emily Mackenzie will present what's happening in the International Forum, the common language that was requested earlier today through the TNFD initiative. So we'll have these 3 interventions, and then we'll go for a Q&A session, hoping that we will still have a little bit of time for the panelists and with the room if there are burning questions that you may want to ask. Mr. Jiravat, I leave you the floor, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the first time. This is the second time that I'm here. Yeah. Today, I would like to tell you that it's supposed to be in Thai in order to communicate with the guys who have been here. So I'm so sorry about that we're going to be in Thai language. But anyway, we should have another translation system, and please join us with the translation system. Okay. ก็ต้องกราบขอประทานโทษด้วยนะครับว่าวันนี้จริงๆอยากจะสื่อสารด้วยภาษาอังกฤษเหมือนกันแต่ด้วยความที่ภาษาอังกฤษอาจจะไม่ดีพอทำให้สื่อสารเป็นภาษาไทยง่ายกว่านะครับขออนุญาตสไลด์มาด้วยครับผมขออนุญาตว่าเนื่องจากเวลาจำกัดจริงๆแล้วก็ต้องขอโทษในฐานะของสภ.เองนะครับที่ไม่สามารถจะสื่อสารให้เกิดความชัดเจนได้ดูจากช่วงเช้าเนาะที่ทางหลายๆท่านนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นภาคเอกชนหรือ Global Compact เองก็ตามที่ยังงงๆกับทิศทางของการทำงานว่าจะแก้ไขปัญหาความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพอย่างไรจะพยายามสื่อสารให้ได้ให้จบภายในเวลาที่กำหนดประมาณ 10 นาทีหรือ 15 นาทีผมไม่แน่ใจนะครับผมก็กราบเรียนว่า4เรื่องที่อยากจะเรียนพี่ๆทุกท่านใน4มิติเรื่องแรกก็คือในเรื่องของนโยบายแล้วก็กฎหมายนี่จะเป็นมิติแรกก่อนเรื่องที่2ที่อยากจะสื่อสารก็คือในเรื่องของ technical support แล้วก็จะเข้าสู่เรื่องที่3ก็คือในเรื่องของ financial support ซึ่งจะสื่อสารตรงกับทาง AFD แล้วก็สุดท้ายก็คือสิ่งที่เราคาดหวังว่าเราจะได้อะไรจากพี่ๆจะคุยกัน4เรื่องนี้เพื่อให้เกิดความชัดเจนมากขึ้นครับคือขอบเองเนี่ยขอบ CBD เองก็มีเวลาของเขาที่ยาวนานมาพอสมควรนะครับคุยประชุมกันมาแล้วประมาณ15 ครั้งแต่จะต่างกับขอบ CC ตรงที่ว่า CC ประชุมทุกปีแต่ขอบ CBD เนี่ยจะประชุมปีเว้นปีเพราะฉะนั้นก็เมื่อนับจำนวนแล้วมันก็จะใกล้ๆเคียงกันนะครับ CBD จะประชุมปีเว้นปีนะครับผมกลับเรียนในมิติแรกก่อนก็คือว่าPowerPoint เดี๋ยวขอเวลานิดเดียวนะครับมันค่อนข้างจะดีเลย์นิดหนึ่งนะครับคือขอบที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยคือขอบที่แคนาดาขอบ15ที่มันจะแบ่งเป็น2เซสชันเพราะว่าติดในส่วนของโควิดที่เขาเรียกว่าคุณหมิงมอนทรีออลนะครับมีที่ประชุมที่คุณหมิงแล้วก็ไปประชุมที่มอนทรีออลนะครับแล้วเราก็ได้รับมติมาว่าการแก้ไขปัญหาความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพเนี่ยจะเดินยังไงนะครับก็มีการประชุมกันนะครับมีสายสิ่งที่เราจะต้องเดินต่อกันเรื่องนี้เองทางสผ.เราได้นำเรียนทางคณะรัฐมนตรีผ่านทางคณะกรรมการความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพแห่งชาตินะครับครม.รับรู้รับทราบเสร็จเรียบร้อยแล้วเราก็มีการดีบรีฟไปเมื่อประมาณกลางปีที่แล้วหลายๆท่านในที่นี้อาจจะได้รับรู้รับทราบเพราะฉะนั้นในมิติแรกมิติในเรื่องของ policy มิติในเรื่องของทิศทางเนี่ยมันก็มีความชัดเจนอยู่มากเป็นอย่างยิ่งแล้วว่าประเทศไทยเรามีส่วนเรามีหน้าที่ที่จะต้องเดินต่อในเรื่องของความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพอันนี้เป็นมิติแรกว่าเราทำอะไรภายใต้กรอบของครม.เราทำอะไรภายใต้รูปแบบที่เขากำหนดขอสไลด์ครับกลับไปอีกสัก2 สไลด์ได้ไหมครับมาถึงสิ่งที่เรารับมาก่อนเป้าแรกให้ง่ายต่อความเข้าใจให้ง่ายต่อการจดจำคือมันก็จะเหมือน climate change นะครับที่จะเป็น carbon neutral ในปี 2050 เป็น net zero ในปี 2065 CBD ก็เช่นกันครับ 2050 เราจะเป็น nature positive ก็หมายความว่าธรรมชาติที่อยู่รอบตัวเราเนี่ยมันจะต้องเป็นบวกนะครับแต่จริงๆมันมีคอนเซปต์ที่มันยาวกว่านี้คือ living in harmony with nature แต่เขาย่อให้สั้นลงเพื่อให้ทุกท่านจำได้ก่อนว่าในปี 2050 ทั้งโลกใบนี้เขาอยากจะให้เป็น nature positive มีอยู่4เรื่องที่เราจะต้องไปให้ได้ go A go B go C and go D ทั้ง4 go เนี่ยมันคือการที่จะไปสู่การทำให้ nature เป็น positive ได้อย่างไรผมไม่ลงรายละเอียดครับผมคิดว่าทุกท่านน่าจะทราบอยู่แล้วแต่ก่อนจะไปถึง 2050 ครับมันมีประเด็นที่จะต้องไปต่อในอีก23เรื่องขอสไลด์ไปอีกครับไปอีกครับไปอีกครับในปี 2030 เขาให้เราจะต้องบรรลุตรงนี้ให้ได้ก่อนที่จะไปถึง 2050 2030 เนี่ย global target เนี่ยถูก assign มาเรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับถูก decode มาเรียบร้อยแล้วว่าสิ่งที่เราจะทำอะไรใน23เป้าเนี่ยมันจะตอบ2เรื่องที่ผมกราบเรียนตอนต้นก็คือในเรื่องของ technical support กับ financial support ทั้งหมดจะอยู่ใน23เป้าหมายตัวนี้ครับสไลด์ครับผมก็พยายามกับทีมงานของผมสร้างแดชบอร์ดขึ้นมา1ชุดถ้านับดูจะเป็น23 target พยายามจะถอดออกมาให้แต่ละ target มันสั้นแล้วก็สื่อสารได้ตรง เริ่มจากชุดแรกครับการลดเขาเรียกลดภัยคุกคามจะเห็นเป็นสีน้ำตาลส่วนที่2นะครับถอดออกมามี5ตัวก็จะเป็นในเรื่องของ sustainable use กับ benefit sharing เห็นไหมครับว่ามันจะมีทั้งเทคนิคแล้วก็มีทั้ง finance คู่ขนานกันไปแล้วก็สุดท้ายเป็นกระบวนการที่เรียกว่าวิธีการที่จะนำไปสู่เป้าหมายตาม23โค้ดนี้ตรงนี้ก็เช่นกันครับจะมีในส่วนของรายละเอียดของ financial mechanism ไม่ว่าจะเป็นระดับ local หรือเป็น advance คือสิ่งที่เราพยายามจะทำให้ได้ถามว่าดูแค่นี้ผมว่าพี่ๆทุกท่านก็คงยังงงๆสงสัยผมดูจากพี่นิรันดร์นั่งอมยิ้มครับตรงนี้คือสิ่งที่เราสงสัยอยู่ว่าเราจะเดินอย่างไรเราก็ไปนั่งถอดมาว่าอะไรคือ key driver สไลด์ถัดไปครับเราพยายามสร้างแดชบอร์ดโดยล้อกับ SDG ขึ้นมาวิธีการดูสีสันเหลืองแดงส้มเขียวอันนี้คือสิ่งที่เป็นข้อห่วงใยรวมถึงทิศทางในอนาคตผมจะยกตัวอย่างให้ท่านเห็นง่ายๆนะครับในเรื่องของสิ่งที่เรากำลังจะทำอันนี้คือ Key Driver เป็น Draft Key Driver จะสอบโจทย์ที่ทาง Global Compact ถามว่าเราที่อยู่ในห้องนี้จะทำอย่างไรผมยกตัวอย่างง่ายๆไปที่เป้า3นะครับเป้า3ต้องการให้เกิดอะไรขึ้นขอกลับไปครับเดี๋ยวจะสไลด์กลับไปกลับมาครับเป้าที่3ก่อนจะไปถึงนี้ผมให้ท่านดูก่อนดอกจันท่านเห็นดอกจันที่อยู่ข้างๆแต่ละเป้าไหมครับอันนี้คือสิ่งที่เราคิดว่าประเทศไทยยังขาดอยู่นะครับไปดูเป้าที่30 by 30 green and blue protected area หมายความว่าอะไรครับเขาบอกให้ประเทศไทยจะต้องมีควรจะต้องมีดีกว่าผมใช้ควรจะต้องมีพื้นที่ที่เป็นพื้นที่ที่เป็นอนุรักษ์ทั้งบนบกและในทะเล30%ประเทศไทยมีพื้นที่อนุรักษ์แล้วที่อยู่ที่กรมอุทยานกรมป่าไม้เนี่ยพอสมควรมีโอกาสที่จะไปเข้าเป้าได้เบื้องต้นเข้าใจว่าน่าจะประมาณสัก24%ของ24% ของพื้นที่นะครับเป็นพื้นที่ที่เป็นอนุรักษ์แล้วเรายังขาดอีกประมาณ 6% ที่เป็นอยู่บนบกแต่ปัญหาของเราวันนี้พี่สุมนาตั้งอยู่ตรงนี้ด้วยพื้นที่ที่เป็นปัญหาของเราคือพื้นที่ที่เป็นบลูหรือ 30% ในทะเลที่เราจะต้องไปถึงคนนี้เข้าใจว่าน่าจะเป็น9ใช่ไหมมีประมาณ9เราต้องหาให้ได้อีก21ตรงนี้เองเนี่ยพอมาถึงเป้าที่3เนี่ยเราก็จะต้องไปสร้างกลไกตัวหนึ่งขึ้นมาว่าจะมีพื้นที่ที่อยู่ในความดูแลของภาคเอกชนเป็นพื้นที่ที่อยู่ในความดูแลของทุกท่านเนี่ยถ้าท่านมีพื้นที่อยู่จะไปปรับปรุงขอสไลด์ไปอีกหน้าครับจะมีพื้นที่อะไรที่จะมาเสริมในการนับจำนวนเพื่อให้ได้ตามเป้าไหมตรงนี้ครับสผ.กำลังทำงานร่วมกับทาง IUCN 4 minutes แล้วเหลืออีก4 นาทีเดี๋ยวก็เลยยังไม่รู้เรื่องกันคือเราพยายามจะสร้างกลไกตัวหนึ่งขึ้นมาให้สามารถใช้เป็น area เหล่านี้ได้อันนี้เป็นตัวที่อยากจะสื่อสารว่าเรามีแนวทางให้ท่านแล้วทีนี้กระโดดเข้ามาสู่ในส่วนของ Fin for Bio มันมีคีย์เวิร์ดอยู่ 2-3 ตัวครับคือการเรียกว่า benefit sharing เพราะเราเชื่อว่าถ้าท้องไม่อิ่มกลไกด้านสิ่งแวดล้อมไม่เกิดเราจะทำยังไงในขณะที่ภาครัฐเองก็มีงบประมาณที่จำกัดเราจะไปขอเงินมาจากภาครัฐมาทำงานตรงนี้เลยก็คงลำบากเราก็เลยพูดคุยกับทางสถานทูตฝรั่งเศสเราพูดคุยกับทาง World Bank เราพูดคุยกับ ADB มันจะมีการทำงานใน2 ลักษณะครับตัวแรกก็คือเป็นการ local and co-benefit sharing ข้อ 18ทำยังไงเราเคยคุยกับทางเบลฟินเขาว่าเราไปสร้างเทศบัญญัติขึ้นมา1 ตัวอันนี้แทบจะไม่ได้ลงทุนอะไรไปศึกษาแล้วให้เกาะเต่าไปใช้เทศบัญญัตินี้ในการเก็บตังค์เป็นคล้ายๆค่าเหยียบแผ่นดินแต่เป็นค่าธรรมเนียมในการที่จะเอาเงินตัวนี้ไปสร้างเป็นงบประมาณเพื่อใช้แก้ปัญหาความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพในระดับพื้นที่เกาะตรงนี้เป็นระดับท้องถิ่นนะครับมีการแบ่งปันผลประโยชน์ไปซึ่งมันไม่ได้ใช้เงินอะไรมากมายเป็นการพูดคุยกันระหว่างภาครัฐ ให้ภาครัฐด้วยกันเนี่ยไปขอความร่วมมือขอเก็บสตางค์กับท่านนักท่องเที่ยวที่ไปเที่ยวตรงนี้เป็นตัวอย่างหนึ่งซึ่งเราพยายามจะขยายผลซึ่งตัวนี้เป็นการแบ่งปันผลประโยชน์ร่วมกันท่านไปเที่ยวท่านได้เสพความสุขจากการเที่ยวธรรมชาติแต่ท่านก็ต้องจ่ายคืนธรรมชาติด้วยเพื่อจะให้เราเอาเงินตัวนี้ไปในการพัฒนาพื้นที่เกาะโดยไม่ใช้งบประมาณของภาครัฐอันนี้เป็นข้อ18ซึ่งเรากำลังทำกันอยู่ก็จะเป็นกลไกหนึ่งในเรื่องของกลไกทางด้านการเงินแถมอีกนิดครับข้อ19ครับถ้าท่านดูในมุมซ้ายล่างข้อ19ที่เขาเรียกว่าเป็น advanced financial mechanism นะครับตรงนี้เองเราได้พูดคุยกับหลายๆภาคส่วนไม่ว่าจะเป็น ADB ไม่ว่าจะเป็น World Bank เรากำลังจะสร้าง Bio Bond ขึ้นมา Bio Bond คืออะไรครับถ้าหากท่านเคยได้ยินเรื่องของ Rhino Bond เรากำลังสร้าง Tiger Bond เรากำลังสร้าง Biodiversity Bond ขึ้นมาเพื่อที่จะเอาตัวนี้ไปเสนอขายให้กับต่างชาติหรือแม้แต่บริษัทที่เป็น Big Name มาลงทุนแต่เงินต้นทุนท่านจะไม่หายไปนะครับเราจะใช้แต่ผลกำไรของท่านมาทำงานและท่านเมื่อถึงเวลาท่านก็ได้รับเงินต้นคืนกลับไปโดยใช้เฉพาะดอกเบี้ยภายใต้เงื่อนไขที่ว่าถ้าเกิดเป็นไทเกอร์บอนด์เนี่ยถ้าหากมีเสือเพิ่มขึ้นเราถึงจะได้เงินตัวนั้นกลับมาอันนี้เป็น Advance ที่เป็น Advance Finance ที่เราคิดว่ามันน่าจะทำได้โดยไม่กระทบกับการใช้งบประมาณแต่ทั้งนี้ทั้งนั้นเองมันก็ต้องย้อนกลับไปดูข้อ15อีกเช่นกันก่อนที่จะไปถึงขั้นนั้นเราต้องเตรียมการในรายละเอียดของ taxonomy เราต้องเตรียมการในรายละเอียดของรูปแบบของบอนด์ที่เราจะออกอันนี้เป็นเพียงตัวอย่างสั้นๆเป็นตัวอย่างที่ง่ายๆเพื่อจะสื่อสารไปถึงทุกท่านว่าเรากำลังเตรียมการไว้ให้ท่านมันมีรายละเอียดค่อนข้างมากตรงนี้เองต่างหากที่ผมอยากจะสื่อสารเพื่อแก้ไขปัญหาที่ว่าภาคเอกชนเองหรือหลายๆภาคส่วนเองไม่รู้ว่าจะทำยังไงกับความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพผมอยากจะใช้เวทีนี้ในการที่จะสื่อสารไปถึงพี่ๆทุกท่านว่ากลไกการทำงานที่ท่านจะทำงานร่วมกับภาครัฐหรือว่าภาคเอกชนหรือแม้แต่ global network complex ก็ตามหรือแม้แต่ biofin ก็ตามเรามีกลไกพวกนี้รองรับการทำงานของท่านอยู่แล้วแต่ด้วยข้อจำกัดของเวลาด้วยข้อจำกัดของอะไรเนี้ยตรงนี้เองต่างหากที่เป็นเจตนาที่เราวันนี้เราได้ประกาศเจตนารมณ์แต่เราก็มีการทำงานร่วมกันในรายละเอียดตรงนี้ค่อยมาคุยกันอีกทีนึงผมคิดว่าผมใช้เวลาไปพอสมควรแล้วก็ต้องกราบขอประทานโทษด้วยนะครับในสิ่งที่เราพยายามทำแต่ว่าอย่างที่เรียนถ้าหากท่านอยากทราบรายละเอียดเรามาลงรายละเอียดด้วยกันแต่มันอาจจะต้องใช้เวลามากกว่านี้ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very clear. I think it's indeed very important to start with this strong assessment to be able to develop the NBSAP and therefore the public policies and enhance the capacities of the private financial sector to step in. And we see already how you're looking into how to attract additional sources of finance through the tourism industry and also implement this with the finance place through the taxonomy and the bonds. In France also we've done an assessment through this Silent Spring study. I will leave Camille to introduce this work. It's really very important to be conscious that biodiversity is a systemic topic, a systemic risk for all our economies, maybe even more than climate change. And this is not so well known, and this study is very clear in showing this.
Okay, thank you very much for having me and for this very insightful and useful meeting. So yes, I will take the aspect from a central banker perspective and also regulator to the financial system. So I guess there are some slides maybe into it. Yeah, and also thank you. So a little bit delay. Yeah. Okay. So this is just one aspect to it, but we really wanted at the Banque de France, and also a lot of central banks are engaging in this direction, to highlight the fact that indeed, exactly as climate change, biodiversity losses could bring new risks to the economy, to price stability, and to financial stability. So that is why, I mean, we are here. That is why we have been working very extensively on this topic. It is not a pure central bank topic or regulation topic, as all of you know here. It's in relation to other, institutions and governments, of course. But we are taking the part of trying to assess the risks that are linked to biodiversity. So why central banks? That's exactly like we have to act because our mandate is price stability, financial stability, and this is going to impact this aspect. So that's the first, thing. We have to act. And then, obviously, there is the difficulty to measure those risks, to measure all that's linked to biodiversity loss or the changes in biodiversity, but we tried to give it a go with a study. So we have an extensive team of researchers at the Banque de France working on that. And we, researchers at the Banque de France, together with researchers from the AFD, have worked on this paper called A Silent Spring for the Financial System, exploring biodiversity-related financial risks in France. So the general idea is to try to understand how much of risks that is linked to biodiversity is embedded into the portfolios of financial assets of financial institutions. And we do it for France. So that's just a case study, but can show how, what kind of methodology we can work on to go on with this kind of estimates. So, yeah, I guess this kind of delayed. So this is just, the previous image is like how much of risks can be induced by biodiversity losses or changes. And there are two main risks. Obviously, that's the physical risk, like how it will impact directly your business, or transition risk, what's going to happen to you if you have to change your business model. And these two risks, with a series of, cascading impacts, have an impact on financial stability as we see it, and it's difficult to assess how much. So in terms of liquidity risk, credit risk, if you lend to a firm and this firm is impacted by biodiversity loss, then it cannot maybe pay back the debt, and it impacts you as a financial institution. So that's really how we want to work on it. So what this paper does is been published in 2021, and it tries to assess the exposure of those non-financial corporations that have been issuing the financial assets that are now held by French financial institutions. So their exposure to biodiversity, and they do it by two things: trying to understand the dependency, so to assess the physical risk, and the impacts to assess the transition risks. So for the dependency part, they use a database that's been used by other central banks before and after the Banque de France. It's called the Anchor database, which actually categorizes the dependency of each sector of the economy to ecosystem services. So there's a list of 21 ecosystem services with provisioning services like water, timber, also regulating services like preventing floods, preventing climate change, and also cultural services such as helping for tourism, for example. And they say how much of these firms are dependent towards these ecosystem services. And for impacts, the paper and the authors use a database that's been developed by a French institution called CDC Biodiversity, together with Carbon for Finance, trying to understand, and that's very difficult, but that's the first step, how much each firm impacts biodiversity, and the metric used is the mean species abundancy, to say how much this firm has destroyed in terms of biodiversity. Well, that's one metric, but it's a way to look at it. So physical risks, transition risks. And the general result they found is that 42% of the value of the securities held by the whole French financial institutions are highly or very highly dependent on at least one ecosystem service. It is just a metric, but it allows us first to understand that it is big, try to build on previous methodologies, just try to go in for it and gradually build our knowledge and know-how on that. And in terms of impact, they show that the issuing firms for which financial assets are held by financial institutions in France is equivalent to the destruction, so to say, of biodiversity that would be equal to something like 1/4 of the French territory. They also do dynamic approach, and they say each year it's 1% more. So obviously this is just one piece of the puzzle, and some other types of risks are not very much discussed or assessed in this paper, and that's avenue for further research. Mainly, well, how high is the probability for shock? So this is still a work in progress, and how much the firms can adapt, or how much they are vulnerable to these shocks. And there's a third risk that was highlighted in the video, that's the reputational risk. That's also not included in the study. So obviously that's one of the approach. There has been other central banks going into that direction. Just a few words on what the Banque de France is doing in terms of biodiversity issues. So Banque de France is holding the Secretariat for the Network for Greening the Financial System that comprises of 136 members. So it's also a way to make regulators and central banks come together and discuss. There are several work streams. One of the work streams is linked to biodiversity and nature, with scenarios, working papers, etc. So I really suggest to check on these publications because they are very insightful and also kind of pioneering. And we also do like corporate development, like at the corporate level. We also have regulatory and supervisory activities that's linked also to the European supervisory framework. And we started a reporting strategy in our responsible investment report that actually uses this methodology that has been developed in the paper to show our impact. That's the impact side, but our impact on biodiversity. And we also try to tilt gradually our investment portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camille. Building up a common language, I think doing this first type of assessment is critical. 42% is indeed a huge figure. A quarter of France being destroyed is a very, way too impressive figure, unfortunately. We'll hear from our last speaker, virtual speaker, Emily Mackenzie, the technical director of the TNFD, which stands for the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. She has worked for 20 years integrating nature in policy, finance, economics and decision-making, and this work is really instrumental in making sure that we all do and work with the same type of standard around the world.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to speak with you today with participants at the Finance for Biodiversity Forum in Thailand. I'm disappointed not to be able to be joining you in person. I hope you're having an excellent meeting, and I'm delighted to join you virtually to share an update on the work of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, which is known as the TNFD. The TNFD launched in 2021. It's a global initiative led by the market, based in leading science and supported by governments. The TNFD has developed a set of disclosure recommendations and accompanying guidance to help organizations assess, report and manage their nature-related dependencies and impacts, so how they depend and impact on nature, and the risks and opportunities that that presents to them as organizations. These recommendations and guidance can be used by corporates across all sectors and by financial institutions, including banks, asset owners and asset managers, insurance companies, and organizations can then use TNFD's recommendations to understand how they depend and impact on nature, the risks and opportunities, and then to manage them. This slide shows who's involved with the task force. So at the center sit 40 members of these companies. They're a mix of corporates and financial institutions from around the world. And they're supported by now over 1,400 members of the TNFD Forum who help and support them in their work. And when I finish, I will let you know how you could also become members of the TNFD Forum. We also have a set of 20 knowledge partners. These are science organizations and standards bodies who help the task force in their work. So at the heart of what TNFD launched back in September last year is a set of recommendations for disclosure. That's what's sitting at the top of this pyramid. There are 14 recommended disclosures, and I'll show those in a moment. The TNFD has also developed a set of additional guidance that covers a range of topics, including how to get started, how to begin when adopting these recommendations, how you can identify and assess your nature-related issues, then guidance on topics like target setting, engagement with stakeholders, and scenario analysis. We also have guidance that we're developing by sector and by biome, so the type of ecosystem, things like forests, on land, or rivers and streams, in fresh water, or in the ocean. So as I mentioned, at the heart of what TNFD has produced is a set of disclosure recommendations. They should feel familiar to any of you who know the climate equivalent, the TCFD's recommendations. The task force decided to follow the same structure, the same language, and the approach to make it easy to build from existing practice for TCFD and to encourage integrated reporting because climate and nature are so connected. So you can see here the 14 recommended disclosures. I know you won't be able to see the detail, but you'll see they're organized around the same 4 pillars of governance, strategy, risk and impact management, and metrics and targets. All 11 of TCFD's disclosures were carried over. Those are the ones highlighted in yellow. And 3 new disclosures were added on areas that are important for nature. And that's engagement with Indigenous peoples, local communities, and stakeholders, the identification of location, where things are happening, including where those locations might be sensitive, and processes for managing not only your direct operations, but also your value chains upstream and downstream. Not only have we developed the recommended disclosures, but also accompanying guidance. One of the most central pieces of this is the LEAP approach, which is guidance for how you can assess nature-related issues. It's called LEAP. This is based on these L, E, A, and P, the 4 phases. Helps you to locate an organization's interface with nature, evaluate your dependencies and impacts, assess your risks and opportunities, and then prepare to respond and manage those and report on them. This is suggested guidance. It's not required to report against TNFD's recommendations, but we've tried to make it as easy as possible with a kind of reference manual that an internal team can use to go through this credibly. It's been based on pilot testing by 240 organizations across many parts of the world. So we include practical tips from those examples, links to tools and data sets which make it easy to apply. We've also developed guidance on how to get started with TNFD. This includes practical steps, considerations from what we've learned from pilots. It's been developed with input from a range of different business and finance organizations. So you'll see here there are a set of practical steps you can take, how you can start with what you've already got, for example, from your climate assessments and reporting, how you can make the business case internally and gain buy-in from your board and management, and so on. So this is a great place to begin your reading. So I'll conclude just to let you know about the momentum. We're delighted to announce in January that 320 organisations from 46 countries have committed to be among the early adopters, to start making nature-related disclosures based on the recommendations. So it's a really strong group from a range of corporates and financial institutions and a few others, and they'll start to make these disclosures as part of their financial year 2024-2025 corporate reporting. We'll also now, you can already via our website still register your interest to make nature-related disclosures via our website, and we'll be updating this on a monthly basis and making another announcement of further adopters of TNFD at COP16 in Colombia later this year. So let me just conclude by how you can get started. If you'd like to get involved, a good place to start is by joining the TNFD Forum. This is a global group aligned and supportive of TNFD's mission and our principles. You can benefit from keeping up to date on our work by receiving a regular newsletter. You can build your capacity and learning by attending regular webinars that we run with experts or those who are doing this in practice. You can contribute to ongoing work that TNFD does. We run surveys, run focus groups, so you can contribute to our work. And of course, you'd then be listed on our website to signal support for our work. So this is free, it's open to anyone, and on the link here, you can register to join the forum. And we're also now just establishing the TNFD's community of practice, which will be an even more focused learning platform with trainings on the LEAP approach, on our disclosure recommendations. We'll keep bringing peer groups to learn from each other about pilot testing and trying to do this in practice. And we're going to set up, like TCFD did, preparer forums, so small groups can share experiences and insights. And again, this is free and open to anyone. You can join using this link. So I think that's the end from me. I'd like to thank you for your attention and inviting me to participate. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us via this address. And thank you. I wish you all the best with your remaining meeting.
We can give her a round of applause, even if virtually. Thank you. Being an early adopter, I can only witness how powerful the LEAP framework is for financial institutions to transform themselves. And early adopter means we will be reporting in 2025 on our 2024 data. So it's not too late, actually. Will many join us in this endeavor, and we'll be pleased to share experience anytime, including with our risk department, working actively on creating the tools that we will need to apply within our processes. I wonder if, I don't think we added delay, but can we still have 5 or 10 minutes question and answer? 5 minutes, okay. So I'll start. I may ask a question to Mr. Djerhavat and then open to the floor. And Camille, if we have time, I'll come back to you. Mr. Djerhavat, can you elaborate a little bit more on your expectations with regard to the financial sectors that you started to refer?
อย่างที่กราบเรียนครับว่าจริงๆแล้วปัญหาของการทำงานเนี่ยมันเป็นเรื่องของการที่สผ.เองไม่สามารถที่จะสื่อสารไปถึงทีมงานของเราได้ตรงนี้เองเดี๋ยวผมก็จะรับว่ารูปแบบหรือกิจกรรมหรือสิ่งที่เราจะทำร่วมกันได้ภายใต้กรอบ23 target เนี่ยคืออะไรอันนี้ฝากท่านผอ.ไปเลยนะว่าเป็นสิ่งที่เราจะต้องสื่อสารไปถึงกับทุกภาคส่วนให้ได้ว่าใน23 target มันจะมี key driver อะไรไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของ technical support ไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการเงินนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการมีส่วนร่วมตรงนี้ต้องสื่อสารไปถึงภาคประชาชนหรือว่าภาค network ที่มาร่วมในการแสดงเจตจำนงในครั้งนี้ให้เขารู้ให้ได้ว่าเราจะต้องทำงานอย่างไรก็ฝากไปครับว่าสิ่งที่เรากำลังทำเหมือนที่อาจารย์สนิทพูดตอนเช้านะครับแล้วก็ตอบโจทย์ของทางเขาเรียกอะไร Global Climate Global Compact Network ที่ถามเราว่าจะให้เขาทำอะไรตรงนี้ต่างหากที่เป็น2โจทย์ที่เราจะต้องตอบคำถามให้ได้แต่ผมรับไปนะครับว่ามีรายละเอียดค่อนข้างมากตรงนี้เราจะไปคุยกันเราจะรับไปทำงานร่วมกันให้เกิดมาเกิดผลก็กลับเรียนตรงนี้ครับขอบคุณครับ
I'm opening the question and answer to the room, to the audience, if there are some questions.
Thank you for very excellent presentation. My name is Supasukam. I represent USAID organization. One question particular for ONEP, but that would be applicable to other country and sector as well. As ONEP responsible for climate change master plan, so what the alignment you see from National Action Plan on biodiversity and economy? Because these plans have to be implemented together in long term. What would be strategy to align and come up with nature positive climate finance? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So in terms of climate change and in terms of biodiversity, they have to go together. If you want to change or you want to combat with the climate change, you have to start with the biodiversity as well. So, they have to go together. As you may know that, as of now, we are working on the 5th National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. Now it's working on that. All in that supposed to be in 4 terms. The first term is about policy, that we have to go on which direction to change the biodiversity laws. This is a point that I do believe that we have been announced already in the COP16 in Kunming, Montreal. The second point is about the technical aspect, technical support. As I told you in the dashboard, we have the nature-based solution, we have the OECM, we have the CITES to control the invasive alien species, we have the biotech for take care on what we're gonna having the benefit sharing between the user and the conservation, the guy who take care on the natural resources. This all have been implemented, formulated in the NVSAP. And the last one that I just discussed with Tang French Embassy, what we're gonna do on the financial mechanism. This is why we have today meeting we have today. This is a way that we try to generate the new method to solve the biodiversity loss. And anyway, the last one is about the participatory. We have to be here. We expect all of your guys in this room to go with us, go with ONEP, go with Mole to create the biodiversity world in the future for our next generation. This one have been formulated in the NVSAP. Thank you very much.
Maybe if I take the opportunity, I'm not a panelist, but I will also try from the international perspective to add up a little bit of vision. It's true that within the various UN conventions, we ask different plans, or we are asked to produce different plans. But at the end of the day, it's one and only one development pathway, economical pathway. So there is indeed some role to be done and some discussions to have, including at the international level, to make sure that there is a convergence on the long-term pathways which are developed, which does not jeopardize the importance of having the NBSAP work, the NDC work at the short term, but the long-term strategy have to embed climate and nature together, that's for sure. And finance will flow, because once the strategy is there, the invest plan can be developed and the finance will follow. Any other questions?
Sorry. Hi, I'm Fiona Stewart from the World Bank. I'm delighted to see ONEP on the stage with finance colleagues. I'm wondering, Mr. Richardson, what you think about the ability to get more data. The TNFD, the NGFS work is all very data hungry. And I think very often you may have more data in the environment sector, but not necessarily getting across to the finance sector. So I'm interested in your views on how we get the data that we need to do these sort of assessments and take them to the next level.
Thank you very much. As I told you, we have just only 10 minutes, right? So a lot of things that you expect that you're going to see it on the floor it should take maybe 2 or 3 days for working with us. But anyway, this is not your fault. This is my fault that I cannot complete it within 10 minutes as available for me. But anyway, let's go back. If you can remember the dashboard that I just shown you over there. Is it possible that in previous sleep state, I just give you the information that I just collected on the presentation first, and then after that, the World Bank, maybe someone, I can't remember the guy who come with me, and then we can have another meeting after this, and we can share our information, and we can share our expect to work together. I'm so sorry that I cannot answer your all question, but anyway, ONEP enjoy and love to share with the World Bank. Thank you very much.
Maybe I can add, so in the research community, it's a huge issue, obviously, because all our papers are based on data. So maybe just one aspect to it is that we don't have good data. It's difficult, and probably it will be difficult for many years, and we still have to act. So that's also part of the strategy sometimes, to act even if you're not like 100% sure of the total picture. And maybe for taxonomies or compatibility with climate and biodiversity at the EU level, we have this do no substantial harm to the other things that are embedded into the taxonomy, and biodiversity is one. So that's one aspect of going into that direction. I think it's very difficult to have taxonomies in the biodiversity, but we are, I think, seeing some work, especially also in the region, trying to make those aspects together.
Thank you very much. I think we have to stop, but the discussion can continue also afterwards during the breaking sessions. Thank you to our panelists in person. Really, it was a very useful discussion, and I hope and I wish the best for the NBSAP and the further development that can happen here in Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you so much all the panelists and also the moderator ขอบคุณอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะสำหรับในหัวข้อนี้ค่ะตอนนี้นะคะยังเป็นหัวข้อสุดท้ายก่อนที่เราจะรับประทานอาหารเที่ยงนะคะซึ่งตรงนี้มีว่าจะทำให้บรรยากาศและภาพในหัวของเราชัดเจนขึ้นเพราะว่าจะเป็นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของเครื่องมือและกรอบการทำงานนะคะสำหรับการเงินเพื่อความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพค่ะซึ่งส่วนในการวงเสวนานี้นะคะดิฉันขอเรียนเชิญคุณสิริพรศรีอารามนะคะเป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการในส่วนนี้ค่ะและเราจะมีพานัลลิสต์อีก3ท่านนะคะขึ้นบนเวทีค่ะ1นะคะคือคุณลอร่าแคนนัสดาคอสตานะคะจากผู้เชี่ยวชาญอาวุโสด้านนโยบายโลกโครงการสิ่งแวดล้อมแห่งสหประชาชาติว่าด้วยข้อริเริ่มด้านการเงินนะคะคนถัดไปนะคะคุณแมทเทโอพาคิโนนะคะผู้เชี่ยวชาญด้าน taxonomy องค์กรการเงินเพื่อการสนับสนุนเพื่อการเปลี่ยนผ่านนะคะหรือ CBI ค่ะและสุดท้ายนะคะคุณนางสาวสุดสวยของเรานะคะคุณนิรันดร์นุชนะคะผู้จัดการโครงการ Biofin Thailand UNDP นะคะขอเรียนเชิญทั้ง3ท่านและขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับทั้ง3ท่านด้วยค่ะ
พี่นั่งเชิญค่ะขอโทษนะคะ gender ไม่บาลานซ์นะคะ so we are 3 women 1 man โอเคค่ะโอเคไหมคะค่ะขอบคุณนะคะทุกท่านค่ะก็เดี๋ยวเราจะต้องไปพักไปกินข้าวเนาะก็อยากจะไม่ใช้เวลาทุกท่านมากนั้นแล้วเราก็เลทมาหลายนาทีแล้ววิจะขออนุญาตของกลุ่มเราเนี่ย you have the audio right oh it's okay I will run in English I think the audience will be เดี๋ยวแปลให้หูฟังเขาลืมมาโอเคขอให้ของคุณมัทธิวด้วยค่ะ Okay, so for this session we are finance for biodiversity. We will talk about tools, frameworks for biodiversity. So I would like to ask คุณ Laura นะคะ from United Nations Environment Program, the finance initiative. Could you share with us how financial sector currently consider biodiversity and the role of the regulatory framework conditions. So you have 10 minutes to share about this topic.
Hi everyone, and yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'll try to keep it relatively brief. Yes, so next slide, please. I think we've touched on it a few times already when discussing how financial institutions are impacted by biodiversity, how they integrate it. I do have to come back and start with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We've touched on it a few times already, but I think it's really important to mention again, even though this is an agreement agreed between 196 countries, that this is still really the North Star for how financial institutions integrate nature and biodiversity as well. Next slide, please. Because it really sets out kind of the apex goal, the North Star, and where ultimately banks are aiming for when they align their portfolios. So the GBF's overarching ambition, of course, is to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030, and it's often referred to as the Paris Agreement for biodiversity. It's a clear call to governments, but as I said, also financial institutions as well as corporates, as they have on climate. So what does this mean in practice? How is the global biodiversity framework relevant for financial institutions? As I said, most importantly in setting the overall ambition for portfolio alignment. Secondly, oh, thank you so much. Secondly, it also sets out how banks can understand and address biodiversity issues in specific sectors. So as they lend and do business with clients in specific sectors. It then sets out really key aspects of the overall enabling environment that's important for how financial institutions go about doing this. So the supporting framework conditions for alignment. And one specific one that I want to mention here is Target 15 in the GBF, which requires governments to set framework conditions for the management and disclosure of nature-related risks. And of course, in the previous session, we heard a lot about the TNFD specifically doing that. And then also the GBF is relevant in requiring governments to foster capacity building and knowledge. So, in practice, how do financial institutions consider nature and biodiversity, and what some emerging best practice that I can share with you today? I think the first point is that really ownership and governance is absolutely critical, anchoring ambition and leadership to address biodiversity really, really high up, ideally at the board level. And there are lots of examples to point to in the region where banks have set and really allocated ownership and capacity to sustainability, but also nature and biodiversity specifically at the board level, and to let this trickle down really into the culture of the institution. The second one is understanding impacts and dependencies. Again, we've touched on it a few times today, but I will reiterate that a really important starting point for institutionalizing and creating structures for the consideration of nature and biodiversity across is really understanding exposures and impacts. And many financial institutions have piloted the Encore tool that Camille was referring to, the tool that Banque de France used for their Silent Spring study. A lot of banks have also used this tool to really map out their impacts and dependencies. Building on this, many financial institutions have begun the process of setting specific targets. So for climate, we know institutions have set net zero targets. For nature and biodiversity, this is a lot more complex. But nevertheless, we do see a few handfuls of banks globally that have embarked on this and are setting targets for nature. So having done the groundwork, it's then about really mainstreaming nature and biodiversity across the business. And here I just want to pick out two things. A really good early step to take is to embed nature and biodiversity into risk management. Again, setting sector policies. A lot of banks have begun doing this and really institutionalizing how risk management incorporates biodiversity and setting a sector-specific guidance and exclusion policies. And the second aspect is disclosure. And the TNFD is one of many reporting standards and disclosure frameworks that banks can choose in guiding them in beginning nature-related disclosure. UNEP-FI has actually published last month a paper comparing and mapping these different disclosure frameworks, because we hear, that's the number one thing we hear from our member banks is we don't know where to start and it's so confusing, there's so many standards out there, so hopefully this is a useful resource. And then lastly, I just wanted to touch on engagement. I think it's really important. Biodiversity has to feature in every conversation with clients and companies that banks lend to and do business with. This is a huge lever in how this journey pans out, and especially mobilizing capacity for internal and external engagement is really important, and lots of banks have begun doing this as well. So with that, I wanted to provide some specific guidance on targets, and just very briefly in the last couple of minutes touch on some work that UNEP-FI has done in how banks can set nature targets specifically. So UNEP-FI, of course, is a partnership between the United Nations and the global financial sector. Through some of our voluntary alliances, like the Principles for Responsible Banking, we've actually managed to represent over half of the global banking industry. We're very proud of that. And through some of the guidance that we do, we hope to really support banks in taking these early steps in addressing nature and biodiversity. So in December, we published some nature guidance, specifically walking banks through the steps they can take to set and implement nature-related targets and target setting. And this is what it looks like. I'll just very briefly touch on the three steps that banks can take. So the starting point in setting targets is really understanding the country context in which they operate, understanding national biodiversity strategies and action plans, and again, really understanding the local context that they and their clients operate in. Doing an impact and dependency study, I think we've touched on this a few times. And then when it comes to actually setting targets, the guidance covers two kinds of targets. The first one is more process-oriented, and this is around integrating nature within bank practices, this kind of mainstreaming that I already talked about. So this could be things like setting targets for a process around client engagement for nature and biodiversity. And the second set of targets is really one step ahead and setting impact targets, which ultimately, if we want to move the needle, right, we must ensure that this is not a process, a tick box exercise, but generates impacts in the real world. So this could be targets around mobilizing finance for nature positive outcomes, or reducing negative impacts. And yeah, I'm happy to take any questions. And you'll find a link on our website. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate UNFI also on your work, because I think a few years ago you have also mobilized the Thai banking sector, right, to joining the coalition, and we will learn more in the after follow-up question. So next, I would like to invite Kun Matteo to share with us about, because you are from the Climate Bond Initiative, Mr. Matteo Bigoni. Could you share with us about, Thailand just released the Thailand taxonomy few months ago, since last year. And so as a number one call for our joint recommendation is specifically on biodiversity taxonomy. So do you think, first, what is it? I think not everybody of us familiar about this issue. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matteo. I'm head of taxonomies at the Climate Bonds Initiative, and we've been supporting the development of a few taxonomies around the world. And today, I just wanted to start with a little bit of a presentation around what taxonomies really are, because I think there's a lot of confusion around what taxonomies are. Some people think it's about green bonds. Some people think it's about stuffed animals. Some people think it's about taxes. Believe it or not, that's what really happens. I was sat in a meeting with the Bank of Thailand the other day, and when I told them that it wasn't about taxes, they were all very relieved. And so we need to dispel all this kind of sort of understanding on what taxonomy is and what it means for biodiversity. And you could see from the slides, I think it says, what, 40-something, right? As I said, 48 taxonomies around the world. I think it's now more than 50. And so the idea of taxonomies is become really popular in green finance. And that's great, but the risk that we run here is market fragmentation. So we need, our role, Climate Bonds Initiative really, is more to make sure that taxonomies speak to each other. They adhere to a common set of principles, underlying principles, mostly science principles. And that has repercussions for what it means for biodiversity. And critically, you could see here, there's big jurisdictions or countries around the world, such as China, Australia, Brazil, the European Union, have taxonomies or are in the process of developing taxonomies, except the US. And so, as I said, taxonomies are not about taxes, but rather they're about talking about classification system of what green activities and their underlying projects or assets are, mostly assets. So they're not really a list of mandatory investments requirements. Most taxonomies around the world are voluntary. And so we're not really imposing anything on anybody. And so it's not that we are in Thailand to set out the green taxonomy with Thailand. It doesn't mean that everybody will have to invest in what's written in the taxonomy. It means that if you want to call your financial product or your asset as green, you need to look at the taxonomy, all right? And so taxonomies adhere to a set of principles set out by the G20. Mostly, as you can see here, they need to provide a positive contribution to environmental objectives. And that positive contribution is key to understand taxonomies. We've cracked it, I think, for mitigation, more or less. But it doesn't mean that we've cracked it for all environmental objectives. They need to avoid significant harm, so negative contributions. And we have the do no significant harm part of the taxonomies to do that. Taxonomies are dynamic. So the fact that we have one taxonomy now doesn't mean it's going to last forever. Just to remind ourselves that climate science is something that we're still trying to understand. So we're saying that taxonomies are science-based, and by science I mean the latest climate science. Also is about technologies, so there's technological advances and innovations all the time. So what's included, what is green now, it might be redundant in 5 or 10 years' time. Think about electric vehicles versus hybrid vehicles. There's markets that are completely ignoring hybrids and just skipping that and moving to electric. So if a taxonomy says that hybrids are green, well, it doesn't really mean anything anymore, to be honest. If we ever crack nuclear fusion, maybe we're all out of work and we're all living a very happy planet. It needs to describe good governance, so how and when and who decides to manage the taxonomy and update it. And it needs to be science-based. So very clear, transparent, granular criteria that asset managers can use in order to filter in and filter out assets, loans in their portfolios. We're not talking about guidance or overarching principles. We're talking about very specific binary thresholds for the selection of assets. And then it needs to talk about transition. Can somebody here tell me what transition means for biodiversity? Right? Well, we don't really even know what it means for mitigation or adaptation and resilience, or there isn't massive consensus around it, because each country wants to have a different pathway, right? And so taxonomies have different environmental objectives. Mitigation is historically the one that we've been working with for the longest period of time because of the urgency of it, but also because it's the one for which we have thresholds, for the ones we have science-based criteria already. We have mitigation, adaptation and resilience. We have pollution prevention and control. We have water and water resources. We have biodiversity protection and ecosystems. We have the circular economy. And so not everything that we have for these environmental objectives are clear to us. It's easier for mitigation. Lots of work is being done for adaptation and resilience and for biodiversity. And these two are quite peculiar in the sense that they are very localized. They're very context-based. And so you can't really set out global criteria for it. It really depends on the local context. And that is the key to understand both adaptation and resilience and biodiversity. It's easier for pollution prevention and control because we have sets of global standards, for instance. And so, so there are some, basically there isn't a full-on taxonomy, threshold-based taxonomy for nature and for biodiversity. There's a lot of very good work that's being conducted at this time, and we are supporting that work and we encourage that work. What's really lacking at the moment, I think, is a global platform that can really synthesize and convene all these global efforts in order to avoid fragmentation. And so there are lots of taxonomies that are trying to tackle biodiversity. The European Union just, well, not just, but published a delegated act on the different environmental objectives, including biodiversity, but they are very high level. They're not granular threshold-based criteria. And that's what we need, right? There's also Brazil that we're probably going to, you know, biodiversity is going to be key in Brazil. Australia, another biodiversity hotspot. And so there are all these global efforts, but we really need to understand what global criteria mean for biodiversity and this concept of substantial contribution. What is substantial contribution? Really operationalizing criteria for biodiversity. And there are lots of good work and lots of good examples that we can use, such as nature-based solutions. They are an undercutting theme that can be applied to all sectors of the economy. All right, so the global nature-based solutions are something that can work for mitigation, for adaptation and resilience, pollution prevention and control. We really need to focus our efforts on those. And critically, the EU taxonomy doesn't include nature-based solutions for adaptation and resilience. And so there's lots of work that needs to be done in order to really operationalize biodiversity for taxonomies. And so with that, I wanted to say that Thailand is also doing lots of good work on biodiversity and taxonomies. There's the blue taxonomy being developed by Thailand in collaboration with the United Nations, and it's going to be a blue taxonomy. So it's going to address the blue economy, so anything that has to do with the ocean and marine conservation. So most likely it's going to address things like fisheries and aquaculture, coastal protection systems, so it will include nature-based solutions. biodiversity is not just about blue. Biodiversity can be applied to anything. We're living in a triple crisis world. I don't see mitigation as something different from biodiversity. I don't see pollution as something different from biodiversity. And I think that the world has come to that realization a little bit too late, I think, in the sense that we've always focused on mitigation. And now I welcome this concept. There's a very strong correlation between mitigation and biodiversity. The more biodiverse world we have, the more we are sort of adapt and equipped to deal with climate change. So the two go hand in hand. And this is overlap that we really want to encourage and highlight. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthew. It's really clear, and thank you to point out also the technology, and it's important that the taxonomy need to be updated all the time as a situation changes. So next, I would like to invite Kun Niranut, the Biofin Thailand Project Manager from the United Nations Thailand.
สวัสดีค่ะ Today I saw the audience from the list, and then now I see many of you come from different sector like government, yes, private sector, and I'm happy to see finance and banking sector and NGO. This is very rare to have different sector in this room together. So thanks the government of France to organize this session. The Biofin, you heard already about our work. We are now working with more than 122 countries. What we are doing, we want to help every country to be able to develop the plan we call the Biodiversity Finance Plan. So this plan will help your country to achieve the national biodiversity targets. So that's the bottom line, and we are working very hard on that. And Thailand, we are one of the advanced countries that already have. I think we will have the second finance plan that link with the new NBSAP. So the plan, what is it about? I think we are talking about how to bring investment into the country, and that investment will do good to nature. That's the key idea. So are we doing all right now? I think at the global level, this is the strong message that we're not doing well and we need more support. I think it's not about lacking of finance. I think it's about how to put the flow into the right direction, and then the impact will give more, more benefit for us to preserve biodiversity. So a long way to go, all of us. I put this, cartoon just to some of us, when you look at this, it's like a business as usual for you sometimes. Okay, we do our business, we do this and that. But I think we are looking at the picture in different perspective. As a private sector, you think this is my business, I have to do it, I'm sorry. But as a government, you said, come on, you should, help protect, preserve biodiversity. So how we can fine-tune this, like Dr. Nititon mentioned this morning, the dialogue that we need to create, and then we speak the same language and bring the same impact together. And this is the landscape of how biodiversity expenditure in Thailand is being spent. It's decreasing. And when you look at, compare this with the GDP, in Thailand, the tourism sector is one of the most important sector, I would say, because we keep promoting tourism, and that's a good thing. But you promote the tourism sector, but you forget to protect your natural capital where you can generate a lot of income. So this is the message that I want government, private sector, and every one of us to look at how we spend our budget and expenditure in the country. So I hope in the next, 20 years, it will go up, all right? We have to work together on that. And this is the finance gap that Biofin help. We conduct the analysis. We look at the policy. We look at the agency that work for biodiversity. I'm so happy that we have more than 60 agencies in Thailand that work for biodiversity. It's not just about, ONEP or DNP or DMCR. Beidou are also part of this. So altogether 60 agencies are working on that. But still, we have a big gap to close the finance gap. This is the NBSAP of Thailand. And if you want to achieve that, we will not just put less than 1% of our expenditure for biodiversity. So let's work on that. This is my message. It just, we have to put biodiversity as a top priority for now. Our colleague already mentioned that. So, I'm sorry, I have to go back. Biofin conduct one of the analysis how we move the mountain. Look at the private sector. I think you are like big mountain and we want to push you like go this way, go with us. It's a big move, but we want you to, when you move, think about the 4 results that you want to achieve when you invest for biodiversity. Number 1, of course, you can generate revenue from biodiversity. But when you generate that, think about how you can realign your good investment into nature positive activities. And then I hope you can avoid any future costs when you invest on on your business. Think beyond that, and you can reduce or even avoid some future costs that you need to protect and preserve that biodiversity and ecosystem. And the last one, I think when you invest for biodiversity, you will deliver better in your business management. I want to show these tools and catalogs. The little pink book is our proud. We work with AFD and Biofin to guide you how this little book can guide you how to invest more and in a better way. And for the Biofin, we offer more than 150 finance solutions that you can pick and then make your business case. Talking about the business case, when we develop finance solution in Thailand, for example, we have the case of Got Tao that I want to mention later. We have different tools that we want to implement. First, we thought we're going to use payment for ecosystem services, but then along the way, we work with local government for more than 3 years. We have to tackle the first thing, which is the legal framework. Without legal framework, you cannot collect money because we want to make it legalized, transparent, and anti-corruption. I asked the municipality of Got Tao, beg them, even cry, sweat. 3 years, just amend one clause in their municipality so that they can collect tourist user charge, and that revenue will be channeled into the fiscal budgeting. In the budgeting, people can look at your budget, and when we achieve that, we can create the system for them. I almost got a heart attack when I received a call from the state audit office from ONEP asking, we want to inspect how Got Tao spend their money. So this is the key message. You have to help the government to do the right thing. When they feel that we provide a solution and they're doing the right thing, they will be proud of that. And with that, we receive support from finance sector in Thailand, Krung Thai Bank. They work with us from during the COVID-19 when we do not. I think in those days, any UN project couldn't move that fast because we have to be locked. And the solution that we offer during those days is the crowdfunding. Finance sector can be part of the solution by providing the e-payment system and the QR code. With that, we can raise finance support within 90 days, achieve the target, against the target that we set. And the money will be used to pay local people. We train them, reskill, upskill, and they know how to collect marine debris and then do the waste management properly. And after we finish the campaign, they continue doing this and at the, the scale of the community. So I think this is the success story that I want to share with you. Talking about the plan, we have this thematic area of the finance solution that we want Thailand to implement together, and we want to close the finance gap. This living document is the biodiversity finance plan. We will keep updating and put more practical plan. The last message from me, I attend the Kunming, the COP15 in the CBD in Montreal. The lady sit next to us and she said this word, She said she's from the EU Commission. She said EU is one of the biofin donors. We are not here just to pay you check, but we want to see the real impact to the people and the planet. So let's do this together. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Kun Niran. Thank you also for sharing about the concrete example that we have done in Thailand as well. So anyone in the audience would like to have a question to the panelists? You can, I don't know, maybe we can have 1 or 2 questions. Otherwise, I will ask each of you maybe the same question, just in your experience, the lesson learned that you have involved in the topic in your area so far, how we can engage more the private sector. Because I think we have a lot of tools, a lot of report, right? But really just to get them moving, what me to give example, like how did you get Krung Thai? why Krung Thai? Why not other bank, right? Maybe I start with Kun Niran first.
I start first. When I present the Got Tao crowdfunding campaign to Kun Payong Sivanit, the CEO of Krung Thai Bank, he was like listening, like, I said, I hope he will, sign the check. And then, when you present the case to the finance sector, use the dialogue and the language that they understand. You can engage them because they are looking for pipeline, project that they can put money. I want to go back to the same thing, that it's not about lacking of finance. You help them to find the best, bankable project, and they will come in. And talking about the local community, you also need to speak their language. When we start Biofin in 2014, 2 keywords, biodiversity and finance, nobody understands what you want to do here, Kun Niran, in Thailand. So I think it's about how you simplify and then find a solution for private sector to join us.
And just to add, maybe the whole process is also helping the company go beyond CSR, right? Do something, create a core value together.
How to get the private sector moving is complex. I think I hope everyone walks out of the room today feeling inspired, but at the same time, I think it's also very easy to feel overwhelmed. There's a lot of guidance out there. There are a lot of standards and frameworks, and I think we also risk people being discouraged because the task just seems so insurmountable. So I think one piece of advice or one thought is, just starting somewhere. The data isn't perfect. We already talked about that. The taxonomies aren't perfect, but there are still things we can do, and just starting. And I think, getting clarity, especially around risks and impacts, making things real and quantitative, using the Encore tool, things like that. I think visualizing, it's a really good starting point. Then secondly, peer exchange. You won't be the only ones or the first ones embarking on this journey. So seeking forums where peer exchange is possible. This one is certainly a fantastic forum for that. And just learning from others. And thirdly, capacity building. Again, there are a lot of resources and sources out there to consider to really develop capacity across organizations. Final thought on that is really delivering impact. Right, we have to in the nature and biodiversity space, we really have to learn really quickly and move really quickly because the clock is ticking. So not wasting time on process, but really doing things that are really focused on outcomes and impacts.
Thank you. So I was going to say lack of bankable projects and lack of capacity building, so I have to come up with something else now. So I think the first thing that, because of taxonomies, I'm going to say is lack of definitions. Nobody really understands what that means. We do, or you guys do, as a community, because we work in biodiversity. But if you go to an investment bank and you talk to the investment team, which is something that was Laura mentioned, there's lack of capacity building, but lack of knowledge, what it means to substantially contribute to biodiversity, or what it means to actually set out a biodiversity project and invest in it, right? So I worked in investment, and people didn't understand that putting up solar panels on a coal mine, it wasn't green. So that kind of level, let alone biodiversity. And then lack of political leadership, I think. So again, we need to have, there's a reason why mitigation and climate is important now, because policymakers have bought it. They're on board and they're pushing the agenda through legislation, through mandating instruments or requiring banks to do non-financial analysis and non-financial audits and all of that. So I think that policymakers have to also jump on board and make sure that the financial and corporate sector can thrive in an environment that induces to biodiversity and produce bankable projects.
Thank you very much, very spot on. Anyone would like to have one last question? I think everybody is very hungry. Thank you very much, all the panelists. We learn a lot from you.
ขอบคุณมากค่ะขอบคุณทุกคนมากนะคะสำหรับในหัวข้อนี้นะคะมิมคิดว่าตอนนี้เราได้เห็นภาพชัดมากขึ้นแล้วก็เห็นคำนิยามของคำแต่ละคำนะคะแล้วก็กรอบการทำงานรวมถึงในกรณีตัวอย่างแต่บ่ายวันนี้เราจะเห็นในภาพตัวอย่างที่ชัดเจนมากขึ้นนะคะดังนั้นมิมอยากจะขอขอบคุณอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะสำหรับผู้ดำเนินรายการและผู้ร่วมในดิสคัชชันในกลุ่มนี้ขอเสียงปรบมือให้อีกครั้งหนึ่งค่ะเอาละนะคะตอนนี้จะเป็นช่วงพักรับประทานอาหารกลางวันนะคะห้องทานอาหารกลางวันก็คือจะเดินตรงไปออกจากประตูนี้นะคะคือห้อง301และห้อง302นะคะเดี๋ยวจะมีเจ้าหน้าที่นะคะช่วยนำทางอยู่นะคะและขอให้ทุกคนกลับมาที่ห้องนี้อีกครั้งหนึ่งตอนเวลาบ่ายโมง30นาทีนะคะบ่ายโมง30นาทีนะคะมิวขออนุญาตพักสั้นหน่อยนะคะเราจะได้สามารถกระชับเวลาได้เร็วขึ้นค่ะเจอกันอีกทีในเวลาบ่ายโมง30นาทีขอบคุณค่ะห้องอาหารนะคะห้อง301กับห้อง302นะคะเดินตรงไปได้เลยนะคะ So this is a lunch break now and I just want to confirm like we will be back at 1:30 please. We would like to start and sharp and on time. Thank you. สวัสดีค่ะทุกคนนะคะได้เวลาอีกแล้วนะคะที่จะต้องได้ยินเสียงนี้นะคะใครถ้าเกิดพร้อมแล้วนะคะขอเชิญกลับเข้ามาที่ห้องออดิทอเรียมเลยนะคะ Good afternoon, everyone. I hope once you hear these sounds and this voice, you know it's time it's going for the afternoon section. Once you're ready, please join us in the auditorium and please make sure don't bring any food and drink to the room. I'm sorry to keep repeat this many times because the room have a restriction and I hope you have a great lunch. หวังว่าทุกคนจะได้รับประทานอาหารเที่ยงกันเรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะใครที่ยังหิวอยู่คะห้องนี้ค่ะระหว่างพูดคุยกับมิมหน่อยค่ะอย่าปล่อยมิมพูดคนเดียวนะคะมิมจะเหงาค่ะใครที่รู้สึกอิ่มแล้วยกมือขึ้นหน่อยได้ไหมคะอิ่มแล้วค่ะแต่จริงๆมิมยังไม่อิ่มนะคะมิมอิ่มทิพย์นะคะมิมยังอยากได้อาหารเพิ่มนะคะล้อเล่นนะคะเดี๋ยวช่วงบ่ายนะคะจะยังมีขนมในช่วงพักเบรกอีกช่วงหนึ่งค่ะแต่ระหว่างนี้นะคะขอโทษนะคะที่เราต้องกระชับเวลาที่ทำให้เวลารับประทานอาหารเที่ยงของทุกท่านสั้นลงนะคะแต่ว่าเพื่อที่ทุกคนจะได้รับข้อมูลทั้งหมดอย่างครบถ้วนเราก็เลยอยากจะให้กำหนดการเป็นไปตามที่วางแผนไว้ค่ะรออีกเพียง 2-3 นาทีนะคะเดี๋ยวจะเริ่มกิจกรรมช่วงบ่ายค่ะดีไหมคะประกาศนิดนึงนะคะทุกท่านเดี๋ยวเราจะเริ่มในอีกเวลาประมาณ5นาทีนะคะถ้าใครที่พร้อมแล้วนะคะขอเรียนเชิญที่ห้องออดิทอเรียมได้เลยค่ะถ้าเกิดยังทานอาหารไม่เสร็จนะคะยังเหลือเวลาอีก5นาทีก่อนที่เราจะเริ่มค่ะและยังมีอีก5นาทีเผื่อใครอยากจะเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนนะคะห้องน้ำมี2มุมนะคะสามารถออกไปด้านนอกจะเข้าทางมุมขวาก็ได้หรือมุมซ้ายก็ได้ค่ะLadies and gentlemen, we would like to start in 5 minutes. Once you try to finish the lunch, please do. And also we still have another 5 minutes for wrap up if you would like to go to the restroom. And also there are 2 spots of the restroom. One is on the left and one is also on the right. All right, I would like to make sure once you're ready, you can put your device for the translating.เพื่อความแน่ใจนะคะเพราะว่าในช่วงบ่ายจะมีทั้งผู้ดำเนินรายการที่เป็นทั้งคนไทยและคนต่างชาตินะคะในบางหัวข้อถ้าเกิดใครต้องการที่จะแปลภาษาอย่าลืมใช้อุปกรณ์นะคะซึ่งอุปกรณ์นี้อยากจะขอให้เก็บเอาไว้จนหมดกิจกรรมแล้วก็สามารถเอาส่งคืนได้ในเวลาตอนเย็นค่ะ ในตอนเช้านะคะเราก็ได้พูดคุยไปหลากหลายประเด็นนะคะไม่ว่าจะเรื่องเกี่ยวกับว่าความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพคืออะไรนะคะแล้วความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพจะให้ประโยชน์กับเรายังไงนะคะซึ่งวันนี้มิมก็คิดว่ามันเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นที่ดีนะคะที่เรามีหลากหลายองค์กรร่วมที่มีเป้าหมายร่วมกันที่ต้องการพัฒนาและดูแลทรัพยากรธรรมชาติสิ่งแวดล้อมโดยเฉพาะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพนะคะวันนี้นะคะเราก็เลยมีทั้งที่องค์กรผู้ร่วมกับเรามากมายนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็น นในเครือของบริษัทเอกชนทั้งขนาดเล็กจนขนาดใหญ่นะคะเครือข่ายภาคประชาชนและองค์กรภาครัฐนะคะซึ่งวันนี้ถือว่าเป็นนิมิตหมายอันดีที่ทำให้เราทุกคนได้มาเจอกันค่ะแต่จะขาดไปไม่ได้เลยนะคะที่เราจะมีองค์กรร่วมจัดที่จะทำให้วันนี้เนี่ยเกิดขึ้นมาได้นะคะมิมอยากขอบคุณองค์กรร่วมจัดอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะมิมคิดว่าหลายท่านอาจจะรู้จักองค์กรที่ชื่อย่อว่า AFD นะคะซึ่งตรงนี้ก็เป็นส่วนหนึ่งของรัฐบาลฝรั่งเศสที่ให้การสนับสนุนในการจัดกิจกรรมแล้วก็ให้การส่งเสริมเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของ financial mechanism ให้เกิดขึ้นนะคะนอกจากนี้แล้วในส่วนที่จะขาดไปไม่ได้เลยสผ.ของเรานั่นเองนะคะสำนักงานแผนและนโยบายนะคะหรือเรียกสั้นๆกันว่า ONEP ค่ะที่มีบทบาทที่สำคัญนะคะในการที่ทำให้เกิดแผนในเชิงระดับนโยบายระดับประเทศรวมทั้งทำให้เกิดการสื่อสารภายในประเทศนะคะนอกจากนี้แล้วนะคะยังมีบริษัทของบูเรเนซองนะคะซึ่งเป็นบริษัทคอนซัลท์ที่เกี่ยวกับทางด้านสิ่งแวดล้อมในเรื่องเกี่ยวกับการอนุรักษ์ธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมค่ะนอกจากนี้นะคะยังมีสถาบันสิ่งแวดล้อมไทยนะคะหรือ TEI นะคะที่ยังช่วยเราในการทำเกี่ยวกับเรื่องในเชิงนโยบายทำงานวิจัยแล้วก็มุมมองถึงในความคิดใหม่ๆนะคะในการริเริ่มเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการพัฒนาอย่างยั่งยืนนะคะดังนั้นตรงนี้เนี่ยก็คือจะเกิดขึ้นไม่ได้นะคะถ้าเกิดขาดองค์ประกอบที่สำคัญเหล่านี้ไปค่ะดังนั้นนะคะวันนี้เนี่ยก็เลยจะเป็นวันถือว่าวันแรกๆนะคะที่ทำให้เราทุกคนนะคะได้พบกันแล้วก็ถือว่าเป็นวัน kick off นะคะว่าจะมีกลไกอะไรนะคะที่จะทำให้เราดูแลธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมนะคะแต่จริงๆแล้วธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมเองเนี่ยก็ดูแลเราเช่นเดียวกันเพราะถือว่าเป็นต้นทุนธรรมชาติที่สำคัญนะคะอีกไม่นานนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะเริ่มในส่วนกิจกรรมช่วงบ่ายแล้วนะคะในช่วงบ่ายเนี่ยนะคะก็จะเป็นส่วนในของกิจกรรมช่วงที่5นะคะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการเชื่อมโยงการเงินนะคะความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพจากกรณีตัวอย่างในประเทศไทยและในต่างประเทศค่ะเดี๋ยวในอีก 2-3 นาทีเดี๋ยวมิมจะเริ่มในกระบวนการนี้นะคะเพราะว่าในอันแรกนะคะจะเป็นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการพูดถึงคู่มืออันนึงนะคะซึ่งมิมคิดว่าคู่มือนี้มีความน่าสนใจมากวันนี้หลายท่านอาจจะพบว่ามีหลายคำศัพท์ที่พบว่าเราเพิ่งมีความเข้าใจใหม่ๆนะคะแต่นี่เป็นโอกาสอันดีที่เราจะได้พบปะและพูดคุยกันค่ะรออีกสักครู่เดียวค่ะทุกท่านถ้าพร้อมแล้วนะคะขอเชิญกลับมาที่ห้องออดิทอเรียมได้เลยนะคะเพราะเดี๋ยวเรากำลังจะเริ่มในส่วนกิจกรรมช่วงบ่ายแล้วนะคะยังมีอีกทั้งหมดนะคะ8เซสชันด้วยกันนะคะหมายถึงว่าไปแล้วเมื่อเช้านะคะ4เซสชันนะคะแล้วก็ตอนบ่ายมีอีก4เซสชันนะคะดังนั้นถ้าเป็นไปได้เดี๋ยวเรากำลังจะเริ่มเร็วๆนี้ค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready, I would like to invite you to come back to the auditorium room, please. We will start in a few minutes. Please feel free to join us, but keep in mind, please do not bring any food or drink in the room. But anyway, if you have some bottled water, that's fine. Don't worry at all. โอเคค่ะตอนนี้นะคะในช่วงบ่ายนะคะเราพร้อมแล้วนะคะที่เราจะได้รับ การบรรยายพิเศษในอีกเรื่องหนึ่งที่มิมคิดว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่น่าสนใจมากนะคะเพราะในหัวข้อนี้นะคะอยู่ในช่วงที่5นะคะถ้าไทยตามกำหนดการก็คือเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการเชื่อมโยงเรื่องการเงินและความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพนะคะจากกรณีตัวอย่างในประเทศไทยและในต่างประเทศค่ะซึ่งในเรื่องแรกที่เรากำลังจะพูดกันนี้นะคะก็คือหนังสือเล่มหนึ่งนะคะที่ผลิตโดยAFD นะคะ Book of Solution ค่ะเป็นประสบการณ์ในเรื่องของการเงินเพื่อความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพนะคะทั้งในระดับภูมิภาคเอเชียและในระดับโลกค่ะวันนี้นะคะเราได้รับเกียรตินะคะร่วมผ่านทางออนไลน์จากคุณเฮเลนาเลอเทโนนะคะซึ่งเป็นผู้เชี่ยวชาญเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการจัดการอย่างยั่งยืนนะคะและมาในนามของบริษัท Positive Practice ค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับคุณเฮเลนาผ่านทางซูมด้วยค่ะ
Hi. Hi to
เขาให้แชร์ด้วยอันเนี้ยจริงๆเขาต้องสับขึ้นเองนี่ใช่ไหม
แชร์แล้วไม่เป็นไรนี่เขาเสียงเขาดีใช่ไหม
สักครู่นะ
ให้
คะ
เขาแชร์สไลด์เสร็จ
พี่ดูเสียงเขาดีไหมอ่ะ
เดี๋ยวซูมจะขึ้นแล้วนะคะ
แป๊บนึงพี่ดูเสียง
Yes
พี่ดูเสียงเข้าตัวไหนไอ้ตัวนี้ตัวไหนที่พี่ถอดไป
ที่2มันไม่ได้ใช้หน้าจอดำ
ก็คือตัวล่าง
สักครู่ครับ
งั้นเสียงมันจะย้อน
เดี๋ยวผมขอต่อเสียงนิดนึงอ่ะ
ระหว่างนี้เนี่ยนะคะคิมจะขออนุญาตเล่าไปก่อนกันละกันนะคะว่าสิ่งที่เรากำลังจะพูดถึงเนี่ยคือยังไงนะคะเพราะว่าอย่างที่เราเห็นเนี่ยนะคะมันยังไม่มีบทเรียนรายละเอียดที่ชัดเจนเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการที่จะดำเนินการเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของ financial mechanism เกี่ยวกับเรื่องนี้นะคะดังนั้นเราได้มีการผลิตหนังสือเล่มนี้ขึ้นมานะคะโดยที่เรามุ่งเน้นนะคะว่ามันจะมีความท้าทายอะไรเกี่ยวกับการจัดการความหลากหลายชีวภาพที่จะทำให้เกิดประโยชน์กับทางบริษัทธุรกิจนะคะและมีประเด็นต่างๆในบ้านที่เรามองในระดับโลกจนถึงระดับประเทศนะคะซึ่งตรงในหนังสือเล่มนี้ก็จะถูกพูดถึงนะคะวันนี้ก็จะแนะนำมาพูดคุยให้ฟังเป็นครั้งแรกนะคะซึ่งทางบริษัทที่ทำเนี่ยนะคะก็คือบริษัทPositive Practice เนี่ยนะคะเขามีความเชี่ยวชาญนะคะที่เกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการจัดการเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการทำธุรกิจทางการเกษตรนะคะในหลากหลายพื้นที่แล้วก็ค้นพบว่าจากบทเรียนรู้ที่สำคัญเหล่านี้เนี่ยสามารถถอดบทเรียนให้เราเอาไปใช้ได้แต่อีกไม่นานนะคะเราก็จะได้ดูหนังสือเล่มนี้เพิ่มขึ้นนะคะแล้วเราก็จะมีความเข้าใจกรอบความรู้เกี่ยวกับเรื่องเหล่านี้มากขึ้นค่ะแต่มากไปกว่านั้นนะคะภายใต้ในส่วนของเรื่องการนำเสนอหนังสือเล่มนี้แล้วเนี่ยนะคะยังมีการเสวนาด้วยนะคะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องธุรกิจไทยนะคะสู่การปฏิบัติเพื่อความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพซึ่งมินว่าตรงนี้เนี่ยก็เป็นอีกประเด็นหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจนะคะที่ว่านอกจากที่เราเนี่ยจะค้นพบว่าในระดับโลกเขามองอย่างไรแล้วในประเทศไทยเราจะสามารถทำอะไรได้บ้างนะคะถ้าเกิดทางซูมพร้อมนะคะสามารถฉายได้เลยนะคะโอเคค่ะระหว่างนี้นะคะเพื่อรอในระบบซูมนะคะมิมขออนุญาตแนะนำนะคะในส่วนเสวนาช่วงบ่ายนี้นะคะในการเสวนาช่วงบ่ายนี้นะคะอย่างที่มิมบอกไปนะคะก็คือว่าเรามีกลุ่มเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของผู้ที่พยายามจะปฏิบัติเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการใช้ทรัพยากรทางชีวภาพเนี่ยนะคะในหลากหลายมิติด้วยกันนะคะและกับหลากหลายองค์กรนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นโครงการที่ชื่อว่า Sea Change นะคะการสร้างหุ้นกู้ส่งเสริมความยั่งยืนเป็นยังไงนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะลองฟังดูนะคะนอกจากนั้นนะคะยังมีเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของโครงการสร้างความยั่งยืนทางธุรกิจนะคะโดยการใช้ Nature Positive Economy นะคะนอกจากนั้นนะคะเรายังสามารถมองในมิติอื่นๆด้วยนะคะเช่นการนำพลาสติกกลับมาใช้ใหม่และการรีไซเคิลจากชุมชนชายฝั่งและเกาะของประเทศไทยนะคะนอกจากนั้นแล้วเนี่ยนะคะยังมีแนวคิดเกี่ยวกับการใช้เศรษฐกิจหมุนเวียนนะคะผ่านพลาสติกรีไซเคิลนะคะซึ่งตรงนี้เดี๋ยวเราก็จะมีพี่วิวีนะคะหรือพี่ศิริพรนำกระบวนการเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของภาคธุรกิจไทยจะทำอย่างไรกับการจัดการนะคะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพนะคะแต่ตอนนี้ขออภัยนะคะที่มีความขัดข้องทางเทคนิคนิดหน่อยนะคะนอกจากนี้แล้วนะคะในช่วงถัดไปนะคะเรายังมองถึงเรื่องเกี่ยวกับว่านอกจาก case study แล้วเนี่ยที่เราจะเอามาทำได้นะคะในช่วงที่6เราก็จะพูดคุยเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการเงินความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพในภูมิภาคเอเชียและระดับนานาชาตินะคะตรงนี้เราก็จะมองในภาพที่ใหญ่ขึ้นและโอกาสของพวกเราว่าเราจะสามารถเติมเต็มอะไรได้อีกนะคะและช่วงที่7ค่ะคือการส่งเสริมแนวทางนะคะในการใช้ Nature Positive คราวนี้เราจะเข้าใจคำและความหมาย หมายตรงนี้มากขึ้นนะคะโดยเฉพาะภาคเอกชนและภาคการเงินในประเทศไทยค่ะและช่วงสุดท้ายนะคะจะมีการสรุปการประชุมนะคะว่าจากสิ่งที่เราเรียนรู้ทั้งหมดนะคะคำศัพท์ใหม่ๆเรามีความเข้าใจอะไรเพิ่มขึ้นนะคะและสุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยเราจะสามารถไปต่อกันได้อย่างไรในช่วงสุดท้ายของวันอย่างแท้จริงนะคะเนื่องจากในช่วงเวลาของในแต่ละช่วงเนี่ยค่อนข้างกระชับนะคะเราก็เลยจะมีช่วง networking cocktail night นะคะที่อยากให้ทุกท่านได้อยู่ต่อนะคะเพื่อที่จะได้พูดคุยนะคะในช่วงเวลาที่กำลังนำเสนออยู่เนี่ยมักจะไม่ค่อยมีเวลาได้ถามคำถามและบางทีเราก็เกิดคำถามที่เราอยากได้คำตอบในช่วง networking night นะคะมินก็อยากจะขอให้ทุกท่านได้ใช้โอกาสนี้ในการอยู่ต่อและพูดคุยกันที่สำคัญอโศกรถติดนะคะอย่าเพิ่งรีบกลับบ้านนะคะโอเคค่ะดังนั้นนะคะเดี๋ยวมินขอเช็คอีกนิดนึงนะคะกับคุณเฮเลนานะคะว่าพร้อมไหมคะยังไม่พร้อมนะคะคุณเฮเลนายังไม่พร้อมนะคะต้องเข้าใจนะคะว่าการเดินทางผ่านโทรคมนาคมนี่มันจะลำบากนิดหน่อยนะคะเหมือนกับที่เรารถติดนะคะดังนั้นระหว่างนี้นะคะมิมอยากจะเชิญฟลอร์นะคะถ้าเกิดมีคำถามอะไรเนี่ยสามารถโน้ตไว้ได้เลยนะคะในช่วงเช้าเพราะว่าเราก็มีหลากหลายประเด็นนะคะที่เราได้พูดถึงกรอบที่น่าสนใจนะคะแล้วก็ยังมีคำศัพท์หลายคำนะคะที่เรารู้สึกไม่แน่ใจเย็นนี้และบ่ายนี้จะเข้าใจเพิ่มขึ้นค่ะและตอนนี้ได้เวลาที่เหมาะสมแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวมิมจะขอเรียนเชิญคุณเฮเลนานะคะนำเสนอในส่วนของเรื่องหนังสือที่สำคัญเล่มนี้นะคะที่เราพัฒนาและผลิตขึ้นมานะคะและจะทำให้เรามีความเข้าใจมากขึ้นนะคะคือ AFD Book of Solution ประสบการณ์ในการเงินเพื่อความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพทั้งในระดับภูมิภาคเอเชียและในระดับโลกขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับคุณเฮเลนาด้วยค่ะ
Yeah. Hello to everyone. I hope this time it's working fine. I'm glad to be with you this afternoon. And we'll spend a short 15 minutes together to discover AFD principles for nature and biodiversity. So the first part of my presentation will be a short presentation of principles for tracking biodiversity and nature positive finance. As you know, among the recent years, there have been lots of changes in the biodiversity frameworks from the Kunming-Montreal Protocol signed in 2022 during the Conference of Party 15 to putting this into practice. And that's to say that by 2024, the countries will have to present their national strategies and action plans as well as national targets. There will be a phase of global analysis of these documents, and then the submission of the national reports, and then the first global assessment by 2026, and then a second round, which will bring you to 2029 with the second round of submission of national reports, as well as a second global assessment by 2030. So this is very ambitious, and globally, we're going towards a stronger sustainability framework for the preservation of nature. And that's why AFD has been developing a strong strategic and financial commitment to protect biodiversity. As you may already know, the group's financial contribution towards biodiversity is to reach €1 billion by 2025. Also, there is a goal that is to ensure that 30% of its climate finance is nature positive. And then also to widen the scope of biodiversity across all sectors of intervention. And the fourth point, maybe is the most important, is that biodiversity is now fully integrated alongside climate into accountability frameworks in terms of impacts, co-benefits, and also investment strategies. And so this is why AFD has been putting down a couple of founding principles to combine nature and finance, building on best standards for biodiversity finance. And point two, systematically assessing the alignment of investments with the future GBF, and also calculating nature and finance according to global biodiversity net gains, which I will present just afterwards. This is making a deep commitment to the protection of the planet, and it's also a systematic criteria for investment decision-making. And last, nature accountability will be integrated in group's SDGs reporting. So for net gains, this chart here shows you the principle. The net gain is defined by the fact that the project generates a net gain when biodiversity state is better with the project than without the project. You can see on the left a sentence saying a little bit more about that. A project generates a net gain when nature impacts or biodiversity co-benefits, and if nature itself or the governance of biodiversity are improved as a result of project implementation. So the chart on the right side shows you the baseline, which is what would happen without the project, and the way that AFD is able to define if the project has been enhancing biodiversity and ecosystemic services or not. So that's so much for AFD framework so far, and you can find extra documents after this presentation. And so I will now go to the introduction of the Book of Good Practices, which has been designed for AFD. This book is a first version of a document, and obviously it will be followed by others with many more examples. But here today I will highlight the main points of this content. This book is intended to the private sector in order to let people know more about the challenges and also how to take action. So this book aims at giving more understanding of the impact of biodiversity on your business and how to take advantage of it. Secondly, give you examples of businesses who are integrated biodiversity considerations, and then providing tools that you can use to integrate biodiversity and the business. So probably this morning you already had quite a summary of what is at stake with biodiversity, but here you see a few snapshots of biodiversity definitions as well as challenges. As you all know, biodiversity is not only the biodiversity of species, but also the biodiversity of and within ecosystems, as defined by the CBD. As you probably know as well, biodiversity has an economic value which is assessed as 2 times at least the world's GDP, and that there is a high dependency of GDP to biodiversity status. And on the right side, you see a few quotes of what have been identified as big challenges also for the financial sector. For instance, on the top right corner, that 42% of the value of securities held by French financial institutions were issued by companies who are directly dependent to ecosystemic services. So obviously there is a need for measurements both of impacts but of dependencies. And there is a need for greening the financial system. Here on this screen, you can see a few charts showing the impacts of economic activities on biodiversities, the risks related to nature, and also the opportunities. So what I wanted to highlight is usually we tend to look at negative impacts of businesses on biodiversity, which is obviously a big challenge, and it comes from any production sector, as you can see on the pie chart. That's about resource extraction and cultivation, manufacturing, services, and consumption all have a high level of pressure on biodiversity. But what I would like to comment more today is the type of risks related to nature. And there are 3 main categories of risks for businesses. The first is physical risks, which is that a loss of habitat for species or ecosystemic damage does impact operations. There are transition risks, which is a corporate strategy that is not aligned with changing regulatory environment and policies. And there are systemic risks, which is when there is a global breakdown of a local ecosystem, then the production is severely damaged. So that's for the risks and dependencies. And on the right side, you can see also that taking care of biodiversity can also bring opportunities for businesses. So the blue dots here show you how to mitigate risks by preventing supply chain disruptions, avoiding regulatory costs, and maintaining the license to operate. And the right side shows you how by taking better care of biodiversity or nature, you can expand to new markets, enhance the value proposition, and also quite often reduce operating and funding costs. So now it will bring me to examples of businesses who have integrated biodiversity issues into their business models or their operations. First example is Protec. Protec is a private company based in Mexico, a listed company producing FSC wood, teak, and eucalyptus. And they have been granted a loan of 26 million euros to help financing an extra 10,000 hectares of forestry. And that was a loan from Proparco and AFD, and that will support the expansion of certified forests, as well as enhancing degraded areas. And obviously, as you may know, reducing GHG emissions because of carbon sequestration. My second example is in the finance arena. CAF is a South American development bank, and they have received a 200 million credit line. And this is a very nice initiative promoting loans that will help also this financial player, to grant credit to companies in order to improve biodiversity in South American contexts, to bring them to low carbon models and biodiversity friendly economy. Then I will talk about this Kilik private company. So this is a Turkish company operating in the fish area, and they got an 80 million euros loan from Proparco and FMO to expand sustainable aquaculture. And obviously that's a very high challenge for fisheries. Then these examples of the Bank of Qingdao, Proparco participated in a 150 million syndicated loan for this bank. And this bank will finance blue finance projects in China. And that's very innovative, as you know, because biodiversity is not only on land, forestry, agriculture issues, but it's also about ocean-friendly projects and also cleaning water resources. So as you can see on the bottom, the focus of the projects are reducing the volume of marine litter and untreated wastewater, as well as promoting responsible fishing. Then we go to the example of Mirova LDN, Land Degradation Neutrality Fund. This large fund has been operating in many countries. As you can see, they have given rise to 10 investments in 12 developing countries, and their focus is mainly forestry, agroforestry program in the Philippines, and sustainable forestry in Brazil. So they are combining finance tools with all the issues about regenerative forestry in the world. Then I'm going to circulate capital example. So this Singapore-based firm, as you may know, is now financing a lot of activities to green the economy, such as climate technology, plastic recycling, and circular economy. From what I understood, Circulate Capital also granted a loan to a Thai player, Yunnan J+, and you will know a lot more about it during the subsequent session. So what is really nice here is the Circulate Capital Ocean Fund is investing in companies across plastic recycling and waste management value chains. And now what about the tools that you may want to use to integrate biodiversity and your business? So there are many frameworks which are, for some of them, quite recent, that can be used by different sectors to assess and also reduce their impact and their dependencies on biodiversity. So I will give you a few highlights about 4 of them that you can see here on screen. The first is TNFD, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. The second is Anchor tool. The third is Science-Based Targets Network initiative. And the last would be Triple Capital Accounting. So TNFD is a global initiative, and it helps many organizations. As you can see, more than 200 organizations already joined it, to assess as well their impacts, dependencies, and risks, and also put in place impact management, metrics, and targets. They also developed 8 guidelines for specific sectors, for instance, food and agriculture, forestry, chemicals, aquaculture. It is a voluntary framework, meaning that you can adapt it to the maturity of your business, and you can also choose which metrics and how many you want to disclose. And last, they also created a community of good practices at no cost, which you may want to join if you want to share these new practices on biodiversity accounting. The second initiative that I'm showing you here is Encore, which is a tool that is free, which is available online, and that helps organizations to explore their exposure to nature-related risks, and also taking the first steps to understand their dependencies and impacts. You can see a small example in the bottom right corner, which is Robeco, who used this tool to assess their exposure by sector to biodiversity challenges and also their impacts. So as a first assessment for a financial player, this tool is very useful, and AFD is recommended that you may want to use it to go through this first assessment. And it is also a nice first step before going into a deeper TNFD process of disclosure. And then I'm going to SBTN. Science-Based Targets Networks is a global initiative which is made of business associations, NGOs, and consultancies. And they have been working at providing help to design the suitable targets by sector for each player according to what we know at the scientific level, which is what is the state of biodiversity that is desirable and that should be preserved. So right now they are ongoing with a big pilot with many companies. They want to be aligned with the GBF, with Paris Agreement and UN SDGs, and they are under the process that the scientific committee is validating their targets for biodiversity. And then I will finish with triple capital accounting. So triple accounting methodologies are designed to better reflect corporate activities' impacts, but also dependencies on natural capital. So as you may know, accounting is usually more focused about financial capital, but there are other types of capital, such as environmental and social capital, which usually are not fully taken into account at the accounting frameworks levels. So there has been in the last 20 years the development of many TCM methods. I will cite 2 of them here. The LITS model, which is an accounting framework that is compatible with the Do Not Economy framework, with social foundation and planetary boundaries. And the second one is CARE, which is comprehensive accounting in respect of ecology, which aims also at providing an accounting framework to maintain sustainable levels of natural capital. So as you can see, some pilots with these tools have been performed on some SMEs in Europe, also including agricultural companies, and that sounds quite promising. Also, this is a development that's performed with institutions. And as a word for conclusion, I would say thank you very much for your attention, and also recommend that you join AFD teams in Bangkok if you wish to know more about all these examples and tools. Thank you very much.
สวัสดีค่ะตอนนี้ได้ยินขอบคุณมากนะคะ Thank you so much Helen and ขอโทษนะคะที่เราไม่มีเวลาให้ได้ถามคำถามนะคะแต่ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับเขาอีก1 ครั้งหนึ่งค่ะสำหรับคุณเฮเลนานะคะในส่วนถัดมาค่ะเดี๋ยวเราจะมีวงสัมมนานะคะซึ่งเราก็จะพูดคุยกันนะคะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของจากธุรกิจ ในของประเทศไทยเนี่ยนะคะและเราจะพัฒนาไปสู่เกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการปฏิบัติการเรื่องความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพได้ยังไงนะคะเราก็มีผู้ดำเนินรายการแสนสวยของเราอีกท่านหนึ่งค่ะคุณสิริพรนะคะศรีอารามขอเสียงปรบมือนะคะให้กับคุณวีวีของเราอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะห้ามพูดสวยนะคะบอกห้ามพูดสวยเพราะว่าอันนี้มาจากใจนะคะแล้วก็นอกจากนี้นะคะดิฉันขอเรียนเชิญคุณอดัม เบรเดนนะคะขึ้นสู่เวทีนะคะผู้อำนวยการกลุ่มด้านการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนกลุ่มบริษัทไทยยูเนียนนะคะและท่านที่2นะคะคุณแดนนะคะประถมวานิชผู้บริหารบริษัท NY Instant Produce จำกัดนะคะหรือ NRF นะคะและตัวแทนอีกท่านหนึ่งจะเข้าผ่านเราทางออนไลน์นะคะคือคุณนิกนะคะและสุดท้ายนะคะผู้ที่ขึ้นร่วมบนเวทีกับเราในวันนี้นะคะคือตัวแทนจาก Union J Plus Thailand คุณชุติการชัยสิริไพบูลย์ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับทุกท่านด้วยค่ะ
บอกคุณคิมมิมว่าอย่าเรียกแนะนำว่าพิธีกรคนสวยเพราะว่าถ้าไม่สวยนี่คนเขาจะขำอยู่ลึกๆ นะคะก็ thank you so very honored to be here to be your panelist today so โอเคเดี๋ยวจะขออนุญาตบรรยายเป็นภาษาอังกฤษนะคะ So today with all our guest speaker we will have learned from the private sector from the case that have tackled the actually everybody of us here tackle the triple planetary crisis issue talking on the fishery climate change and also the pollution so I would like to proceed now to ask Kun Adam to share with us about what is the Thai Union doing on the Sea Change program ค่ะ You have 10 minutes for the first round.
Thank you very much. Good. So thank you for the opportunity. A brief background. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Thai Union Group. We're one of the largest seafood processors in the world, headquartered in Thailand, but with a significant market across Europe and also the North America region. Okay. We're waiting for the clicker. So as a little bit of background, you'll see this in the slides that I'll take you through. We introduced our sustainability strategy back in 2016. So this isn't necessarily a new topic for us, but what we've done over the last 6 months is significantly upgraded our strategy. And we've introduced a new strategy, which is now called Sea Change 2030. So to kind of take you through the history of sustainability, as I mentioned, we started in 2016, and the seafood sector is quite a high-risk sector for sustainability. And so there are two predominant areas that we focused on since 2016. The first was really around social and labor. Given the importance and given the reliance on outsourced work, often migrant work that happens down very long, deep, complex supply chains, we felt that it's imperative to really make sure that we have robust mechanisms in place to protect and safeguard the workers in that supply chain. And then the second area really focused on the topics of biodiversity. We are ultimately reliant on a natural resource. We are reliant on predominantly tuna fish. And so it's inherently in our best interest to make sure that those fish stocks are maintained to biologically significant levels. And so those are the two areas that we've been focusing on since 2016. We've upgraded our policies over the years, and we've introduced a number of different programs to really lead to where we are today, which is, we've carved out this leadership space within sustainable seafood. We've been recognized a lot for the progress that we've made to date, both within the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, but also the Seafood Stewardship Index. But that's honestly not really what I'm here to talk about. I think what we've challenged ourselves as is how do we help to redefine what it means to be a leader in this space? Not simply to acknowledge and be happy with the progress that we've made, but where do we go forwards as we look towards 2030? So Sea Change 2030 is our sustainability plan that provides unified solutions for both people and planet. And when we created Sea Change 2030 and we launched it in the middle of last year, things were very different to where we were in 2016, right? And I think this is important because this panel is focused on financing, and the reason why this is so important is because we need to engage a multitude of different stakeholders, many of those that you see up on the screen. So when we started, we hold our hands up and saying it very much was born out of NGO campaigns, NGO visibility in terms of what was going on in the seafood sector, and a long, hard look at ourselves at Thai Union saying, you know what, we can be doing better and we should be doing better. But when we launched our new strategy in the middle of last year, it wasn't just based on NGO campaigns anymore. In fact, we've had very successful relationships with Greenpeace and WWF and many of the environmental NGOs. And now the pressure points come from investors. It comes from academics. It comes from customers and consumers. And so what that's meant is that our new sustainability strategy is much more holistic in nature. And you'll see that over the next few slides. But as we talk about attracting financing to the fishing sector, we've really got to look at this end to end. We've got to make sure that there is a framework in place from policy perspective. We've got to make sure that there's an incentive model in place, which often means linking through our customers down to the consumer to make sure that that model is robust. So let's just quickly go into the details of the strategy. So the strategy is divided into 2 thematic pillars: for people, for planet. And underneath these 2 thematic pillars are 5 future outcomes, 2 focused on people and 3 focused on planet. You can see here a specific call out on the importance of biodiversity. So that's obviously what I want to focus on. Within our strategy, there are 11 interconnected commitments. And you can see here, I've highlighted in red, those that are specifically tied into biodiversity. So again, we're a seafood company. We're reliant on healthy fish stocks. So we've had a wild-caught sustainability commitment in place since 2016, which basically means that we've been working with our supply chain to ensure all of the fisheries are operating responsibly and sustainably, and that all fish stocks are at a healthy and an abundance level. And so all of that work that we've done to date in terms of fish stocks, we're now replicating across other supply chains within Thai Union. We're very, very big in tuna processing, but we also source a number of other different species as well. And so it's really making sure that our fisheries enter a robust framework, that we have monitoring and verification in place to ensure that they're progressing against an internationally recognized certification. We've also introduced our first group international aquaculture commitment. So Thai Union is also very big in frozen products, particularly shrimp. And for Thailand is a key sourcing country for us. And so we've introduced our first commitment that really encompasses 5 different things. And one of those 5 things is an environmental framework that encompasses all of the important elements of biodiversity. So there are about 13,000 active shrimp farms in Thailand. Don't quote me on that number, but it's an awful lot. And we source from thousands of them. Right, but Thai Union don't own these farms. So we need a framework in place, we need a mechanism in place to ensure that we're moving hundreds, if not thousands of farms towards more environmentally friendly practices that recognize the importance of biodiversity and are putting in place measures to protect and restore. So they're the 2 big ones. I've put in a dotted line climate change. We're the first global seafood company to also have SBTIs, science-based targets aligned with 1.5 degrees and the Paris Agreement. I put it in a dashed line because, you know, it's connected in with biodiversity, but also, you know, as a standalone topic, as is the same with best-in-class manufacturing. So best-in-class manufacturing is moving all of our manufacturing footprint completely closed loop. That means 0 food waste, 0 waste to landfill, and 0 wastewater discharge. So again, indirect benefits there also to biodiversity and the local ecosystem. Ocean plastics, which we'll hear more on later on. Obviously, you know, that is a threat to our oceans. And again, because we're reliant on a natural resource, we consider that a threat to Thai Union as well. So we're not only looking at mitigating our use of plastics, but we're focusing on the topic of ghost gear, which is fishing gear that is often lost at sea not deliberately, but through a number of different causes. So really working with our supply chain to reduce the amount of ghost gear that's lost, because that can have a fundamental impact on local biodiversity. The last two are responsible agriculture. So this is looking at three things: palm, soy, and chicken. So particularly palm and soy can be linked to deforestation. We know that's critical to protect biodiversity. And so we have commitments towards 2030 where we want 100% of our palm and soy to be certified by 2030. And then the last one is on ecosystem restoration. And this is really about, not just doing less bad, not reducing our impact, but also giving back. We have, some significant projects here in Thailand related to mangroves, related to coral reefs, and we'll be extending these globally, ultimately contributing about $7 million over the next few years. So talking about money, there's very ambitious commitments for the seafood industry. We're carving out what it means to be a leader, but obviously we can't just have ambitious statements. We need to back that up with financial teeth as such. And so Ludovic, he's our CFO. We went around the world launching this new strategy last year. And together with this launch, we were very, very clear on the importance to dedicate the financial resources to be successful. So Thai Union are investing every single dollar we earn in 2022 towards sustainability. Okay, 100% of our net profit. That's about $200 million. But sustainability is not new. We've already invested $100 million to date. We're adding in now an additional $200 million to ensure that we're successful. And then lastly, what I wanted to talk about is, obviously in relation to this panel, is the importance of blue financing. We had one example from the previous speaker in terms of the importance of attracting financing for the world's oceans. What we've done is we've tried to couple our sustainability performance with our commercial performance. And so we were one of the first to have and to issue blue financing. I think we now have 7 or 8 sustainability-linked loans and sustainability-linked bonds. Long-term financing for us is about $1.4 billion US, and we want 75% of it to be linked to sustainability, within our oceans by 2025. We are currently at about 2/3. Okay, so we've made an awful lot of progress. This is a picture of our CEO, Kuntirapong. Just a few months ago, we launched our second phase of blue financing. And so just to talk about some of the KPIs, we link as it relates to biodiversity. So number one is we're making sure that all of our fishing vessels have what we call electronic monitoring on them. And so when they go off onto the high seas, they're actually being held accountable to what they're catching, in what quotas they're being caught, are they catching what they're supposed to be catching, which again can have profound impacts on what we call IUU fishing. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which is one of the biggest threats for biodiversity. So that's the first link with biodiversity. The second comes in the shrimp supply chain, where again we're moving all of those farms that I spoke about, not just in Thailand, but around the world into an independent framework that ultimately ensures the farms that we're sourcing from are protecting the local biodiversity. So there are a number of different other KPIs related to climate change and our performance on different sustainability rankings, but those are the two specifically as it relates to biodiversity. So that is a quick snapshot of our strategy, how it connects in with biodiversity, some of the targets that we have, and then also what we're trying to do to also promote the amount of financing that's coming into the world's oceans.
Thank you very much, Khun Adam. So I think anybody, most of us actually maybe already use or eat product from Thai Union, maybe our pet animal as well. So it's very promising to see the commitment that you already see set the target in the next 7 years with quite very substantial amount of investment as well. So next I will come back to you with another follow-up question. But next I would like to invite Khun Dan Pathomwanit, CEO of NRF Food Public Company, to share with us about your journey. What's NRF have done to carry on your mission toward this nature positive pathway?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so our company is NRF, and it actually, I mean, internally it's the acronym is Nature Regenerative Foods. So very much similar to other listed companies, we are a triple P as well. So very much focused on people, planet, and performance. And it's been an interesting journey. So we are one of the first public companies to commit specifically within SDG 13, so climate action, on many various initiatives, for example, like the Race to Net Zero. And during this commitment, what we've found is, and we became really famous in 2020 talking about the future of food and how the world is being impacted by the impact of basically industrialization of food. And one of the things that we found, which is a sad fact, right, really is the impact of and the loss of biodiversity. Oh, there we go. Okay, so just very quickly, so our company, we have three primary strategies, and this is how we started off 5 years ago. Okay, so we've got one, which is specialty food, so we make a variety of different foods, including pet food. We have direct-to-consumer, which is both e-commerce and an omni-channel Asian grocery. So we've acquired supermarkets in the UK, and we will be the largest supermarket chain in London by this summer. And then hopefully in the next few years, we'll expand that into other countries as well. And you know, we went into Asian grocery, and I'll get more to that in a moment because it's I think it's a very important point here. We got into Asian groceries because you know, we make Asian groceries, right? We make more than 3,000 SKUs a year, 600 products, sauces, condiments, etc. The Asian groceries food sector is about $60 billion a year around the world. So if you go to any Chinatown around the world, that's, you know, Asian grocery. And I would say, unfortunately, it's also a big contributor to some of the losses that are occurring, both from a climate and biodiversity perspective. The last part we got into climate action was we were trying to figure out a way, how do we get to net zero, right? And I think this is the biggest challenge, both at a product level and a company level. Although we are not like a hard to abate sector, for example, like cement, for example, I think the hardest part within the food system, right, is dealing with farmers and getting them to practice, or getting them to implement things that we need in order to go to net zero. So, you know, I think most of everybody knows, right, the impact of the food system on the environment and on basically nature, and how do we actually take our economy, especially Thailand, right, as a net food exporter, faced with a very big problem, right? So by 2050, you know, we're assuming now the world is definitely going to warm more than 2 degrees, right? We'll most likely lose one growing season. But then if we take that further and then we look at the impact of losing a growing season in the next 30 years, right? We're getting to food security. Thailand is a center for biodiversity, right? So you've got in Hua Hin, Prachuap, all the way down to Hat Yai is a migratory pathway for birds. So you're looking at massive losses, right? And then how can Thailand potentially be a showcase for change? So, you know, we're a member of various organizations, including the World Business Sustainable Development Council. And, you know, we were, you know, it's a pretty simple framework in terms of how we're setting our goals internally. For example, focus on what we can change, setting the baseline, and then setting our commitments. But more importantly, right, and I think very different to basically the sea is agriculture, which is basically a large contributor to Thailand's economy. And so if we look at it, we've got to combine both ecological management and then agriculture together. This is super important, especially because we make food. Most of our raw materials come from farmers. So if we look at this, and I think this is where we came to realize that our food system is broken. So if you look at the left side, right, there's various practices, best practices that we need to implement in order to be both circular, right, and regenerative, right? So, you know, we've got to focus on smallholder farmers, right? So despite the fact that, you know, 4 crops make the majority of our food and calories, right? The smallholder farmers represent probably the critical, I would say, component of our food system. And being able to bring them along, including basically farm industrialization, is very important. Now, if you look on the right side of the equation, right, then you've got responsible governance, and then you've got circular economy, right? You've got basically the demand on the right, and then you've got the supply on the left, right? The demand being supermarkets, right? I don't know if anybody here represents any supermarkets. The left being manufacturers, and then being farmers, on the farming side, right? And the issue is this, and so, and this is exacerbated by COVID, right? So in a world where we have inflation, so grocery inflation in Europe was more than 10%. It's fallen, but it was 9% as of December in the UK, targeted to be 3 to 4% by the end of this year. The problem is we have less disposable income, right? Which means people have less money to spend on groceries. Okay, and because everybody has less money to spend on groceries, right, they're prioritizing their spending on groceries, right? And the problem is this, right? In a world globally that's dominated by very large supermarkets, right, every year these supermarkets are competing on price. And this is where I say the food system is broken. And so because they compete on price, they squeeze their supply chain, right? So every year, companies like us, we do our track to the different supermarkets, and they say, you know, we want either no price increase or a price decrease. But we want you to be more sustainable, to use less plastic. We want you to practice this, and this, right? And now we're saying that you've got to also be climate friendly, you've got to go to net zero, and you've got to think about both the ecology, you've got to think about biodiversity, et cetera. So, you know, at the end of the day, who pays for this, right? And this is, I think this is the central question, right? Who pays for all of these governance changes in our food system, right? Because it's certainly not on the demand side, right? So this falls onto the shoulders of the manufacturing and the farming side. And, you know, the manufacturing side being mostly large companies, right? We've got to, you know, we basically got to protect our margins, right? This now squeezes the smallholder farmers and the agriculture side. I think this is an inherent problem, and this is why I say our food system is broken. And it's one of the reasons why we decided to jump into retail. So for us, 2 years ago, we decided that we would kind of alter our business model. Okay, so originally we were midstream to upstream, right? So we had farms and we had manufacturing. We had some e-commerce, but we never jumped into grocery. And we thought, well, we're constantly being squeezed by supermarkets, right? Well, why don't we just get into the supermarket, the retail business, but focusing within the ethnic supermarkets. So not mainstream, but ethnic. So Chinese supermarkets, Vietnamese supermarkets, a variety of different ethnic supermarkets overseas. Now, so and it's a great opportunity, discussion for another crowd, but essentially it's big enough, $60 billion a year, where you know, we hopefully will be probably $200 million revenue from this strategy in the next 18 months, maybe $500 million in the next 36 months. It allows us to basically take margin that, so essentially it's streamlined, right? So we've got farms, manufacturing, and retail, no middleman, adds extra margin. We can now take that extra margin, go back to our farmers and say, listen, okay, we're gonna buy it above market prices. So if market price is like, say, $1 a kilo, we'll buy somewhere between 20 to 35% above market, right? But this is what you need to do, right? So we've actually gone to governments. I don't know if you can see this here. So we're starting off in the UK. We'll be 13 locations by summer, and then we'll probably be 20 by the end of the year. But essentially, if you look on this bottom left-hand side, so the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia visited our supermarkets, and then the whole Trade Commission of 30 exporters visited our supermarkets. And essentially, what we're telling is this: listen, we would love to promote Malaysian food products, right? We would love to do it. We'd love to pay you more, right? But this is what you need to do, right? And it's essentially within our purview to do it. And so going back to the supply chain, I think two things are of a very big focus for us, right? So one is obviously the race to net zero, right? So ensuring that within our supply chain, people are practicing regenerative agriculture. We're sponsoring like a biochar project, which I'll talk about in a moment, up in the north within our supply chain, and then we'll pay them more. Interestingly enough, I want you to look at this picture right here. So most of you who are from Europe, I see there's some potentially people from Europe, maybe from France. Every supermarket, if you've ever seen an Asian supermarket, right, probably imports $20,000 of fresh fruit and vegetable per branch per week into Europe from Thailand or China. Okay, it's a very carbon-intensive supply chain, and despite the fact that it's not very climate-friendly, but it does help and represents a major opportunity for Asian farmers to be able to provide sustainably produced products with a very good margin. And if we can basically take the objectives of focusing on both climate change, SDG number 13 and then number 15 on biodiversity, to ensure that they're taking care of their farms, they're implementing like no tilling, they're doing crop rotations, etc. Doing natural kind of like pest prevention. Hopefully we can make a turn. I found this is always something that was like super easy to communicate to people, especially like farmer groups, right? With the goal of 2030 being how do we just basically stop and then and start on our way to recovery. I feel there's one thing that I did want to promote, which we're doing up in the north, which is biochar, which I feel is a critical component for this. And so despite it being more on the decarbonization side, what we're doing with biochar is basically we're incentivizing farmers to basically take what they would have burned, basically farm residue. Okay, so as you know that we have a really big air pollution problem at the moment, so PM 2.5. The majority of which is, farmers burning residue, corn stubble, etc. There's mountains of corn stubble at the moment up in the north. They're burning it, Laos is burning it, Myanmar is burning it, and so we're basically paying them not to burn it, convert it to biochar, and then we apply into our supply chain generating carbon credits, and then hopefully decarbonizing both our products and then our supply chain. But I would say that's as part of the the effort to improve biodiversity, obviously stopping any form of burning, including forest fires, obviously will be an important contributor to this. So I think. With this, and then practicing farmer sharing, I think one of the most important contributions we hope to make over the next 3 years, as we scale out our grocery platform and provide a means for farmers to make more money by implementing sustainable practices, right, is potentially working with the Bank of Agriculture, as well as the Exim Bank, the bank for export, on providing loans to these farmers to be able to help to have them basically potentially improve how they irrigate, how they farm their land. Yeah, so that's my presentation. Yep.
Thank you very much,ค่ะ. Very impressive, and congratulations for all your work,นะคะ. I think I really see the similarity as a Thai union, right? You said you have 30,000 not farmer, like a farm, but you want to work with them, and you also work through your farmer as well. So I think it's like together as a collective action we can achieve something. So next I would like to invite Kun Nickนะคะ on the video record to share with us about Second Life, how Second Life is actually first company in Thailand that taking it on the mission to combat ocean plastic. So let's play the presentation on the recovery and recycling plastic within Thailand and coastal and island community in Thailand ค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อนิกสุพัฒน์ลาวินินนะครับ เป็นผู้อำนวยการของบริษัท Second Life แล้วก็เป็นเกียรติอย่างยิ่งที่ได้เข้ามาร่วมงานในวันนี้นะครับแล้วก็ต้องขอโทษที่ไม่สามารถเข้ามาร่วมงานเป็น in person นะครับขออนุญาตให้ผมพูดเป็นภาษาอังกฤษในการนำเสนอวันนี้นะครับ Hello everyone, my name is Nick Supatraminit. I am the director of Second Life. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. I'm very sorry that I am not able to be there in person, but I'd like to be able to talk a bit about Second Life and the work we do, and really about the intersections between sustainability, finance, and then also biodiversity here today. So Second Life is a social enterprise. We were founded in 2020 as part of a large organization that was working with carbon and tree planting and reforestry. And for us, we focus a lot on ocean plastic collection and ocean plastic recycling activities, mainly in Thailand, although we've had partnerships in Indonesia and then also in Vietnam. So today I'd like to talk a bit about the agenda, which is really about collecting and recycling plastic in Thailand's coastal and island communities. I'll go over the state of ocean plastic pollution in Thailand. What does Second Life do to prevent this? Challenges that we've faced in the field and how we've overcome them. Some of our success stories and impact that we've made so far. And as well, touch briefly on really what I see as the link between finance, sustainability, and biodiversity. So really looking at the state of ocean plastic pollution in Thailand, we know that it's a big problem everywhere. There's around 8 million tons of plastic pollution globally that enters into our oceans every year. It's estimated that Thailand is number 10 of the biggest dumpers of ocean plastic in the world, which is not great. And we estimate that on general, there's around 51,000 tons of plastic that's estimated to enter the oceans by Thailand every year. So we know that 90% of global ocean plastic leakage comes from Asia. And really what we've seen through our work in the field has been that this leakage is really caused by a funding gap in the local ocean plastic supply chain. And so what we see is that solutions are really needed to close this funding gap and therefore stop this ocean plastic leakage. So what does Second Life do to try and stop this? Really, the way that we work is we work with corporates to try and prevent this ocean plastic pollution from becoming a larger problem than it currently is. We work with partners to assess and reduce their plastic footprint. How do they contribute to the global plastic problem? Finding ways that they can then contribute and take initiatives and take action, proactive action on collection and recycling of waste outside of their value chain. And then 3 is, of course, advocating, so making communications, working with industry and institutional platforms, and then also other campaigns that Second Life has. But today I'd like to focus really on the second part, which is around contributions. So how do organizations work with Second Life and start to take action on ocean plastic? So how do we partner with corporates? We try to partner with corporates to essentially make the most impact. We are really here to try and bridge this funding gap, taking funding from organizations and redirecting it through the supply chain. And here we invite a lot of corporates and any corporates that are here today to really be part of this global plastic effort to tackle ocean plastic. Really, what we're talking about here is 1 ton supported is equal to 1 ton collected. So what does this mean? It means that Second Life uses the money that corporates give to Second Life and the services that we provide. We use this to pay an additional incentive that you can see here above the market price. And this incentive is paid to the collectors and the informal collectors that are working on the islands in Thailand. It helps to pay for boat fuel and collection incentives, which help to bring back the plastic to the mainland to then be recycled. So really this supports the entire supply chain from informal collection on the islands through to paying for the boat transportation, through to sometimes if there's fishing nets that need to be sorted and recycled, we will also provide funding for that. And then it goes all the way to then being baled and then entering back into the ocean supply chain. And we also, of course, empower the ocean community that brings it to life. So any of the community training events that we need to do, traceability, making sure that we know where the plastic is coming from and who is selling that plastic. Infrastructure investment support, so purchasing boats, warehouses for operational support, and then also stakeholder engagement as well. So really, this is an overview of our entire ocean plastic and collection and recycling activities. Before we came onto these islands, we saw that there simply wasn't, the price to sell the plastic from these islands is much lower than the cost to collect it. So the cost to collect it includes the collection cost as well as the boat fuel cost, which is usually a 2-hour ride there and back to the mainland. And we've seen this on multiple islands in Krabi, Trang, Renong island regions. And it's all the same problem about bringing that plastic back to the ocean, back to the mainland. So really what was happening before Second Life was that a lot of this plastic was simply being burned, or it was being open dumped in these areas. And of course, open dump then leaks into the ocean, and then we have the problem of ocean plastic pollution. So you see here that a lot of the bales are sold on to local recyclers. We work with Wongpanit, Krabi, to sort and recycle and collect all this material and implement it as a program within the Krabi region. So some challenges that we faced in implementing this. We see that ocean plastic particularly has the problem of low quality ocean plastic. So plastic that has been out in the sea, in the sun, and the sand for too long. We see around less than 20% usually every year that we collect, but there is still a certain amount. As you can see here in the photo, there are some flip-flops and some labels and packaging labels which really cannot be recycled because they're too low value or they're too dirty. So here we invested in machines that you can see, which are working to convert this material waste into RDF, which is essentially fuel for energy production. It's burned as part of incineration and energy production in cement factories and the like. We also see that each island has its own challenges and social problems. Some islands are part of the national parks, some islands are uninhabited, some islands have a community, but some of those communities don't have any waste infrastructure management in place. So we see that every island has its different problem, even if some of those islands are very close to each other. So what we do is that we work directly with the community. We identify what are the local problems and how can we figure out local solutions to it. This is where we work with our local project officers in the field and finding how we can engage and provide solutions that are custom to that island. And the third is that we found that sometimes collectors also had challenges in storing the waste effectively. So they had no way to transport their plastic back to the mainland or no way to store it during the monsoon period. And so it would get dirty and filled with mosquitoes. So what we did was investing in infrastructure. So we built boats and gave out some boats to the collectors that you see here. We invested in baling machines and warehouses and all of this infrastructure support, which goes beyond just giving incentives as well. So some of our success stories and our impact in the field. We started in 2020. We did 600 tons that year, and we've grown a lot since then. We became the first globally certified project under the Global Vera standard in 2022. And as of last year, 2023, we've done over 4 million kilos of plastic that we have collected and recycled from Thailand's oceans to this day. And our goal is really to continue to grow and to continue to expand and work with all the island communities in Thailand and abroad. Some of the brands that have worked with us include Codely, which was our founding partner. We see that they engaged as and used Second Life as part of their sustainable product packaging campaigns. So they have a campaign called 100% Plastic Collect, and so they compensate for 100% of their plastic footprint every year with Second Life. And with Simrise, we work with their Thai department, Diana Pet Food, which is a pet food brand under Simrise. And here as well, they also engage to compensate for their footprint. And then also we help to organize beach cleanups and engage the community and engage the employees there as well. So finally, I'd like to talk about the link between finance, sustainability, and biodiversity. Finance and sustainability, I think one thing I can say for sure is that for something to be environmentally sustainable, it also has to be financially sustainable. So what does this mean? It means that the credit financing from Second Life really helps to cover these boat fuel costs and extra incentives. It works as an addition to the market price. And really, because it is financially sustainable for these collectors, because they can make a profit from collecting and recycling this plastic, it then becomes something that they do as a way of finding extra income. And then that also then becomes something that is environmentally sustainable. It helps to make this ocean plastic collection activity financially sustainable for the collectors, where before it was not. And really talking about the link between sustainability and ocean plastic, and why is this so important, right? Ocean plastics really directly negatively impact marine biodiversity. There's over 800 marine species that are estimated to be negatively impacted by plastic pollution. There's 11.1 billion plastics that were found to be in corals in the Asia-Pacific reefs. 50,000 microplastics generally break down from one bottle, and so this then gets ingested and enters into the food web and then also into the food we eat. And I think lastly, I'd like to talk about this point, which is that 88% of the marine bioplastics, the marine plastics or ocean plastics that are floating out in the ocean today are actually along the coastline. So what this means is that a lot of people will think that ocean plastics are floating out in the middle of the ocean, whereas what we've seen is actually this is a very small percentage. And a lot of the ocean plastic, almost 90%, is actually floating around the coastlines. It washes back up on the beaches and the shores, and that's actually why we collect on the beaches, because it's the most effective way for us to get rid of this ocean plastic over time. So here, of course, are some of our stories, and I'd love to talk a bit more, but I don't have any more time. So again, I would like to just reiterate the importance of finance, sustainability, and biodiversity, and really how we've seen them all linked together. Anything that is financially sustainable is usually also environmentally sustainable as well in the case of collection and recycling. So I would encourage the audience to engage in this discussion, considering supporting this or other similar initiatives. And again, thank you very much. If anyone would like to talk a bit further, I'm very happy to have the discussion. Here is our contact details here. You can contact us at contact@secondlife.earth, and we'd be happy to schedule a call or talk more and exchange on these points. So thank you very much for today, and again, apologies that I'm not able to be there. ขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะคุณนิก so we also have representative from Second Life คุณ Pauline here with us, so if you would like to learn more about Second Life, you can feel free to meet her at the networking session. So next one, I would like to invite คุณชุติการชัยศิริไพบูลย์ Export Director from Union J Plus to share with us about your circular economy project ค่ะ
สวัสดีผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านนะคะขอเป็นภาษาไทยนะคะขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวเองนะคะชุติการฉายศิริไพบูลย์นะคะเป็นหนึ่งในผู้ก่อตั้งบริษัท Union J Plus Thailand นะคะบริษัท Union J Plus Thailand เป็นผู้ผลิตและจำหน่ายเม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลนะคะของประเทศไทยนะคะก่อตั้งในปีคศ 2001 โดยทีมงานที่มีประสบการณ์เกี่ยวกับธุรกิจพลาสติกรีไซเคิลมายาวนานนะคะและนับตั้งแต่ก่อตั้งจนถึงปัจจุบันบริษัทมีการพัฒนาอย่างต่อเนื่องนะคะประสบความสำเร็จในการสร้างระบบผูกโซ่อุปทานที่แข็งแกร่งมีความร่วมมือกับพันธมิตรทางการค้านะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นซัพพลายเออร์หรือคอลเลกเตอร์แล้วก็ผู้ผลิตเครื่องจักร แล้วก็หน่วยงานภาครัฐภาคเอกชนที่เกี่ยวข้องกับพลาสติกนะคะเพื่อจะรองรับธุรกิจของลูกค้าของเรานะคะในอดีตบริษัท Union J Plus Thailand เป็นบริษัท SME มีการบริหารธุรกิจแบบครอบครัวนะคะจนกระทั่งปีที่แล้วเราได้ร่วมลงทุนกับ Circulate Capital จากประเทศสิงคโปร์ซึ่งเป็น Impact Fund ได้ลงบริษัท Circulate Capital เนี่ยค่ะเป็นผู้ลงทุนในกลุ่มธุรกิจพลาสติกรีไซเคิลใน South และ Southeast Asia นะคะเพื่อช่วยลดปัญหาขยะพลาสติกโดยมีแบรนด์โอเนอร์และ Government Organization ให้การสนับสนุนจัดตั้งกองทุนและ Propago ก็เป็นหนึ่งในพาร์ทเนอร์ของ Circulate Capital นะคะที่ให้การสนับสนุนและเป็นหนึ่งใน Limited Partner ที่ลงทุนในกองทุนของ Circulate Capital นะคะในการ Scale Up ของบริษัท Union J Plus ในครั้งนี้ค่ะปัจจุบันนะคะบริษัทดำเนินธุรกิจนะคะมีพื้นที่และคลังสินค้าประมาณ 20,000 ตารางเมตรนะคะโดยมีโรงงานที่สมุทรปราการและสมุทรสาครนะคะซึ่งในแต่ละปีค่ะบริษัทจะช่วยลดขยะพลาสติกที่ถูกทิ้งสู่สิ่งแวดล้อมนะคะโดยการนำขยะพลาสติกมาผ่านกระบวนการรีไซเคิลแล้วก็มาเป็นเม็ดพลาสติกนะคะและถูกนำกลับไปใช้ในการผลิตสินค้าพลาสติกแล้วก็ยังสามารถช่วยลดต้นทุนให้กับผู้ผลิตสินค้าพลาสติกด้วยนะคะในปีหน้านะคะบริษัทมีแผนที่จะขยายกำลังการผลิตนะคะจาก 7,200 ตันต่อปีเป็น 13,000 ตันต่อปีนะคะเพราะว่าเนื่องจากเราได้เงินทุนจากกองทุนมานะคะโดยการขยายโดยการซื้อเครื่องจักรมาพัฒนาสินค้ามาเพิ่มกำลังการผลิตนะคะแล้วก็มีขยายกลุ่มลูกค้าค่ะเป็นพวก global brand นะคะที่เขาเห็นถึงการรักษาสิ่งแวดล้อมแล้วก็ช่วยเหลือสิ่งแวดล้อมแล้วก็เพื่อการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนนะคะแล้วก็กลุ่มลูกค้าที่ให้ความสำคัญนะคะเกี่ยวกับการเขาเรียกอะไรนะคะสร้างสิ่งแวดล้อมให้กับสังคมอะค่ะต่อไปก็เป็นวิสัยทัศน์ของบริษัทนะคะเป็นบริษัทตั้งแต่เป็นบริษัทที่เป็นรีไซเคิลพลาสติกชั้นนำที่ผลิตสินค้าที่มีคุณสมบัติตามมาตรฐานสากลนะคะตอบสนองความต้องการของลูกค้าพร้อมทั้งส่งเสริมนวัตกรรมผลิตภัณฑ์และรับผิดชอบต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมนะคะและอันนี้ไม่ใช่สงสัยค่ะอันนี้นะคะจากที่เราประสบการณ์ที่เราเรียนรู้มานะคะเราจะมีพอดีโทษนะคะสไลด์มันเป็นสไลด์อันนี้แล้วกันค่ะต้องขออนุญาตนะคะพอดีสไลด์มีปัญหานิดหน่อยค่ะจากที่บริษัทเราได้มีประสบการณ์นะคะในการทำธุรกิจนะคะก็จะมีความท้าทายในการผลิตเม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลที่มีมาตรฐานสากลนะคะคือความท้าที่เราเจอก็คือเรื่องคุณภาพของสินค้านะคะและกฎระเบียบในการพัฒนาของคุณภาพสินค้าให้เป็นมาตรฐานสากลนะคะเพราะว่าโดยปัจจุบันนี้ประเทศไทยยังไม่มีกฎระเบียบอย่างจริงจังหรือว่ามีการบริหารการจัดการการคัดแยกขยะอย่างจริงจังนะคะทำให้ผู้บริโภคหรือประชาชนเนี่ยค่ะจะไม่ค่อยมีความรู้หรือความเข้าใจในการคัดแยกขยะพลาสติกนะคะทำให้ขยะพลาสติกที่ได้นะคะที่จะมีการปนเปื้อนต่างๆนะคะทำให้เราค่ะนำมารีไซเคิลได้ปริมาณน้อยมากเพียงประมาณ25% ของปริมาณขยะพลาสติกทั้งหมดนะคะส่วนที่เหลือ 75% เนี่ยก็จะถูกทิ้งลงสู่สิ่งแวดล้อมแล้วก็ไปอยู่ในหลุมฝังกลบนะคะซึ่งปัญหาเนี้ยก็คือทำให้ต้นทุนในการจัดการรีไซเคิลของเราค่ะค่อนข้างจะสูงแล้วก็ยากพอสมควรในการที่จะผลิตสินค้าให้ได้มาตรฐานนะคะส่วนความท้าทายที่2ก็คือการแข่งขันด้านราคานะคะปัจจุบันนะคะมีผู้ผลิตนะคะรายใหญ่หลายรายนะคะทั้งในประเทศและต่างประเทศเนี่ยเขาให้ความสำคัญในการผลิตเม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลเพราะว่าผู้บริโภคเนี่ยเริ่มให้ความสนใจในเรื่องเกี่ยวกับภาวะโลกร้อนแล้วก็รักษาสิ่งแวดล้อมใช่ไหมคะทุกคนก็เริ่มให้ความสำคัญการใช้เม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลดังนั้นคนที่เข้ามาในตลาดเนี่ยค่ะจะเป็นผู้ผลิตรายใหญ่ๆไม่ว่าจะเป็นทั้งในประเทศและต่างประเทศนะคะทำให้มีเกิดการแข่งขันอย่างสูงค่ะโดยเฉพาะการแข่งขันด้านราคานะคะส่วนความท้าทายข้อที่3นะคะเป็นการรับรู้ของกลุ่มลูกค้านะคะซึ่งในอดีตนะคะ คนที่จะใช้เม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลเนี่ยจะเข้าใจว่าต้องถูกไว้ก่อนคือถูกกว่าเม็ดพลาสติกเวอร์จินนะคะคือเพื่อจะใช้แค่ลดต้นทุนอย่างเดียวซึ่งจะมองว่าคุณภาพยังไม่ค่อยสำคัญแต่เอาราคาถูกไว้ก่อนซึ่งปัจจุบันเนี่ยค่ะจะเปลี่ยนไปแล้วเพราะว่าการผลิตเม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลที่ได้มาตรฐานนะคะมันต้องใช้ต้นทุนอย่างสูงแล้วก็มีการจัดการอย่างสูงนะคะเพื่อจะได้มาตรฐานตามสากลโลกนะคะทำให้จะเป็นความท้าทายว่าเราจะทำยังไงให้ผู้บริโภคค่ะมีความเข้าใจแล้วก็ยอมรับในราคาที่สูงขึ้นนะคะส่วนข้อจำกัดนะคะที่เราเจอนะคะก็เรื่องเงินทุนนะคะเพราะว่ามีบริษัทหลายรายใหญ่ๆนะคะที่มีเงินทุนเยอะนะคะเขาก็สามารถจะมาซื้อเครื่องจักรที่ทันสมัยแบบพร้อมนวัตกรรมใช่ไหมคะมีทั้งเครื่องทดสอบเครื่องมือต่างๆที่ในการผลิตให้ได้มาตรฐานนะคะซึ่งพวกนี้จะใช้เงินทุนจำนวนมากซึ่งบริษัทเราเนี่ยเป็นบริษัทเล็กๆใช่ไหมคะก็อาจจะยังไม่สามารถจะไปแข่งขันกับบริษัทรายใหญ่ได้อันนี้ก็คือเป็นข้อจำกัดของทางบริษัทนะคะยังไงก็ตามนะคะเราก็พยายามมุ่งเน้นเรื่องคุณภาพสินค้าให้มีเทียบเท่ากับมาตรฐานสากลนะคะแล้วก็พัฒนาความรู้ของเรานะคะสามารถจะคู่ไปสู้กับตลาดโลกได้ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณมากเลยค่ะก็เหมือนทุกคนพูดเป็นเสียงเดียวกันเนาะว่าการจะปรับเปลี่ยนผ่านไปสู่ I switch to English for you everybody say the same thing that in order to shift to the more sustainable product require money who pay for that so for Thai Union the CEO said like let's take us our profit from last year here 200 million right and Kun Dan the CEO who have the vision they said like let's change the system let's change the broken food system in our hand by our own investment but also additional investment also required and you also receive some funding from the circulate capital through Propago already but it's only tiny. It's not enough to change the world or solve the problem that we are facing. So maybe we'd like to ask everybody just like one last question that we just at the beginning of the crisis that's going to affect us all. In order to really make the consumer aware that responsible product is more expensive and someone need to pay and the system need to be changed, who we should engage and how ค่ะ so maybe we can start with คุณ Adam first ค่ะ
This is not a 2-minute answer. I mean, I could talk about this for probably 2 hours. But, you know, I will keep it short because we talk about money. Where should the money come from? June 2022, after 20 years of negotiations at the WTO, the world's governments finally decide to curb the use of harmful fishing subsidies. Curb. Those fishing subsidies are estimated to be around $22 billion every year that go into exploiting the world's oceans. So we want to start talking about where should the financing come from. Maybe at a global level, we start actually not subsidizing harmful fishing practices, but starting to subsidize responsible and sustainable fishing practices. You know, fisheries is a complex area. It took 20 years for these negotiations. It's a thorny topic, but we need, you know, a number of different things. We need a clear assessment of the state of the world's fisheries. We need holistic, sustainable fishing models that include marine protected areas. A lot of this is coming with 30 by 30. We need to strengthen frameworks and government engagement and enforcement. But then most of all, you know, we really need to incentivize, you know, financial incentives to create this change. Because at the minute, there is more money to be made with unsustainable fishing than sustainable fishing. The system is broken, as some of my other colleagues on the panel have referred to, and we've got to start addressing some of those root causes.
So it's a very complex question, but there is a simple answer, which is the consumer, right? So the consumer needs to pay more. Unfortunately, in a world of inflation, where inflation is not a popular issue to deal with, especially in an election year, the gatekeepers to that is actually the supermarkets. And so I think essentially, okay, So, and I think this is a very important point, right? Subsidies, I think every country has subsidies, right? Especially in agriculture, because that's your voting base, right? Thailand, there's 14 to 15 million voters in agriculture. So I think one part is definitely in the government's not invisible hand, but direct intervention in terms of subsidies. I think that's definitely an issue. But I think the greater issue is basically how ultimately how consumers and retailers engage with one another, and then how do you pay for what, right? So we cannot always just be happy with paying for cheap product. Unfortunately, that's going to be a non-sustainable path moving forward, right? So I think number one, we need to engage with retailers. Retailers need to accept that we cannot punish supply chain, but with ever increasing governance requirements and constant price decreases. I'm sure Thai Union has the same conversation every year with their retailers. I have the same. We pack for more than almost 80 supermarkets around the world, including almost most famous supermarkets that you know of, whether it's in Europe, North America, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore. And so I can tell you for a fact, right, the first point of engagement is the retailer, right? They want sustainability. They got to accept that sustainability comes with a price. They cannot pass the buck on. I think number two is I think consumers, unfortunately, in a world of this of hyperinflation, needs to understand that we need to also pay as well, pay our share, right? And that comes hand in hand with supermarkets. And I think if the consumer, governments, and supermarkets get it right, and we're not forcing the farmers to do the things that they shouldn't be doing, I think that's already 80% of the challenge already. The other 20% of the problem, which also represents 80% of the problem, in my opinion, is actually the informal market. So all the mainstream supermarkets, where it's Tesco, Carrefour, Aldi, they're held accountable to shareholders because they're public companies, right? But if you think about it, and for example, like the groceries that we're buying to, they're not held accountable to anybody. There is no food safety compliance, right? There is no sustainability requirements, and that's a huge sector. So if you look at it, as I mentioned, just Asian grocery alone is $60 billion a year industry, right? No compliance, right? There's no BRC requirements, et cetera. So that informal sector needs to join the equation as well, right? So we need to engage mainstream supermarkets. We need to engage the informal sector, right? The non-mainstream, right? And bring them into the fold. And that entire ecosystem will drag everybody else in the entire food supply chain moving forward. And I think that's a very easy, achievable path to handle versus trying to, turn other hard-to-abate sectors carbon-friendly.
เป็นภาษาไทยค่ะก็ในฐานะพูดในฐานะโรงงานผลิตเม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลนะคะก็อยากให้ภาครัฐนะคะแล้วก็ภาคเอกชนต่างๆค่ะอยากจะให้ความเหมือนกับสนใจหรือใส่ใจจริงๆในการที่จะร่วมกันลดโลกร้อนนะคะโดยการใช้เม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลนะคะเพราะว่าอันเนี้ยเราคือเป็นการลดขยะจริงๆค่ะลดขยะโดยการนำมาผลิตเป็นเม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลนะคะคือเราก็เก็บจากขยะพลาสติกที่ทิ้งตามถนนหนทางค่ะแล้วก็มาทำรีไซเคิลนะคะซึ่งปัจจุบันนี้ค่ะอย่างประเทศในแถบยุโรปค่ะเขาก็เริ่มกันจริงจังแล้วนะคะเพราะว่าเขาก็จะต้องมีเขาเรียกนะ regulation กฎระเบียบค่ะในการใช้เม็ดพลาสติกรีไซเคิลในเกี่ยวกับแพคเกจจิ้งนะคะซึ่งตอนนี้เขาเริ่มกันอย่างจริงจังแล้วแต่เราประเทศไทยอะค่ะยังไม่ได้เริ่มจริงจังตรงนี้นะคะแต่เห็นว่าปี 2027นะคะจะออกกฎระเบียบมาซึ่งเราก็อยากให้ทุกคนนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเจ้าหน้าที่รัฐหรือว่าภาคเอกชนนะคะหรือว่าอย่างแบงก์นะคะก็แบบให้ทุนสนับสนุนเกี่ยวกับธุรกิจนี้เพื่อให้มันเป็นยั่งยืนแล้วก็เติบโตกันแบบยั่งยืนนะคะเพื่อจะช่วยกันลดปัญหาโลกร้อนแล้วก็สิ่งแวดล้อมที่ดีขึ้นนะคะ ขอบคุณค่ะ
ค่ะก็ขอบคุณวิทยากรทุกท่านมากเลยนะคะก็ for people and planet นะคะเราจะต้องร่วมกันให้ความรู้แล้วก็ให้ข้อมูลต่างๆไม่ว่าจะกับทั้ง consumer แล้วตลอดจนถึงทุก supply chain แล้วนะคะก็ในเซสชันนี้ก็ขอปิดการดำเนินการเท่านี้ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะในส่วนนี้นะคะดิฉันต้องขอบคุณผู้ดำเนินรายการนะคะคุณวีวีนะคะรวมถึงวิทยากรต่างๆคุณอดัมคุณแดนคุณนิกนะคะและคุณชุติการค่ะตอนนี้นะคะเราได้เสร็จไปอีกส่วนเซกชันที่สำคัญแล้วได้เห็นตัวอย่างนะคะว่าดำเนินการจะทำอย่างไรและสามารถทำให้เกิดขึ้นได้จริงนะคะคราวนี้เราจะพักเบรกกันอยู่10นาทีนะคะตอนนี้ขอทุกท่านนะคะกลับเข้ามาที่ห้องประชุมในเวลา5 นาฬิกา 20 นาทีนะคะประมาณ12 นาทีนะคะอาจจะสั้นนิดนึงนะคะแต่ขอให้ทุกคนได้พักผ่อนยืดเส้นยืดสายแล้วเดี๋ยวกลับมาเจอกันค่ะ Now we're gonna take a break and I would like to say thank you for all this lovely session that we learned a lot from the real and the practical activities and we can say like we can make this happen. Thank you so much and we will meet again at 3:20. Thank you. นะคะเพราะว่าจากที่เมื่อกี้เราได้ฟังนะคะเราค้นพบแล้วว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยมันมีความเป็นไปได้นะคะที่เกิดกรณีตัวอย่างต่างๆในประเทศไทยนะคะแต่คราวนี้เราจะมาพูดกันให้ชัดและภาพใหญ่เพิ่มขึ้นไปอีกเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการเงินนะคะและความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพในภูมิภาคเอเชียและระดับนานาชาติค่ะมิมคิดว่าในหัวข้อนี้นะคะทุกท่านมีความตั้งหน้าตั้งตารอที่จะฟังเพราะว่าแขกผู้มีเกียรติของเราเนี่ยเดินทางมาจากนานาชาติเลยนะคะถ้าพร้อมแล้วขอเชิญกลับมาที่ห้องประชุมตอนนี้เลยค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say like since the last section, we have many great study, right, from the something that is ongoing in Thailand, and we know we can make that happen. But for next section, even more interested because we would like to scale it up, make it more in Asian region and also about international level. So, and we have very great pleasure to have overseas guests, and they will be with us. Once you're ready, please come back to the room. We will start soon. Thank you.ฮัลโหลเพิ่มเติมอีกนิดหน่อยนะคะในบ่ายนี้นะคะนอกจากในหัวข้อนี้แล้วนะคะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการเงินและความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพนะคะในภูมิภาคเอเชียและนานาชาตินะคะเรายังมีการพูดคุยกับอีกประเด็นหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจมากๆเลยคือการส่งเสริมแนวทางค่ะเมื่อกี้เราได้ฟังตัวอย่างไปแล้วนะคะแนวทางก็คือว่าเราจะทำยังไงที่จะทำให้เกิด nature positive ทำให้สำเร็จในภาคเอกชนและภาคการเงินในประเทศไทยนะคะเราก็จะมีตัวแทนจากหลากหลายองค์กรขึ้นมาพูดคุยนะคะพร้อมกับแลกเปลี่ยนความคิดเห็นซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยมิมคิดว่าเป็นหลายสิ่งที่ทุกคนตั้งหน้าตั้งตารออยู่นะคะ so ladies and gentlemen I would like to say we still have another two very interesting information so the section 6 is about catching up international and the regional initiative in biodiversity and finance. As I say, we also have many guests from the overseas and they're already here with us. So, and almost the last one, and I'm sure like it's very interesting as well. You know why? Because we would like to make things happen. Is about session 7 is charting a nature positive part for the private and financial sector in Thailand. We sure we not just only want to listen and we just want to make things happen. Let's see how we can make this happen together. And in the end of the day, we will have a closing remark in the section 8. And I hope this is going to be very short and we try to finish everything on time. ถ้าพร้อมแล้วเชิญเข้ามาในห้องเลยนะคะทุกคนลำดับต่อไปนะคะดิฉันขอเชิญทุกท่านนะคะเข้าร่วมสู่ในหัวข้อที่6นะคะการเงินและความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพในภูมิภาคเอเชียและนานาชาตินะคะซึ่งในส่วนนี้ดิฉันได้รับเกียรตินะคะมีผู้ร่วมดำเนินรายการกับดิฉันนะคะก็คือคุณจิรนุชศักดิ์คำดวงนะคะจากสถาบันสิ่งแวดล้อมไทยนะคะจะเป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับคุณจิรนุชด้วยค่ะนอกจากนี้แล้วนะคะยังมีแขกผู้มีเกียรติที่ร่วมกับ panelist ในตรงนี้นะคะมิมขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญแขกทีละท่านขึ้นสู่บนเวทีค่ะคุณโอลิเวอร์นะคะออร์กอนซิลเวอร์ผู้อำนวยการฝ่ายความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพศูนย์ความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพอาเซียนค่ะลำดับต่อมานะคะคุณอานุชเมธานะคะผู้อำนวยการธนาคารพัฒนาเอเชียแห่งประเทศไทยค่ะหรือ ADB ค่ะลำดับถัดไปนะคะดร.ดินโดแคมปิสันนะคะผู้อำนวยการจาก IUCN ประจำภูมิภาคเอเชียค่ะ และสุดท้ายนะคะนางสาวซูบาศิวคุมารันนะคะหัวหน้าแผนกการเงินเพื่อการพัฒนาฝ่ายนโยบายเศรษฐกิจมหภาคและการเงินเพื่อการพัฒนาคณะกรรมการเศรษฐกิจและสังคมแห่งเอเชียแปซิฟิก ASCAP ค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับแขกผู้มีเกียรติของเราอีกครั้งหนึ่งค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
Thanks, Ms. MC. Welcome back to the 6th session. I think it's quite challenging because we are under pressure. We were asked to shorten our session. Unfortunately, we couldn't. We will try. I'm sure everyone already become energetic from coffee break. We will change our order of speaker a little bit. Okay. Yes, sure, of course. The first speaker will be delivered by Dr. Dindo Kampiland. He will be the first to speak and will be the first to leave as well because he needs to catch his flight. Okay, before no further ado, Dr. Dindo.
Hello. Yes, I really have to start with an apology because I thought the original session is going to finish before 4. As you know, many things are happening this week, last week, next week. This week is also the Asia Pacific Ministerial Forum on Agriculture in Colombo. That's why I have to run to Don Muang to fly tonight. So apologies, but I'll stay for as long as I could. Thank you very much. I would have preferred to speak after Anoj and Akil Oliver because much of what I'm going to share builds on the partnership we have with the partnership we have with ACB and also with ADB. But nonetheless, let me just go ahead and present some of the slides. I'm going to make a presentation, and so if I don't have time for question and answers, Anuj and Oliver will answer. First of all, I'd like to thank AFD and also TEI for inviting us, IUCN. Government of Thailand, of course, being one of the pioneering state members of IUCN. AFD, because much of what I'm going to share today builds on the work that we do with AFD and France, particularly around nature-based solutions. And TEI is also a member organization for coming today. It's also good that I was here since this morning because there were 2 points that dawned on me. While the organizer said they want me to speak about concrete examples of business engagement, there were 2 points that I now would like to start with. It was very useful for me to listen and to appreciate to the diversity and the richness of experience we have already around finance. And that, to me, is very important for all of us to appreciate and also to understand that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. At the same time, there was something that really struck me because this forum is about finance for biodiversity. And I say biodiversity because somehow you may have noticed the many examples you've heard talk about biodiversity, nature, climate, circular economy, what else we talk about, green. Now, if biodiversity is the impact target at the end, finance is the intermediate means to it, we must be clear then, what is this ultimate target, the impact target we have, which is biodiversity. I say that because finance for biodiversity somehow is distinct from finance for climate, or finance for circular economy, or finance for green business. And so I would make the key message that while these are all interrelated, since we talk about finance for biodiversity, let us focus on that, because there are subtle differences, but they also make a lot of difference, while also saying that it's important to recognize their interlinkages. We know now, global science has told us, climate and biodiversity are 2 sides of the same coin. And the examples in finance in these other environmental challenges are important basis for us to curate specific financial instruments and tools for biodiversity. But first, we must know what we are financing before we talk about biodiversity and biodiversity outcomes. Okay, for those of you unfamiliar with IUCN, there's a slide to introduce ourselves. The 3 probably relevant items I would like to emphasize on who we are. So we are intergovernmental, so Thailand, one of our pioneering state members, France, of course. France hosted our 75th anniversary celebration in Fontainebleau, where it all began 75 years ago. But what really makes us unique and the IUCN voice and the IUCN position, it's not just the position of the governments of the world, because as a union, it includes membership, for example, of NGOs, okay, the familiar ones like WWF, but we also have subnational governments, cities and provinces, and we have indigenous peoples as members, as part of a governance. They're not just groups that we serve or beneficiaries. They're part of guides us, and that makes us a very unique platform for bringing these diverse voices in terms of what we offer to the world's conservation community. The other one, of course, is a lot of people say, you see on your red list. Yes, it's true, but it's more than that. We are known for many of the global standards that we have, including the red list for species. And that's one function that we play, including for this forum today. Third one is we connect what we do on the ground or do in the countries with what's happening globally because of our specific role in relation to environmental agreements, not only the big three, climate, biodiversity, and sustainable land health, but also among the more specific ones. See, last week in Samarkand, we just had a COP on migratory species, Ramsar, and in Thailand, we're also known for our role with, in relation to the Convention for Natural World Heritage Site with UNESCO. So all of this makes IUCN quite broad, but today I want to speak more specifically about our role in biodiversity and how we partner with the financial community. I'll approach this from a broader framework of business engagement. We have a long history of partnering with the business sector, whether it's within Thailand or globally. The graph that is presented there shows the diversity of sectors that we engage with across different countries. And it's not even updated, I think, for 2024. So we do have that strong, very diverse, solid experience of working with the private sector. But I think it's more important to understand how we approach it. When we say business engagement for biodiversity conservation, we actually engage with three entry points. We think about a company in three ways. And I think most of the examples today also related to that. There's the company that looks at philanthropic grant for biodiversity and the public good, putting out money for charity or for support to a global challenge, maybe unrelated to the business that they're doing. Many of us in the nonprofit sector, we receive funding for those. Then there is mainstreaming biodiversity tools in business. So it's about business engagement, which takes advantage of available tools, available standards from IUCN and others, which is to improve greening the supply chains, improving the circularity, and maybe adding value to the business operation. So that's very different from just philanthropy. The third one, of course, which is the focus of this session, is mobilizing private sector biodiversity financing. So when we speak to a company or to a group of companies, we usually start with that. What's going to be our relationship like? Are you here giving us money to do marine plastic project somewhere in Thailand? Or are you here because you want us to integrate some of our IUCN tools into your business operations? Or are you here because you want advice around investment or finance? And I'll start with a very concrete example. Sorry. Next slide. Yes. Toyota and Toyota Thailand. To illustrate what we mean here. So Toyota Thailand started a partnership with the Red List. As part of its CSR and philanthropic objective, said we want to contribute to the world's red listing process by providing philanthropic money and grant to support IUCN in developing the global standard for the red list. But then here in Thailand, we also engage with them. If you're familiar with the plant which is near Suvarnabhumi, they're interested to transform that plant area of, I don't know how many rise, including the greening of its landscape, which we now have as an eco-forest. So it's about a company and a company's mission and contributing to its own sustainability targets. And then with Thailand and a group of companies here, it also led the formation of the first Business for Biodiversity platform to influence investments by a group of companies. And I must thank Vivi because she really started this when she was with IUCN. So for companies in this room today, we at IUCN start with this conversation because it's easy to get this all mixed up. But for us, it's also important, what is the nature of engagement that we're going to have? Is it one of the circles? Is it two? Is it three? Because it also helps us determine, is there something we can offer as IUCN? Next slide. So we'll go through each of the circles. Start the first one. This is very typical. As you can see, we work on different environment, nature-related projects. You have there examples in Sri Lanka and in Vietnam. I'd like to highlight the green one at the end, because it's a blend of the first and the second circle. And this is with Huawei and Esri. It's also about using digital innovation. So using the advances and the innovation of companies like Huawei and Esri, if you do a lot of GIS work, in our work on protected and conserved areas. So there are several of these examples, probably over 50 companies we work with just in Asia. But this is one area of how we as IUCN support the private sector. The other one, which is the second circle, is really about mainstreaming biodiversity tools in business. And many organizations, many consulting firms can do this. So what sets us apart? We only do this type of work if there's interest from a company to harmonize corporate or industry standards with global standards. So what we offer is, if a company wants to harmonize its own targets, its own sustainability agenda with what happens globally in terms of standards, then we come in. And you have there examples that we have in Pakistan and in Vietnam, Cambodia, and in China. China is the most interesting one because it also relates to fintech. In Thailand, if you're a fan of buying from Lazada, so that's the equivalent that we have in China with Alipay and with the Ant Group. The third one is, of course, mobilizing private sector financing. Well, we heard about small grants, and we do a lot of re-granting schemes around the region. We believe that it takes more than just drops of money to make significant change. So we do have a role in multilateral financing. We work with countries to support accessing money from GCF or in GEF. But in addition, I put there two examples. One is around Subnational Climate Fund, because much of the money is usually sovereign. It goes to countries and national governments. There's much less available that goes to entities below national level, cities, provinces, or private sector. Another one that's more specific is in the Low Carbon Accelerator Fund. And of course, I'm not just going to talk about the ADB, Nature Solutions Finance Hub, which we launched in Dubai, just about 2 months ago. So in summary, what could we offer and contribute to a partnership with you? There are essentially 6 key areas. And this comes back to global standards. So as an organization that helps set global standards and promote it, nature-based solution, the current one, and that's thanks to AFD again. There's Green List, which is the Green List for protected and conserved areas. Last week I had a meeting with DMCR. Thailand wants to have its first site green listed, which is going to be marine. There's the databases and tools. What is so significant about IUCN as an organization founded on the science of conservation and biodiversity? Because we manage, and we promote the largest, the most diverse databases and tools, which actually become the reference for many other organizations to build on. So we heard so many examples from this morning, and many of them were, for example, based on KBA, Key Biodiversity Areas. That's a global reference to target specific areas where you want to invest. You talk about, we have a new red list. It's not just the red list for species. There's now a red list of ecosystems, which provide the typology of ecosystems, and which is, again, the reference for the world in terms of designing projects and also targeting. I go to knowledge and capacity building. We have the IUCN Academy. I said there are many other organizations that provide training capacity building. Our IUCN Academy provides professional certification. You can be trained in NBS anywhere you want. If you want a professional certificate, a nature-based solution, and put it in your business card, you come to the IUCN Academy. There's Panorama, which is an online platform on various solutions in nature and biodiversity. Then we have practical guidance. It's interesting again to note many of the examples we heard since this morning, because these are somehow linked to or built on what we also produce at IUCN as different tools, guidance, and guide sheet. 2 examples I put there because it relates again to business and finance. International policy engagement is a very important part of what we do, and this is making sure that what we do on the ground connects to the national priorities and targets and also to what's going on happening. So Ramsar on wetlands, and that's our engagement with the East Asia flyways. There's the work that we do on many of the other conventions in the environment that we connect. We have been involved for the new Global Biodiversity Framework. By the time countries were planning on the stand, negotiating in Montreal, and then now we're all asking, now what? The world has signed up for 30 by 30. How on earth are we going to achieve these targets in Thailand or Bhutan or in Singapore? So this is the role that we play. ONEP has been a key partner for us here, which also reminds me, because many of the examples just earlier were about marine and what we do on coastal. So as you know, last year the world finally commonly adopted the new treaty on marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. We really work hard to influence countries to do that. In September, I think 90 countries have already signed. Unfortunately, today, no single country has ratified except Palau. So part of what we do is talking to different countries, including Thailand, to make sure that this landmark treaty that's been adopted is going to be, we need more than at least 60 countries to ratify it so that it becomes legally binding as a treaty and as a world contract for us to preserve marine biodiversity outside of our national borders. And then, of course, our experts commission, why do we say we have this global expertise and we have this largest network? So we have this over 15,000 experts in various commissions. And I was just looking at the list before I came here. In Asia, there are about 4,000 of these members. Thailand is only 100. There's a lot of potential for specialists like you to engage with us and to become part of these commissions. Then convenings, as you know, we also organize, part of our role is to convene the world, to convene various sectors, to discuss specific issues and challenges. So the Global Leaders Forum that we organize every year specifically focuses on what the business sector and the private sector can do, can work with. Now everybody talks about nature positive. It's again becoming a jargon that everybody just wants to use. So what is nature positive? What is net biodiversity gain? What is neutrality, carbon neutrality? And many years earlier, we only talked about mitigating the negative consequences.
Dr. Dindo, sorry to interrupt, but you might miss your flight.
Okay. So, and this is my last slide. So in September, we welcome you very much to join us. Every 4 years, we organize the Regional Conservation Forum en route to our global Congress, which happens in 2025. So please do connect with us. If you're interested, this is the broader platform what we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us today, and we are very sorry to see you leave. Okay, you stay. Okay, good. Okay, what Dr. Dindo just shared with us is very interesting and very important, especially for private sector who's asking about what should we do, what is the standard to measure biodiversity if we change to biodiversity positive or nature positive business. But I think there's still a lot to talking about. Next, I would like to invite my next speaker. I think for someone who really wait for the initiative, I think Mr. Oliver Agoncillo can give us a very insightful of Asian Business and Biodiversity Initiative, or ABBI. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janet. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us here and to share with us, to share with you the ASEAN Business Biodiversity Initiative, which is really a beginning of initiative between the business sector and the private and the biodiversity sector. So we have heard about the situation since this morning. What I would like to highlight here is the Stockholm Resiliency Center, another study that they said they breached 9 boundaries. We breached 6 already on the interplanetary boundaries. That's important for us to recognize that the urgency of the situation and how do you mitigate the problem. And also from the World Economic Forum, the study in 2022, a survey that 3 of the 10 global risk is really related to environment and biodiversity and climate change. So again, we have talked about this since this morning. The photos are some examples in the Southeast Asia region. So these are the green reminders. But at the same time, I would like to draw your attention on how unique our biodiversity and natural resources are. Despite the area that we have, we only have 3% of the world's surface area, but we have 25% of all known plants and animals, and 37% of these, around 19,000 species, are found only in the Southeast Asia region. So let me introduce to you the center. We are supporting the ASEAN member states in furthering the agenda for biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. We work under the ASEAN Working Group on Nature and Conservation of Biodiversity under the Socio-Cultural Division. And there are other divisions in the ASEAN level. So ACB is one working with our governing board are practically the ministries of the 10 ASEAN countries in the environment. Of course, ONEP is one of our active members. So here, we've heard about this since this morning, about the KMGBF, or the Biodiversity Plan, but I would like to draw your attention in terms of the comprehensive recovery framework that was implemented during the COVID times. It recognizes the importance of nature and natural resources in order to have, to build the resiliency in the region. And we also would like to draw your attention in the RCEF, which is, well, championed by the other division, the economic division. And one of the articles there is really the rights and responsibilities of the ASEAN member states under the Convention on Biodiversity. In here, again, in last December, all ASEAN member states have committed more so in terms of targets in the Community Montreal, and specific for the private sector is really target 14, talks about the whole of society approach, and we heard about this since this morning on the importance of different stakeholders to push forward on how do we mainstream biodiversity in all of the sectors in society and to meet the targets. And also there's a target out of the 23 on target 15, which talks about disclosure and reporting, and we heard about some tools already in the pipeline and those working in the different sectors. And of course, looking at subsidies, how do we, the negative subsidies and how to increase the incentives for positive subsidies. So the ASEAN Center have partnered with the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, which is the APEC body and the ASEAN Economic Community, to one of the 5 priorities of the ABAC, ASEAN BAC, is really looking at on sustainable development, health resilience, and food security, which are really talks about healthy ecosystems and biodiversity. So last year, September, during the ASEAN Business Summit, we signed a partnership agreement, three-year partnership agreement with the overall goal of contributing to the ASEAN towards a greener and sustainable future through mainstreaming biodiversity and nature-based solution in the strategic priorities of the business sector in the region. So some of the major objectives for the partnership is to how do we facilitate cooperation? How do we contribute towards building sustainable economy by looking at capacity buildings for micro, small and medium enterprises? And of course, how do we encourage investments for biodiversity mainstreaming and NBS through communication, education, and public awareness, sharing best practices as we have here, and of course, how do we incorporate, again, the practicality of mainstreaming biodiversity. So here, again, we are in the process of joint work programming. We have doing a lot of consultation with stakeholders, identifying challenges and opportunities, and of course, outreach, awareness, and raising and learning. So recently in January, we presented the ABBI to the Joint Business Council, which is now headed by the Lao Chamber. So some of the examples of emerging collaboration and partnership, and I'm very glad to hear the role of IUCN, and of course, how do we, this mapping exercises and consultations with other groups in the region is very important for us. So on your screen are some of the partners, potential partners that we've talked with in terms of their strengths, capacity building, knowledge exchange, policy regulatory synergy, financing incentives, and monitoring and evaluation. So again, what are the potential transformative strategies when we focus on micro and small medium enterprises? So we see that there are 3 stages: deepening the understanding of biodiversity, nature-based solution, and National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan, and the drive for business action plans, of having business and biodiversity as an action plan, and then expand the reach. So you see the first year would be on what's the idea of a biodiversity business hub looks like in the region. So having heard about different actors and different movements already, we don't want to compete, but we would like to complement and have this platform to be to gather these different groups. For example, in terms of awareness toolkits, we have heard a lot of toolkits, and this is the opportunity for us to identify which one would work. And also, lastly, in terms of carbon market development, there's a lot of interest in the region in terms of ecosystem restoration, and then this could be a possible path forward in terms of business and biodiversity initiative in the region. So the rest are really, we're open for more discussions and to hear more about the current efforts that we would like to scale up the region. So of course, we invite you to the ABBI journey, and we look forward to more conversations later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Great presentation. Okay. You look at the time stopper. Okay. Okay, it's very good to know that ABBI is going to focus on small and medium enterprise business, because this morning, the business sector, I think someone from Global Compact Network, they mentioned that why we just focus on the big company, the large company who has already enough resource to do and study their impact on nature and biodiversity. But your initiative will be very much welcome for the small and medium enterprise. And you also mentioned about nature-based solution, which is really linked to our next speaker. I would like to invite Mr. Anush Mehta, who is the Country Director of Thailand Resident Mission of the Asian Development Bank. He's going to tell us the Nature Solution Finance Hub NSFS for Asia and the Pacific. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe at the outset, firstly, thank you very much to AFD for organizing this and such an important issue. I have a lot of slides, but I'm just going to go through and sort of try to labor just on 5 or 6 key points Firstly, this was the reason we are meeting is because we launched a Nature Solutions Finance Hub in Dubai at COP last year, just a couple of months ago. And it's important because I think the first key point to remember is there is no battle for climate change if we lose the battle for nature. They're inextricably linked, and that's why we launched it at COP, which is normally more famous for discussions on climate. But a lot of discussions in Dubai were about nature and how do we protect our water, land-based forests, etc., species, which are the sinks for carbon. This is one of ADB's first initiatives focused on nature. And it's nature finance. That's the second point, that how do we crowd in money into the fight for nature? I think that's the critical aspect, which I'll talk about in a second. I won't necessarily go into all the tipping points, but I think it's been well pointed out that Asia, especially Southeast Asia, ASEAN, is a huge biodiversity rich area and also a biodiversity hotspot where there is a huge amount of losses which are happening. So I think forest cover, we say 15% of the forest cover has gone. A lot of the species are under threat. Number of coastal areas are seeing the depletion of fish stocks. You heard some of the examples on plastics earlier. So, the issue of the loss of our environment is super pressing, especially in this part of the world. Third point, which sort of is worth taking away, is money, in the sense that we know that environment is important for climate. We know that the environment is under massive threat. But how do you combat it with nature-based solutions, which is the technical design for combating or developing projects? And the issue is the money. If you look over there, you need 711 billion. This is one of the estimates per year to reverse global biodiversity losses. That is a massive amount of money. And if you look at all the different requirements for infrastructure and social development, this is another number. So how do we get this kind of money in? And that's why the issue of nature-based solutions is not about individual projects, however important they are. It is about scale and time, because we don't have much of these left. How quickly can we get in a lot of money into fighting projects, and where is it going to come from? So the reason why we set up the Nature Hub is basically that. It is to create those nature-based solution projects which everybody should be doing, so replicable nature-based solution projects, but also especially number two, which is the innovative finance instruments that can crowd in money from different sources to make these projects bankable, attractive, and scaled up. So always two things, nature as well as innovative finance. We've put in a number here which is to catalyze at least 5 billion by 2030 from public and private sources into nature-based solutions. And that is, I would say, still a very small amount of funding that is required. But it's already, sort of an ambitious task. What are we trying to do? So, you'll see the usual stuff, which is capacity building, very important. Development of knowledge, very important. But it's really these two things which are critical, which is incubate projects. So step back for a second. Climate infrastructure, much easier to understand. We're trying to develop transport projects, metro rail, even water supply, etc. Much easier to understand because we're building a water treatment plant. But how do you develop in nature-based solutions? Right now in Bangkok, for example, there's a big project happening on floods, right? So how do you support the Lower East Chao Phraya from flooding, right? So raising the embankments, etc. Can you apply nature-based solutions over there? How do you apply it? What is the technical design? That is what we're saying in terms of incubating technical designs for better development of nature-based designs for projects, coastal protection. Mangroves is the easiest example for coastal protection. So that's a nature-based solutions design. Can we do it across the board? So incubation, where we put a lot of grant money for developing projects all over Asia Pacific, is one part. And the second is de-risking, a word that you should hear more and more and more from us if you're successful in implementing a nature-based solutions hub. And that simply says that if you're trying to crowd in the 711 billion that you need per year into nature-based solutions, government money, and I don't mean Thailand, I mean all governments, how can they use their limited funds, the ADB, World Bank, JICA, how can we use the limited money available to not finance an asset, not to build a plant or a road or a water supply project, but to reduce the risk of that project so that others can finance it, de-risking. So can I basically say, for a mangrove restoration project, use ADB money to guarantee every year that the cost of operating that project can be met? If we can guarantee the annual cost requirement for that project, then maybe the private sector can come in and put in money upfront to build the project. So de-risking, because otherwise you will not get the private capital to come in. So there are 5 activity areas over here, which is including the blue box, the de-risking fund, to try and make this happen. What are the priority sectors? So, you know, it's also a very big area. So, you know, what we've tried to do is basically look at how we can prioritize the focus of the Nature Hub. So we said food security and agribusiness, sustainable forestry, water sanitation, coastal protection, and then cross-cutting. Now, this is a very wide spectrum, and what I'm hoping with the help of our friends at IUCN especially, is that we create over the next few months a framework for choosing the most impactful projects. Whether you call it a taxonomy or a framework, we need to bring nature down to a very clear framework of saying, yes, this project in Thailand has the greatest impact on nature. Nature and climate. So there will be 2 indicators for every project that is supported, environmental impacts as well as climate impacts. That is a framework that we are trying to develop. I also understand, for example, some of the UN agencies are developing it. We will try and align so that there is one framework that we develop under this. You know, I won't get into this too much, but eventually what you want to see from the Nature Hub is actually this. What finance products are going to catalyze private capital in? You'll hear a lot of discussions about nature bonds. So how do we make a government or an SOE issue a nature bond? Is the money that is raised from a nature bond actually commercially useful for a entity trying to do a fisheries project or a water pollution project on plastics that some of the earlier people spoke about? It may not, because the money coming from a bond is still expensive. But can an ADB or a World Bank reduce the cost of that bond when the government issues a bond so that the end user gets a much cheaper cost of funding? Maybe. There are examples which have been done in Uruguay, for example, and so on, which we are trying to adapt. So one of the big issues over here will be, can we scale up the number of bonds? The second will be, can we provide a lot of money, what they call blended finance, for upstream financing of projects? And then maybe the only other one to point out is biodiversity credits. Super interesting area to think about, because in normal infrastructure financing, you're basically saying, what can we do to improve your revenue streams? Over here, what we're saying on biodiversity credits is, can we give funding for a project which reduces the loss of environment by doing that project? So by reducing the loss of fisheries, if that's happening and you can measure it annually, can the ADB through the hub provide some sort of a financial incentive to that project? So incentives to reduce the loss of environment. That's sort of an idea of a biodiversity credit. It's not the same as a carbon credit, which is a tradable credit. We are talking slightly differently here. So, number of instruments to develop. You know, I only mentioned the Global Biodiversity Framework, which was adopted at Kunming, because we are trying to see whether we can eventually align the work of the Nature Hub to many of these targets. And you can see that the targets are pretty good, right? 30% conservation of land and of degraded ecosystems. But what does it mean at a project level? Pretty complicated in each country. And therefore, we are trying to say, we see the high-level standards. We want to use money to develop projects at a country level. That's the aim of the hub. I won't get into what I've sort of mentioned quickly, which is on the financial products. It's worth mentioning about the TA funds. So this is available right now though technically we start implementing only in April. But we've already started getting requests from governments all over Asia Pacific. It's not just Southeast Asia, it's Asia Pacific, for help in developing projects and instruments. So we've already started working on initial scoping out of nature bonds. We've already started working on the development of some of the initial projects on coastal protection, peatlands, water pollution, etc. So the grant money is available to develop the nature projects under the hub. A quick word on the partners. So we launched it with, the Nature Hub was launched in Dubai with both finance partners and technical partners. So of course, finance partners, the AFD, OPEC Fund, ASEAN Catalytic Green Facility in Saudi, and our technical partners led by IUCN, Nature Finance, Nature Conservancy, TNC, UNDP, and WWF. So the point is to try and bring together the technical know-how, the financial know-how into just one thing. Develop innovatively financed nature projects for the countries that want help. That's the idea. I won't go into the individual numbers, but we've got around $1 billion worth of financing commitments to co-finance projects and roughly about $10 to $15 million worth of grant money to try and develop projects. So I hope that this sort of bears fruit as we go along. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. It's very impressive. And I think a lot of people who work on nature-based solutions, like myself, is trying to think, how can we be a part of this financial support or assistance? But first, I think we need to understand the banker language, the financial language is kind of out of our, maybe it's a kind of technical assistant. Teach us, please. And now we come to our final speaker, Ms. Tabu from UNESCAP. She is going to share us with the call for, a call for action on regional biodiversity finance. Yes, please.
Thank you. And thank you again to Agence Française Development for inviting us. And maybe just to reflect as well on my previous panelist contribution, let me just start with who we are. So the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, many of you in Thailand may know us. We've been here for 75 years. You probably don't know what we do, and especially in this area, so I'll just quickly go through it. First of all, we provide a forum for 53 member states. So from Bangkok, we cover member states from Turkey to Vanuatu, covering the Pacific as well, which is very relevant today for our biodiversity sinks. We also ensure regional cooperation. We also provide technical assistance directly to member states based on their demand. So, for example, we're working with member state ministries of finance and central banks on debt for nature swaps, on green bond and sustainability linked bond frameworks, on project pipelines, both for nature as well as for climate, and also in the area of the energy transition, which is not so relevant here, but very relevant for Asia Pacific. And then we finally also do research as well. And I might add that all of this goes into advocating. With the research, with the experiences from our member states, we are trying to call to action our member states to become more concrete and more clear, especially with their regulators and with their ministries of finance, on how exactly we're going to fill the financing gap. Today we're speaking about nature, but the UN's focus is on all SDGs. So I'm sure many of you know this. The work that we have begun last year is on focusing on nature-based solutions, and in that we include forestry practices, wetland-related practices, restorative agriculture, and ocean-based practices. Maybe one thing to say is that traditionally, and for the most part, the way that our member states, the way that ministries of finance or regulators think about it, is that this has all belonged in the public domain for decades, and now we're starting to see a shift in thinking, well, how are we going to finance the gap, and therefore what do we need to do with our financing frameworks in order to meet that? As we know, the current status of nature-based solutions is insufficient to absorb all excess greenhouse gas emissions. We need a greater investment in especially terrestrial and marine NBS, and there is a strong demand for nature-based solutions in the Asia-Pacific region. I would caveat this by saying that we know that over 30% of all nature-based credits issued globally have come from the APAC region. However, if you think about it, Asia-Pacific is home to 60% of the world's population, and it contributes 70% of global economic growth. So for nature-based solution credits to only be 30% of the total shows a little bit also what we've been experiencing, that Asia-Pacific is lagging behind when it comes to having fit-for-purpose financing. Oh, sorry, one second. And I think Anuj spoke a little bit about this. We have a rough gap here. We know that finance flows must almost triple from our current levels by 2030 and quadruple by 2050. Governments continue to lead this, so they have provided 80% of total NBS finance flows. But at the same time, this is a fraction of what they were financing of something that was environmentally harmful. So again, we see this emerging debate about how public finance needs to be reallocated. And that is difficult because that is political. That requires electorates, that requires behavioral change, and that requires transformation. The same for private finance. Private finance for nature-based solutions is about 18% of total finance flows, which is already a lot higher than it was before. But it is less than 1% of other private finance flows that have a direct harmful impact on environment. So while it's wonderful to see the huge strides that private sector has made in financing nature, the truth is most of that is still quite harmful and contributing to this gap. We, as I mentioned, we have begun last year a work in this area, and we have a new project here which working directly with member states on nature-based solutions governance, as well as therefore finance and sort of trade. And I'll get back to the governance issues a little bit when we start to talk about challenges in nature-based finance. So I know a lot of our discussion so far has really focused on what people have been doing in nature-based solutions. But I wanted to focus a little bit on the challenges that we're seeing to date. So, for example, in our early project in the Pacific Islands, we see projects, especially with payment for ecosystem services, being started. They're supposed to be linked up to carbon credit markets. There's a whole host of good intentions, behind them. However, safeguards are not yet in place. Benefit sharing is not clearly outlined. Integrating traditional communities and practices is not there, which is a particular issue when you have land tenure and customary land issues. The policy environment is missing. Valuing ecosystems, and there's a whole range of methods on valuation of on valuing ecosystems, and we're currently only using sometimes one or two, but we haven't quite yet figured out how to do that because the data and the tracking is not yet there to underpin robust valuation systems. And we're locking up assets for 20 years, so it kind of matters. Gender inclusion goes without saying, and of course the land and carbon rights as well. So these are complex perspectives and complex ecosystems. Thank you, Anuj. All my papers are... I guess what we're saying is this complexity also requires, I hesitate to use the word analytical framework, but it requires everybody to start thinking about how to do this. Because the difference with nature and climate is that it's different for every country as opposed to one carbon price. And for example, we are starting to see that biodiversity risk is being integrated into corporate decision making. But we haven't yet seen that there's a reallocation of financing at the scale required at the corporate level from harmful practices to non-harmful practices. We know that some financial asset managers are divesting away from deforestation, away from, say, palm oil, etc. but it hasn't been accompanied by moving large amounts of capital into traditionally, sort of ocean restoration, etc. And I think the final thing that obviously everyone's spoken about it, is the strengthening of the standards and regulatory frameworks that are obviously needed. We have, of course, disclosure frameworks that are coming out. If you've seen how long it's taken on TFCD, on climate-related disclosures to get this far, nature is going to be, 100 times more difficult. But that requires, grappling with. And then, finally, we've got to figure out as well how we allocate who pays for it. Really because I think, growth traditionally has relied on extracting nature-based assets, but we still need to grow, especially in Asia. That's the basis of how people get elected, but also have jobs, etc. But we also need to create a level playing field, because otherwise the danger is, especially as we look across the region, companies or finance flows to wherever something is not as expensive or not as high integrity or is not as strong. So that also needs to change. And then I think this is, I think I will conclude with that. As a call to action, we're still working out exactly what the principles are, and we're being driven by our member states. But here, we want to do that for Asia Pacific out of ESCAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Subha, for sharing with us what the UN ESCAP has been doing, and also share with us a challenge. I understand that it's different from country to country, but we need to think what is the suitable context or suitable measure for Thailand to do it, to achieve what we aim for. I think, thank you so much for our speaker to keep in time, and I would hand over the microphone to Ms. MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please give them the big hand, please. I think it's very fruitful discussion and very interesting. ขอบคุณมากนะคะสำหรับการเสวนาในครั้งนี้นะคะเราได้รับข้อมูลอีกมากมายแล้วก็มีข้อมูลต่างๆที่น่าสนใจพร้อมทั้งกับการเพิ่มมิติที่ขยายเพิ่มมากขึ้นนะคะในระดับภูมิภาคและในระดับชาติค่ะเอาละค่ะต่อไปนะคะในเซสชันถัดไปนะคะจะเป็นเซสชันเกี่ยวกับเรื่องเสวนาในหัวข้อสุดท้ายนะคะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการส่งเสริมแนวทางนะคะ Nature Positive สำหรับภาคเอกชนและภาคการเงินในประเทศไทยนะคะผู้นำวงเสวนาในรอบนี้นะคะก็คือคุณสิริพรศรีอารามนะคะบิมขอเชิญอีกครั้งหนึ่งบนเวทีนะคะโดยมีผู้ร่วมเสวนาดังต่อไปนี้นะคะคุณประวิตรประกิตศรีนะคะรองประธานกรรมการสภาหอการค้าแห่งประเทศไทยนะคะและคุณภูลสิทธิ์ว่องทวัชชัยนะคะผู้ช่วยกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่และผู้บริหารสายงานการพัฒนาด้านสิ่งแวดล้อมสังคมธรรมาภิบาลสู่ความยั่งยืนธนาคารกรุงศรีอยุธยานะคะซึ่งเป็นตัวแทนจากสถาบันการเงินของประเทศไทยเรานะคะนอกจากนี้แล้วนะคะดิฉันขอเรียนเชิญคุณธัญพรนะคะกิตติไทยวุฒินะคะผู้อำนวยการสมาคมเครือข่าย Global Compact แห่งประเทศไทยและดร.ประสานคุมานะคะเลขาธิการสมาคมสินเชื่อการเกษตรและชนบทแห่งภาคพื้นเอเชียและแปซิฟิกนะคะและยังไม่พอค่ะยังมีอีกแขกที่สำคัญอีกหนึ่งท่านนะคะก็คือคุณคริสฮัมฟรีย์นะคะกรรมการบริหารสภาธุรกิจสหภาพยุโรปแห่งอาเซียนค่ะเรียนเชิญค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับแขกผู้มีเกียรติของเราทั้ง5ท่านด้วยค่ะ
โอ้โหนี่คือผู้เข้าร่วมใจป้ามากเลยนะคะเขาบอกว่าเขายอมตัดคอนเทนต์นะคะเพื่อที่เดี๋ยวไปคุยกันช่วงค็อกเทลเซสชั่นนะคะขอเครื่องหูฟังให้กับคุณประสนหน่อยค่ะ Yeah, we can do. Yeah. Okay. So here is a session 7 already, almost finished for the day. So thank you very much, everybody, all the panelists, to be available to speak with us today. So as you know, that we have been talking almost all day about nature positive pathway, right, and how private sector can play a role in this. So I would like to start with one of the most influential network in Thailand, the Thai Chamber of Commerce. That, yeah, Khun Pravit Chenค่ะ
ครับ thank you very much for invite me to join this very short time presentation. I think that finally Senator will conclude a very beautiful word for us, all of us. I think like this I will try to make it very short, and I think that maybe I don't know. Thai Chamber of Commerce is one of the representative of the Thai private sector. Actually, we are working very close with the other joint standing committee in commerce, in industry, Federation of Thai Industry, and finance, banking. We are working very close together. I think that recently we just set up very clear topic about climate change. I think that the joint standing committee is already there. They are very, but for the biodiversity, I think that this is something. I mean, from the beginning until now, I try to find what is the good example for the Thai SME, small enterprise, to understand the biodiversity. I know that it actually is very important, but if we want to take a look about who is one of the successful industry in Thailand, I would like to say some example in the biodiversity as a scientist. I think CP Group is one of the most successful in the world. I think that this company breeding the chicken from very, very long time, and they're making the chicken very cheap. So that's why this is a successful story that the company like CP doing this, and right now they are continue, and the scope working is more broadened, and I think that more realistic. And again, today, what I would like to see that no matter what we have, finance or not finance, all Thai membership is try to find out the way of solution. No matter what we have subsidy, the wording that who gonna pay it? But I think that sometime in the beginning we need some kind of subsidy by somebody, and then if it works, finally the commercialization will happen. For example, like okay, we are trying to connecting all the dots here as a Chamber of Commerce, so we try to do all kind of the connection in order to help the member as much as possible. I try to say something that no matter what we don't have any kind of subsidy, but we were the first group to thinking about how we can queuing for the vaccine during COVID. COVID is one of the good example of the disaster from the biodiversity. And I think that soon we will have this kind of thing if we don't stop this kind of the climate change or the biodiversity. So then we create our carbon neutral tourism from the carbon balance. I think that there's some already there. No matter what, they get any kind of incentive, but they are just forming the group of the consortium like Thai Tourist Organization, and the most important thing is a Eco Adventure Association. They try to create this kind of thing to the low carbon tourism and the project of Hug Earth. This is a very small project, but already we happen. And I think that biogas gastronomy, Hug Isan, Love Isan, we try to promote the local food, culture, and tourism at the same time. This is the kind of the development that Thai Chamber of Commerce trying to do this. And apart from this, that we don't prepare the slide. I think that the most important thing right now is very good at this moment, but we face a lot of problem in the PM 2.5. It's very, very common. I think that the Senator Virasak will explain this so well. But it's coming from the they were coming from the construction, coming from the transportation, and coming from the residual waste burning. And I think right now we are trying to work with BMA, and we are trying at least try to stop this. I think that right now we have a very monitoring, good monitoring, like taxonomy. I think that we have to monitor where it's come from. And right now we try to focus how to reduce it. Last Friday, Prime Minister Setha said it's very easy because once after farmers harvest everything residue in the field, it's very easy for them to take care by only one match. Very easy for them to take care. But at the same time, they create a lot of problem of the PM 2.5. So that's why we are now working very hard with the big industry in order to make economic way to solve this kind of PM 2.5. But I don't have example here because I think that I have to end my presentation. We are working very hard. We need a real example. We need a champion to follow. Okay, that's all for me.
Thank you very much, Khun Pravit. So next, we all hear from perspective from the private sector and also on behalf of the SME. Next one, I would like to hear from the financial sector representative, Mr. Punsit Wong Thawachai. He's representing Thai Banking Academy. In your point of view, what is the challenge and opportunity here?
Okay. Thank you very much, Kap. Before I go into the challenge, here in Thailand, may I just quickly introduce my organization like every other speaker, okay? We are called the Bank of Vittaya, locally we are called Kung Si. Right now, we are the 5th largest bank in Thailand, and we have been identified by our regulator, the central bank, as the DSIB, which stands for Domestic Systemically Important Bank. We have an asset of around $77 billion US. And we actually has the highest credit rating here in Thailand. And we are the leader in ESG, or sustainable finance, which cover green sustainability and also sustainability linked products and services, okay? And, coming back to the moderated question in terms of what are the key challenges here in Thailand, I think I also share similar comment from my colleague from the Thai Chamber of Commerce. Biodiversity is a very new word for the Thai business, okay? Just to remind you, even the word climate change was new to us. It actually got, in the limelight or the headline, at COP26 at Glasgow, where Thailand committed to reduce carbon emission by 30%. So basically similar, to climate change concept, biodiversity losses or biodiversity risk and impact are at a very early stage here in Thailand. So for us, it's only the first level of education just to understand what it means, But luckily, thanks to climate risk and climate impact, and as you all know that climate change is one part of the key driver under biodiversity loss or risk related. Therefore, Thailand are somewhat, introduced to this, biodiversity loss and impact to the climate change impact. And a lot of projects that are actually, we call the climate change project, are actually also has the secondary benefit, or actually the double benefit in terms of the nature positive or nature related, impact. So I think that's, where I would like, to bring the attention of the audience to. And as mentioned, one of the key challenges is that we are still at the early stage, and there's no regulation here in Thailand. Even, on climate change, carbon pricing is still yet to be established here in Thailand. We don't have a carbon regulation yet, but hopefully, with this, part of development from the climate change, issue and climate change mitigation and adaptation, I think, biodiversity on nature, impact assessment, and and I guess nature positive, what you call, could follow similar path as the climate change issue, or how we address climate change issue in Thailand. I wanted to bring back, in terms of the climate change development, how it get into the attention of business, both, private sector and also the public sector. I think one of the key drivers for us here in Thailand in terms of trying to mobilize, financing activities into climate-related projects or climate, mitigation and adaptation infrastructure is actually, thanks to our financial regulator foresight. The Security Exchange Commission actually issued a guidance or a framework on green bond, sustainability bond, sustainability linked bond. And with that, also our regulator actually also issued for the first time last year, the local taxonomy in terms of, what are the climate, related, activities that could be, identified into three, traffic light color, red, green, and amber. That actually also help to actually set a very clear, expectation, both, the operator themselves, as well as the investor and financial like us, banks, to be able to clearly identify and perhaps, mobilize capital into the desirable, project and business or economic activity. And the key message on this slide is that, if you look at this slide in terms of, sustainable finance, infrastructure and development, as I mentioned, our regulator only issued the guidance or the guideline on, green and sustainability bond for the first time in 2018. And back then, the whole market, the whole sustainable ESG, market, ESG bond market was only about 5 billion baht. That was very, very tiny. Okay. And over the year, in the past 5 years, this ESG, bond market actually grow on an annual average of 165%, which, outperform the, typical or the traditional bond market, which only grow about 5%. And if you look into the detail, you see that, green was the biggest, actually not as big as, social, but it's account for about, roughly about 15-20% of the total, sustainable finance, in terms of bond outstanding here in Thailand. And if you look also at the sustainability linked bond or sustainability bond, those two financing instruments also have, climate change or nature related impact embedded as part of the KPI or as part of, the use of proceed. So I guess, these are the key message that I would like to address, or to share with the audience is that, the key challenge here in Thailand is that without, carbon pricing or without, the local regulation on carbon pricing, which is also, I guess, somewhat similar to the biodiversity loss or mitigation, because we don't have yet put a key metrics to measure all the key pricing mechanism on the loss relating to nature. So therefore hopefully certain innovative financing instrument could actually help country like Thailand to actually get started on this issue, and hopefully and it will we have once it started, I guess it's actually gain a lot of momentum to the interest not only from investor but also from the operator themselves. Okay, so I'll stop here for the first question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we hear a lot about challenge and opportunity, and maybe I would like to hear more a little bit about the solution part, and also learn more a little bit on what the UNGCNT is doing, and if you can please share with us, Dr. Thanyaporn.
Thank you. Let's talk about the UN Global Compact as well, and let me have some interactive session with the audience. Can I see your hands if you come from the companies, business associations? Anyone? Just only us on the stage? We have some more, and also we have a membership of the Global Compact. Thank you. So part of the solutions, we had some of the company who are, even they are the large and the very big size around the world. I bring a couple of the examples. The first one is Tetra Pak. He did the projects on the biodiversity around the world. They established the idea since 20 years ago, and they had joined company with the Global Compact in 2004. There has a linkage of the work between of the upcycle, recycle of the Tetra Pak, the milk and the container. Plus some of the project like partnership with many other company, Manulife, and also longevity, health improvement. So there are a lot of linkage between nature positive pathway, and they have evaluated and reporting out how positive outcome of the Tetra Pak around the world doing. Let's talk about other example of the Thai local companies who are running the business for the hospitality business. Besides we talk about agriculture, let's talk about the business who are supporting the travel and tourism. Have you know Sing Estate? We had them pledge in the morning about the commitment for the nature positive. Sing Estate has established a project in the Maldives on their resort. As you may know, at the end of the construction 2 years ago, they had a challenge from the government of the Maldives, surprised and asked Sing Estate, why you have so many animals, turtles, sharks, and many other sea animals around the Sing Estate resort, even more popular than normal. It's a very surprise shock from the government and asked back to the company. However, company said that the way they do resort construction, they really evaluate and count number of animals around. So at the end of the project, they commit to not giving less animal than before. So that's why it either benefit for the tourists and also their own business, because they can see a lot of sharks coming back, not because of the COVID that they are shutting down, but even their construction, even draw a lot of attention, I don't know how, from the animals around the area. And there are a lot of good examples for a smaller size of business. Let I bring some other example now. Can I have a clicker? So as a good way of doing Global Compact, we try to bring the good example around the world and also link back to the local community, basically with a small business like SME Kun Pravit mentioned. So, and we also have joined other UN Global Compact network around the Asia and around the world. Basically, we think about the solution for next year, even start by this year on the hospitality business. So we had an initiative called Better Hospitality Initiative that linked directly to the smaller size of the business, like restaurant, hotels, buses, even boats, speedboats. How can they support the tourism business in a lower carbon, not or lower price, but lower carbon? And we have a Nepal team. Can you raise a hand? They also join us on the Better Hospitality Initiative as well. So let's see what we should offer, like Kun Vivi has asked, what should be the next solution for the business? So we think about the idea of carry out the leading of the ideas. The establishment of this program come from Switzerland. You may know that Switzerland also the area that the most expensive and the most popular visitors to even Davos and also other things. So they had helped us to create the solution and the tools together with a lot of good partners like the World Bank. Let I show you another clicker. Yeah, with the market movers, we have the health check as a solution for evaluating the low carbon business. We have My Climate, we have Edge, we have the logo here on the World Bank IFC, International Finance Corporation, to provide the funding for the company and the business that you would like to transform your own company. For example, if there are small villa with their small bungalow in Thailand, they would like to change the resource to be lower carbon or even the carbon neutral resource. They may need some budget and money to transform the solar power, solar cell, and even try to change the whole system on the electricity. So the funding from the World Bank will support if they join this evaluation and submit the project proposal. So the project is bankable, like ADB Bank has mentioned. Most of the project is already have an idea, but sometimes we don't know how to match the project with the money. So at the Solution UN Global Compact, we think about bring this partner together with Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. And at the end, if this kind of the project can be linked together, we're gonna talk with the market mover. You know, around the world, when people would like to travel, they check on the digital web like Agoda, Booking.com, and Traveloka. So we are partnering with this mover to show and share these hotels, to show and share this business that they are very good on sustainable business. So at the end, we believe that if we like to promote this around the world, it would help a lot of SMEs to move forward on the lower carbon. So back to the Thai Chamber of Commerce, thinking about 10 provinces, you're thinking about Mueang Rong. How can we support the smaller size of the business in a smaller city? So we also think about the hospitality business also a lot, right? Ranong, Ratchaburi, Mae Hong Son, even Kalasin, and Nakhon Phanom. So we think about sustainable tourism also can link with this project. So let's talk about the tools. Global Compact, we can bring a lot of good knowledge and practice. So we have some certified tools like EDGE, EDGE. The EDGE is for the construction material certified building to be the green building. Not only for only one single building, we can think about evaluating the infrastructure for the whole city, like smart city or infrastructure for the real estate. So link back with one of the companies who are running the business, like we have SCG and Siam Cement Group here. So with SCG has already idea on the low carbon cement, like hydraulic carbon. The EDGE is a positive impact evaluation tools from the World Bank. We can use this tool to evaluate the material that had been used for construction. And at the end, if this certified like the platinum level, lead level, like gold level, we can also get the budget to support and subsidize and advancing this kind of the business and accelerate this kind of the declaration to the next level. At the program, let's see how can we offer. So UN Global Compact, we plan to offer the training. There are a bit combination of 3 things. The first one is on the online meeting. We can meet with the most expert in this area. Second is online on-demand training. We're gonna start the program from April, just after the Songkran holiday, until the mid of June 2024, on what should be the tools that you can use. For example, the tools that you can use for the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. The company, no matter it's a restaurant or the hotel, you can join us with the membership of this and also work with the World Travel and Tourism Council for the hotel basis and later on the application like EDGE. So we hope that if you like to join, it's gonna be a very easy, just scan the QR code and we have a spot available. Basically, we got a slot for 20 countries and Nepal and Thai, we are the first 2 countries that joined these initiatives. And we like to call action together for all of you, no matter you are in a membership of the UN Global Compact or not. Let's see how much we can offer. Once we have a tools, we have a plan, let's do it together.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thanyapon. I think it's very good to come up with a solution and tools that's already available in place. So next, I would like to move on to see know more about our regional partner, Dr. Prasun. Could you share a little bit about your organization and the challenge and opportunity for the region? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting Asia Pacific Rural Agricultural Credit Association. In short, it is APRACA. We are here in Thailand for last 47 years. And we work in, those who don't know us, we are working in 24 countries of this region and 93 member institutions. We have 18 central bank as our member. And also we have development financial institutions, commercial banks, and also the microfinance associations, and also some of the big microfinance, they are our members. So since morning I'm listening about this biodiversity financing. I think I had a discussion with AFD last year about this program, and we are of the view that, as I think our friend said, that it was kind of a new area to the bankers. Those who are working here, we meet each other, we know about this, but it's a new area to the banking sector. Now, to be the central bank, they have their own policies and ways of working with their member banks or the banks in the country. So they have to follow the national goals and objectives. I am not sure about that all the countries to have the common goal about the biodiversity and financing the biodiversity. However, what we found through our 3 pillars of our work, one major pillar of our work is on the working with the policy, which is the central bank, regulation in the country. And then we also have a pillar where we work on the building the capacity of our member institutions. And the third pillar, which is very important, is the local institution building. And to me, with my 30 years of experience working with the banking sector, what I found that the local institutions, those who are working at a village level, maybe a semi-urban level, they basically are the ambassadors. And we have, till now, we had not talking about them, how to build their capacity to understand biodiversity. What is the function? What do we mean by protection? What do we mean by conservation? What do we mean by restoration? And how this whole ecosystem will support them. So we have many experiences across this region. What we have seen in many countries, for example, in India, what we have found that the self-help group, which is a very much a village level institution, they become the ambassador. They try to let the people know in the village about what is a conservation, what should be the protection, what should be the sustainability, how to make the crop cultivation more sustainable, how to make the soil more sustainable. So they are the people who become the ambassador. And now we are talking about bigger projects, bigger thing about them, but we forget that 65 to 70% of our population lives in the villages, and we need to develop the local institutions. So for that, what we in last 1 year, we tried to understand basically the components of a biodiversity financing, and we call it as a value chain of the biodiversity financing. Now, in that, what we saw that we need to have a mission and vision which are aligned globally with the regional perspective, and also keeping in view the village as the unit of any biodiversity program. We talk about de-risking, we talk about big credit program, big insurance program, but we need to keep them at the center of our all discussion, which is basically we find it is a missing link. And for that purpose, what we have tried to develop a voluntary guidelines. Because most of our member institutions are working in the rural areas, they work closely with the rural people, they finance the rural people, they know them better than us. So we prepared a voluntary guidelines for our member institutions so that it will be in the local language, it will be very easy to understand for them with some graphics, how to restore the biodiversity, how to protect the biodiversity, how to finance the biodiversity. So in that format we have already done in 16 countries. We have already prepared the local language book on that, and it started working. We have many examples where they started working on how the ponds, local ponds, are being kept with a diversified fish cultivation, for example, like upper level, middle level, lower level. So I think for them, to that unit, this is a biodiversity for them. And if we can start encouraging that, and it is accumulative effect will be better than having bigger project in a urban area or in a semi-urban area. So to me it seems that we are a little bit not giving much importance to the real units of our biodiversity conservation and biodiversity financing mechanism, or whatever you say, the center of the gravity. So that's with that I just want to share that if you go to our website, you can see some of them. I mean the 16 the books we have prepared with the graphics, and also with some kind of the instruments. I mean local instruments, the lending instruments available in that particular country, and whom to contact, and all these things we have done there, and it is available freely and downloadable for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So among of the 16 countries, is also Thailand included to have that. Oh, very great. Next, I would like to introduce Chris Humphrey from the EU ASEAN, also to share from your perspective.
Thank you. Yeah, I have no slides. I'm like President, no slides for you today. Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre and the team from AFD, for inviting me down. I'm the voice of European industry in Southeast Asia. And forgive me if I'm slightly controversial in some of the things I'm about to say. I think the first thing is, having sat here today and listened, this is a very complex topic, and it requires very complex solutions to deal with it. The second thing is, we as human beings, the moment we do something, we impact the environment, whether positively or negatively. Doesn't matter what we do, we impact the environment. The third thing for me is, and this is maybe the slightly controversial one, is I don't think all the UN SDGs are compatible with each other. Because if you want to tackle zero hunger, that means you've got to grow more crops in more intense farming, and that will have an impact on life on land. Or you've got to do more fishing, and that impacts life in the ocean as well. So there are problems there we need to tackle. So this is a very difficult topic. What we can all agree on is we need to do more to protect the natural environment and tackle the erosion of our biodiversity on the planet, because otherwise there's no point in doing anything. We will lose our planet at some point. I think the other thing I would say is tackling biodiversity, tackling climate action, doing things to support the environment. They're all absolutely interlinked with each other, and you can't really subdivide them into different pots at the same time. All that said, Some examples: CP Group providing cheap chickens, fantastic. People can eat cheap chickens. But what is their chicken farm doing for biodiversity where the chicken farm is? It's probably destroyed parts of the natural environment at the same time. Anu, who's unfortunately just left, talked about building defences along rivers to prevent parts from Bangkok from flooding. Well, that's impacting the natural floodplain, and therefore it's having an adverse impact on the natural environment. But it's protecting humans, it's protecting wealth. Governments in the region, governments everywhere, are looking for economic development. They need to find more jobs for people. They need to provide more healthcare. They need to provide more education. They need to provide better infrastructure. And we've seen today the amounts of money that are needed for various different things tackling biodiversity. That's without tackling climate change and the need for better infrastructure. And as we have aging societies looking after aging people at the same time. So we need to have economic development. We have a phrase in English: you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. So economic development means we're going to have to do things which unfortunately will have an impact on the environment. What we need to do is work out how to mitigate and minimize that impact somehow. And that requires a change in approach from business, and a change in approach from government, and a change in approach from the public, and therefore everybody in this room now. We had a discussion earlier, some examples, some very good examples about circular economy here in Thailand. At the Council, we've been pushing very, very hard for ASEAN to do more on circular economy. And in that context, we've been pushing under the upgrade of the ASEAN Trades in Goods Agreement for preferential treatment for reused, remanufactured and recycled goods. I had a call last week with the lead negotiators, and they're all trade people, and they're protecting their industries, and they're struggling to even understand the concept of circular economy. And yet their ministries of environment are pushing hard on it. And we need to try and reconcile these differences of opinions within government. There needs to be a more unified approach. The question here is, how do we chart a nature-positive path for the private and financial sectors? Well, it's a whole of society effort. The regulators need to lead the way, as they have done in parts of the world in other areas. They need to be telling businesses, we want you to do this. You need to report on these standards. You need to have a taxonomy in place. There are things you have to do and things you cannot do as businesses. It also involves the investors in businesses saying to them, you can't do certain things. If you do, we won't be investing in your business. And we've seen that in the past with the banks saying to companies, we won't be investing in coal, we won't be investing in tobacco, we won't be investing in arms. It needs shareholders to be saying to their company boards, you need to do things differently, or we're selling our shares, or we're called the board to account and we're sacking the CEO. And it needs the consumers of companies to say, if you don't change your ways, we're not buying your products. And we've seen that in the past, in various campaigns, particularly in Europe, on certain areas. And it requires, of course, the companies themselves to look at it. Companies, though, are driven by profit because their shareholders are driven by profit and their investors are driven by profit. So we need to make sure that for the companies, they can see a positive upside to this. And that may well be, actually, if I don't do this, I lose my customer base and I lose my investors. That may be enough of an incentive for them to go forward and do things differently. We need to change the way we've done things. Someone on the last panel said, we need to move away from economic development where we're taking things out of nature. We can't keep doing that. And that does mean we need to do a lot more on recycling, on reuse, on remanufacturing of goods. The biggest problem with the circular economy, as I see it, is, first of all, lack of regulation in the region. But the major problem is changing the public mindset to make sure we start to recycle. We see the need to recycle and the value of recycling. If I look around Southeast Asia, even a country that's as advanced as Singapore is, does an appalling job when it comes to this. And is at least 20 years behind where we are in Europe. And in Europe, we're not where we should be as well. So the whole thing needs a complete change of mindset throughout the entire economic ecosystem. Regulators, investors, shareholders, consumers, and in the company boardrooms.
Thank you very much, Ka.
Good example. We need some good example how to do. It's possible to change one thing impact to the other thing. We need a good example those companies already show their a voluntary mind to do something. I mean, like if we don't have a good example, people would like to follow the way EU or the developing country, but we need a good example, and we need a good standard of living. I think that back to the policy, I think that when you do something, maybe of course technically impact to everything, but I think that right now these talking, we need a good example. Something you already said, like very complicated and very complex, but we need a good example. I try to say that the CP is one of the good examples that they try to do, and they continue to do, and they always do. That is a good example from the good people to do some business. That's all.
Sorry, I mean, I agree we need good examples. We saw some good examples today, particularly on recycling from companies in Thailand. And CP Group providing cheap chickens is actually not a bad thing. I will often say to people back in Brussels, sustainability means something different in Southeast Asia to what it means to Europe. In Southeast Asia, it's about putting food on the table and access to education and access to healthcare and access to clean water. Whereas in Europe, it's about green, green and green. Now, in Southeast Asia, it doesn't mean we don't care about the green and the environment, because we do. But it's not the thing that comes first to mind when we talk about sustainability.
Thank you. I think like everybody quite similar thing about biodiversity is a new topic, and like just to get the private sector and financial institution to understand what is climate change and how it impacts us, it's already take a few years, right, to be here. So biodiversity is like the fourth wave that is like what and the thing is like everybody like we live on biodiversity, we are biodiversity, right? So it's not easy, but it's not impossible to achieve this 2030 mission. So maybe in order to create the transformative change, I just specifically for the financial sector and business again, you have any final word to say, like after this session, what can we do? What is an issue that we would like to take on to promote among our sector? ค่ะคุณประวิตรค่ะ
Okay. Just 2 sentences about the redesign of the business model. Up to the level of the recircular, it's not only the way that we are doing in Thailand. We need to rethink of the way of business doing. Not only selling products, but sometimes we can change the business model to be the circular economy, like services, and providing knowledge in others. So with the net zero, we thought that Thailand may not achieve. However, some of the company business have the ambition, and we would like to support. Even there are not much of the companies. In Thailand, there are 92 companies already pledged for the carbon neutrality and net zero. So let me support some of those. And later on, the supply chain, smaller business, they are coming because they also need to run the business link with that large firm. Anyway, let's do it together.
Okay. So I think that the practice example should be the key for everything.
Okay, I think I want to also echo, my colleagues, on the panel in terms of, have a good example. The good case in point is that in Thailand, we have many companies, as Kun Thanyapon mentioned, that almost 100 that actually push to net zero, and we have more company listed on DJSI, Dow Jones Sustainability Index, than any other country in ASEAN. So I think, have a good example that will bring, the other, whether supply chain, customer, community, in terms of the standard enhancement. So I think that could be, one of the way of which that, biodiversity issue can further progress and develop. Thank you.
To me, grassroots leadership is very important. grassroots leadership for a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient ecosystem. Understanding by them, done by them, not by us. They should do it, and it should come from the below to up. And then we take the policy at our level, and again it go back. I think that kind of circular movement will be a better solution. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to partly agree. I think it's key we provide better education to the public. That's the grassroots bit, so the public understand exactly what's going on, the natural environment around them, and what we can all do as individuals to make it better. I think governments have a role to play, and that my members won't thank me for this, but governments, I think, should be mandating better reporting on environment, social and governance standards. But please, governments, make sure that those reporting standards are unified across the world so that it's not too bureaucratic for everybody. And I think then the other one would be, I would say, actually, we all need to push more on energy transition, because unless we sort out the energy problems, we're not going to solve anything else.
Thank you very much everyone, all the panelists. ขอเสียงตบมือให้ทุกคนหน่อยค่ะ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ ขอบคุณมากๆเลยนะคะสำหรับคนดำเนินรายการนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับผู้ร่วม panelist ในชุดนี้นะคะมีประเด็นที่น่าสนใจที่หลากหลายนะคะและมิมก็เริ่มเห็นแล้วว่าหลายท่านนะคะได้เวลาที่เราจะต้องสรุปประเด็นกันแล้วนะคะซึ่งในส่วนของการสรุปประเด็นในวันนี้นะคะดิฉันก็ได้รับเกียรตินะคะจากท่านวีรศักดิ์โคสุรัตน์นะคะที่ปรึกษากิตติมศักดิ์ของเครือข่าย 30 by 30 Thailand Coalition ค่ะเชิญค่ะขอโทษค่ะได้ค่ะได้ค่ะ
เก้าอี้เต็มมาเลยไม่เป็นไรฮะ By the time you sail through this final session, I think we can all agree that this is not a simple issue at all. And as someone who has been in Thai politics for over 30 years, I'll say when I need to go to talk about biodiversity to our people, it reminds me every time to see myself. Some 30 years ago, I was raised in a chicken farm 500 miles away from Bangkok. And we realized that so many species of plants and animals gone extinct since then, even starting from during the Vietnam War era. But we're still here. And that's why whenever we start to try to convince people about keeping that biodiversity, people will say, what kind of impact is that going to raise to us, unlike climate change? Can I have the clicker, please? Yeah. I use this photo every time when I speak in the parliament. I'm now a senator, vice chair of the Standing Committee on Environment. And now people are much open to understand the impact of what's going on in global level. COVID-19 shows us for the first time in this generation, because the war didn't show us. After the Second World War, we do not think that whatever happened in the world has any impact on us that fast. But COVID-19 took only 4 months before it shut down everything in Bangkok, and it lasts for at least 3.5 years. Then we know that recession is coming after, and we haven't gone through half of it just yet. So it's going to get worse. And then we tend to see that climate change is much bigger wave coming after the recession. But the largest thing at all, I think, is the biodiversity lost. It's just the largest one. So seeing from the point I show that we in Southeast Asia, we host at least 25% of all the species on Earth, and we lost a lot of them already, but we do not see any impact from that. So it's pretty difficult to tell them that what need to be changed to keep the biodiversity rich. But then with these pictures, then they realize the size of the impact that can happen to the world. But it takes a lot of knowledge to understand the impact of biodiversity loss. So one of the quickest example I can draw to them mostly is that, do you realize that there are less bees around in our backyard? And they said, yes. And they got much smaller also. I said, if we do not have bees, who is going to pollinate the plants for us? Then they start to get the picture. Or, well, in terms of biodiversity loss, we can do a lot to understand about the impact of climate change from far above, from a satellite image. But biodiversity loss cannot be seen from any of those sensors. We can detect methane leak from every single place in the world, and we can tell those cities that they should do better with their garbage collection and how they get disposed of. We can also use a lot of statistics to show what kind of climate are changing where and how severe it is, so that we can understand that why people in the closer to the equator do not seem to care that much about the rising of the temperature, because it doesn't rise that much. It's the top of the world and the bottom of the Antarctica that has been hit the hardest. In climate change, we developed tools to try to understand the tipping points, and we tend to understand a little bit more of those cycles from times to times, but there's no cycle or tipping points being told in biodiversity loss. Therefore, we do not know how, we may know how high the tide would be, but we do not know when it's going to hit and where, because it can happen anywhere. Well, some of the panelists today in the afternoon talk about marine plastic, and we think it's not going to be possible that we will say no to plastic. It is just the way that we consume plastic that we can change. And that perhaps is one of the quickest and easiest thing one can change in their behavior. That's one of the things that I pose example to our constituency is that, have you ever discussed of how your garbage collectors trucks would like you to separate your trash? Because every time when you talk to different academicians, they would keep telling you different things of which go with what. But it's all come down to the person in the bottom of the chain who collect all of those trash in front of your house every week. Usually they come weekly now. And all of them will make some little chain, little catch out of what they collect. Whatever that can be sold, they will sell it. So instead of trying to understand the whole cycle of plastic of the world, why don't you just talk to the person who collects trash in front of your house? Bring a nice clean glass of water to them and ask, how do you want me to separate my trash? Then it will be something that benefit to everyone, including the cities. We have a lot of different issues with plastic in the marine life. But when we talk about biodiversity loss, it will have to go down to the fact that not too many people that I talked to in the last 4 years has any idea that the oxygen we breathe, 67% of them come from the ocean, and it's not from the water itself, it's come from the phytoplankton. And phytoplankton need some food for themselves as well, and the whale, the last 1 million whales, going through oceans are the biggest source of food for them. And that's why as someone who used to be Minister of Tourism and Sports of Thailand for 3 times, I keep telling my people in the tourism sector, when you bring people to visit whales, to do whale watch, instead of waiting for an hour, because it usually takes about an hour from the shore out to the place where the whales come up and eat. Why don't you tell them the story of why are we here to see the whale? It's not because it's so cuddling, so cute, it's so big, and they're harmless. None of that. We want to go there to pay respect to them because they are the one who are the biggest gardener doing that part of the job for free, because the whale pool is the largest source of food for the plankton. And planktons are the one who turn carbon dioxide back into oxygen, and that's what we need to breathe. So see, in order to get the issue about biodiversity losing to go down to the people level, it takes a lot of understanding and a good example. Just like Pravit said, tell them good example, and then they will adapt to whatever they need to. I agree to Chris that regulators and government need to do their job to understand how to talk to their people, how to work with the regulations. And I agree with many of our business people, Global Compact for good example, that let's bring more on board and try to work on our supply chain. And if we can force our supply chain to change, it will go pretty deep. So those are all, I think, that with no further ado, you've been here for all day. Let me conclude by saying that it's a long way to go. The biggest tools that we need to use is communication. If we can't make them understand, they will not cooperate. I do have some prepared sentence that I would like to read out for you out loud. It said that, how do you put a price on saving the earth? We are putting trillions of dollars to rescue our economies, our countries, to save our communities. But healthy and prosperous communities also depend on a healthy planet. The food we eat, the water we drink, the air we breathe, they all depend on nature. So how do we ensure the investments we make now are good for the future? We dug into the numbers, we can have great thriving economies and a thriving planet, but we need some change. We will have to stop investing in ways that degrade the planet. Get creative with new investments from both the public and private sectors. And we have to spend the money we have more efficiently, putting our money to work for people and nature. We can't return to business as usual. It's time to do better. It's time to be better. It's time for nature. And do it now. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบพระคุณมากค่ะท่านวีรศักดิ์นะคะช่างเป็นบทสรุปที่สวยงามนะคะแล้วก็เป็น take home message ที่ดีสำหรับเรากลับบ้านนะคะท้ายที่สุดในวันนี้นะคะยังมีประเด็นที่เราอยากจะสรุปก่อนที่เราจะแยกย้ายกันกลับไปนะคะดิฉันอยากขอเชิญดร.วิจารณ์สิมาฉายานะคะผู้อำนวยการสถาบันสิ่งแวดล้อมไทยขึ้นสู่บนเวทีค่ะช่วยกล่าวเกี่ยวกับข้อคิดเห็นและบทสรุปของการจัดงานวันนี้เพื่อเตรียมความพร้อมเข้าสู่ COP16 CBD ค่ะเชิญค่ะ
Okay, thank you very much. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank Senator for, you already conclude how important of the biodiversity. On behalf of TI, as co-organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the support, especially for AFD. Today, that's why we have really important event talk about how important of the finance and biodiversity. The work we have done so far, especially we have learned from various sectors that they have worked with the biodiversity, especially from the policy organization to the implementation at the agency level. At the same time, we still have some question, especially how we simplify biodiversity, especially translate scientific information of biodiversity in the people in general, especially for the decision making. I think it's very important for us to continue work on this important issue. TI as Secretariat of Thailand Business Council for Sustainable Development, we also work. We just brought biodiversity issue into the Thailand Business Council for Sustainable Development group that we are going to work closely with the task force on nature related to finance disclosure platform, and also to monitor information on this important issue. Currently, we are discussing with the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity how we can work together, especially in the area of ASEAN Business and Biodiversity Initiative, aim to enhance and cooperation among ASEAN member countries. This is also very important issue. Very soon, TI going to host with the Thailand Business Council for Sustainable Development and also BEDO on the issue of the business for biodiversity event. Those who interested can join us on the March 22nd in Central World, maybe. Let check it out, and then we can move forward and learn more how important on the biodiversity, how the business sector can get involved. Together, we have learned, and I'm not conclude since we already learned very important issue on biodiversity. This is also a very new issue for many organizations. What we have done so far, especially for the work together, I think would be good start for our country, for our region on the finance for biodiversity. I myself on our organizing agency, I would like to thank all of you, especially our guest speaker from various agencies, various companies join us today. Thank you very much.
ขอบคุณมากค่ะลำดับถัดไปนะคะที่ฉันขอเรียนเชิญดร.ธัญพรนะคะกฤติทัยวุฒินะคะผู้อำนวยการสมาคมเครือข่าย Global Compact แห่งประเทศไทยนะคะท่านให้ท่านจบดีกว่านะคะโอเคค่ะงั้นนิ่มขอท่านอีกท่านหนึ่งขึ้นมาจบนิดนึงนะคะท่านคนนี้สำคัญมากนะคะท่านสิริพรนะคะตอนนี้นะคะศรีอารามนะคะช่วยกล่าวสรุปนิดนึงนะคะว่าจากบทเรียนที่เราได้ในวันนี้เนี่ยนะคะเป็นยังไงนะคะ
อย่าเรียกท่านนะคะเหากินหัวค่ะวินะคะก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะคะที่วันนี้ได้มาเข้าร่วมกันก็จากประสบการณ์ในการทำงานกับภาคเอกชนมา จริงๆหลายปีมากเนาะก็คิดว่าเรามาถึงจุดที่ค่อนข้างจะสำคัญเลยเพราะเราเหลือเวลาอีกแค่7 ปีในการบรรลุเป้าหมายทั้งหลายแหล่คิดว่า SDG 17 ข้อเป้าหมาย17 ข้อเนี่ยคนค่อนข้างจะคุ้นเคยอย่างมากเลยแต่ว่าเป้าหมายของกรอบงานคุณหมิง Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework sorry it doesn't work anymore โอเคงั้นขออนุญาตสลับเป็นภาษาอังกฤษนะคะ so actually we only have 7 years left to reach the target of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Most of people already aware about SDG 17 goal, but we still have much work to do to give the awareness, education, and tell people what is the 23 target of the GBF. And I think this is not a one-person job. It's not a government job. It's not an NGO job. It's everybody's job. Because we need to live, we need to survive, we need to eat for food. And if nature gone, economy gone, same as our survival. So I would like to also thank everybody to make the time to be here to learn. And I hope that you can also share also what you learn among your peers. And if you need a support, Buraya Song, very thank you AFD, ONEP, TI, and all the partners to keep myself and a team to work together with you on this extremely important topic. And I would like to thank GCNT as well as a collaborator to help promote this event beforehand among your network. Very much appreciate.
Thank you so much ค่ะ และท้ายสุดในวันนี้นะคะมิมขอเรียนเชิญท่านชองปีแอร์มาเลเช่นะคะผู้อำนวยการภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้สำนักเพราะมีแป๊บนึงนะคะขอโทษเดี๋ยวจะพูดภาษาอังกฤษอีกรอบหนึ่งนะคะแต่ว่าดูท่านเข้าใจนะคะสำนักงานเพื่อการพัฒนาแห่งสาธารณรัฐฝรั่งเศสขอเชิญขึ้นบนเวทีค่ะ Now I would like to invite you to be or you prefer to speak here โอเคค่ะ
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guest, Mr. Senator, representative from the government, private sector, financial sector, think tanks, civil society, all partners of Infobio, Sawadee Krab. Today, we heard a lot about financial gaps, subsidies, education, customers, biodiversity metrics, what is biodiversity compared to climate. But I think that also during this forum, we concretely saw that biodiversity is not only an ecological issue, it's an economic challenge with dependency, risk, opportunities, but also innovation for better market value, for better access to export, and attractiveness of foreign direct investment. We talk about early movers compared to followers. We talk about innovation compared to business as usual. We talk about the sufficiency, economic philosophy on bio-circular economy compared to non-sustainable growth. This was about tourism, agro-industry, green finance, of course, construction, urban development, so many sectors which are so dear to Thai people and Thai economy. We took good note of the actual dependency of the financial sector on biodiversity with the Silent Spring study of the Banque de France. We are secured with the nature-based strategy, so national biodiversity strategy action plan of Monterey to mitigate those risks and to improve the situation of the country, of the private sector, and the financial institution. Then this Thai forum by Thai stakeholders with their international partners particularly highlighted. So the Thailand readiness, or at least interest, to integrate biodiversity in a sustainable, competitive, and attractive economy. Thank you to ONEP, to NESDC, to Global Compact, to TI, to Blue Renaissance, to ADB, to ESCAP, and to Your Excellency, Mr. Senator, for your support and brilliant, presentation. A shared ambition also of France with a potential strategic partnership between our two countries for biodiversity or for a sustainable economy. together, of course, with our partners from ADB, from the UN family, again, Global Compact. Thank you to all of them for this sharing and invitation to build together a better and more innovative economy and nature for the next generation. Two examples were also given of international best practice to better assess, disclose, and mitigate risk. We have clear example of business cases, although I understood that those examples were not, I would say, numerous enough, and you need more evidences. We'll provide them with those evidences from Latin America, from Asia, from Europe. In this respect, the best of good practice, or I say best practices, which was circulated today for the first time, is only a first try. It's only a first edition, and I'm sure it will evolve further to better inform, give more examples from everywhere in the world on the lesson learned, and to try to share with you benchmarks from Asia and beyond. But finally, and at first, I would say that this one-year process, which prepared today's forum, adopted a set of practical recommendations towards a nature-positive economy, namely those recommendations, the 6 recommendations of this forum, welcoming the development of biodiversity taxonomy, promoting assessment and disclosure of business risk, dependency and the impact on biodiversity, supporting the introduction of incentives and financial mechanisms, ensuring that the biodiversity-related data, knowledge and capacity building will be available and accessible, promoting actions to reduce biodiversity losses, and at last, the 6th one, collaborating with businesses and financial institutions to raise awareness. So what can we do of such an asset? Of this amazing month of works to deliver through consultation, dialogue between main stakeholders of the business community, governmental organizations, think tanks, again, development partners, so many, this family in this room. So the decision belongs at first to you, dear partners, from ONEP, from the Business Association, from Global Compact, from all the Thai partners. This was your forum with the dedicated, efficient support of TI, of Blue Renaissance, that I wish to warmly thank again, really. We could already recommend at first to initiate an immediate process of implementing the long discussed and negotiated above said 6 recommendations, to turn those recommendations into an action plan, the Bangkok Action Plan. Indeed, Thailand has already as a luxury of its biodiversity resource to leverage it into an asset, a national agenda. And this is not impossible because impossible is not Thai. Then we could also assess if further actions and steps could be considered in capacity building, so actually to enrich this agenda of Bangkok with further recommendations and to turn them into an action plan. To this respect, a dedicated task force could be initiated to deliver on it. AFD with France, together with the forum co-organizer, ONEP and all partners, will stand next to you. I wish, by the way, to recommend that it has been just said, a side event which will take place at ESCAP Thursday on actually replicating at the Asia-Pacific scale the finding of today's forum. Maybe, why not, seriously thinking about taking this promising today agenda to the next COP16 to show Thailand exemplary move towards nature-positive economy and highlight the innovative and attractive ambition Thailand wish in the global economy for its future. ขอบคุณนะครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you so much. Such a wonderful and very impressive ค่ะ ค่ะในวันนี้นะคะดิฉันก็ต้องขอบคุณทุกท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะในการสัมมนาเวทีการเงินเพื่อความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพ Finance for Biodiversity ในประเทศไทยของเราก็ได้จบลงอย่างสวยงามนะคะจากคอนเซปต์ที่เราบอกว่า Let's explore innovative solution to protect our planet while driving economic growth วันนี้เราคงจะหาคำตอบด้วยกันในระหว่างการเดินทางนะคะซึ่งเป็นแค่เพียงการเดินทางก้าวแรกเท่านั้นเรายังต้องมีการเดินทางร่วมกันต่อไปนะคะดังนั้นวันนี้ดิฉันขวัญข้าวสิงหเสนีนะคะในนามตัวแทนขององค์กรผู้จัดขอขอบคุณทุกท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งแต่ว่าก่อนกลับนะคะวันนี้เราจะยังมีกิจกรรม networking cocktail นะคะที่จัดบริเวณหน้างานขอเชิญพักผ่อนก่อนอีกสักเล็กน้อยก่อนจะแยกจากกันเพื่อที่ในเวลาที่ท่านได้ฟังในแต่ละหัวข้ออาจจะมีบางคำถามหรือว่าอยากจะรู้จักใครบางคนเพิ่มในงานนะคะขอเรียนเชิญค่ะวันนี้ขอขอบคุณทุกท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งและขอให้ทุกท่านเดินทางโดยสวัสดิภาพสวัสดีค่ะและที่สำคัญนะคะมีแต่ละท่านบางคนอาจจะมีการได้ยืมหูฟังในการแปลภาษานะคะอย่าลืมคืนที่หน้าห้องนะคะขอบพระคุณมากค่ะและที่สำคัญนะคะ Don't forget